anyway. So sort of do anyway.
Could there be a few jockeys ringing up for a ride? Yeah, sorry, we're full.
Yeah, no, exactly. But no, it's yeah.
It was sort of, yeah. Well, good text.
We did. We had already contemplated once upon a time when there was a few of us.
Yeah.
So yes.
Didn't take up Grillsy's offer for a plane ride to the races?
No, well, he can only take a couple in his plane, Cape 1, so he needs to up himself a little bit and get a bigger licence. And he needs to get his next pilot licence so he can carry more people.
I think he's got his passenger. Has he got a passenger?
But I think you can only take one or two people, I think. Whereas so to drive the next level up, I think you've got to get a commercial one or something like
Is
that.
he on those La Bamba planes?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Some scary stuff.
Yeah.
He used to offer me a ride to the races every now and then. And I was like, no, I'll be fine, thanks.
Well, I remember...
Nothing against us flying, it's just...
Yeah.
It's got to be the size of Africa. You're going to get me in a plane.
Yeah. Well, years ago when Dargaville was on, we used to always get one from Ardmore, hire out a plane and would go up there.
Captain Pete.
Yeah. We used to always...
He used to duck the wings and land in the back straight. I was like, how the hell is that possible?
Yeah.
But I remember one day, Grillsy rode 3 at Dargaville. I was going from the North Shore to Alexandra Park Trots. He rang me up. He was home already.
Yeah.
I was like,
I know.
oh, the joys.
Yeah.
Well, we're getting close to our Rosal race. There was an inquiry in the previous, and 8796, the new numbers, 8796, race 4 at Rosal. We're looking at race 5, and gee, we're running out of races to bet on. We're going to have to go all in.
Well, I think there's only one more for us.
One more race we can take. All right, the next from
jumps at 10-2, and we're out of here at 7-2. So she's a tight one, but hey, we'll try anything for our punters club.
We certainly will. Right, Rosal race 5. We're theoretically only 4.5 minutes out, and they're running a bit late. I'd say they're going to run a bit late. So we need our last 3 numbers. We're down to 12 for sure. Reece Jones, not our Reece Jones.
I was like, what the?
Reece Jones, he's claiming 3.
Oh.
Riding at 49.5.
Crikey, he has been on the shred.
Yes, so $10.
Summer body ready.
That is Matt from Kākārnui.
Where?
Big Parrot, Kākārnui.
Okay.
It's in the South Island.
I was going to say that. 13, Burning Need. Robbie Dolan, and pretty sad news coming out of Australia during the week.
I know.
With his good mate Chris Caserta drowning Gold Coast Beach.
There's been even out obviously out the west coast, like Kirriatahi, and then there's Port Waikato. There was a young 13, she was year 13 girl drowned, and there's been so many of them lately. Rips are terrible out the west coast at the moment.
But there was a nice touch last night, Tona. I don't know if you saw. I think it was the first at Sunshine Coast, and Jake Bayliss won the first, and they had the Italian wristbands on. Jake won the first and leaned over and gave it a kiss.
The rosary beads.
No, the red, yellow and white band. Green.
Well, Rastafarian.
No, the Italian for Chris Caserta just leaned over, gave her a kiss. That was pretty. Racing the sort of, can do that to you, give you a bit of a lift when you're down. And poor Robbie Dolan, but that's a good mate. And a lot of friends too, didn't he, Chris Caserta?
So sad, so sad.
It was tragic.
One thing I remember about him too was that when he rode at 44 kilos a few years ago, it was well documented that he had his race. I don't know if it was a Group 1 at all, but he was riding at 44 kilos one race.
What is he like, 4 foot
very,
tall?
very light.
How?
I know. It's
very, very hard work.
Must be very trim.
But onto Rose Hill.
13, Burning Need and Robbie Dolan. Thanks, Taylor. Is it 20-1?
Oh, Blair from Porirua.
Blair from Porirua.
City of Opportunity, they used to be their tagline, eh? Yeah. City of Opportunity. I think it was either this year or late last year. They were the most expensive place in New Zealand to rent, I think. Because you got Titahi Bay there, eh,
I've never been, to be honest. I've never been to Porirua, so...
That's the one as you're going down through Kapiti Coast, eh? And then before you get down to see... I'm from Wellington originally.
There we go.
Okay, that's our turning.
Yes. I was born in Lower Hutt. And,
on Cuba Street.
Yes. born in.
I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to stay out of this one because we've got one to go. 14 Nick Tock for Kathy O'Hara for Mark Connors, and it's solid in the market. It's $7.
Okay, so that is Sean from Hamilton.
Sean from Hamilton. Get on you, Sean. You are on the 14 Nick Tick. It's $7 and $2.50. So there's a chance too. It's fourth favourite. Alongside 4 Fennec. Favourite is the 3 Arctic Thunder for Harley from New Plymouth. And then the 1 Black Duke Joshua Parr for Kiwi Richard Litt. Second favourite at $6.50 here. Are we going to the commentary for this? Or shall we make a hash of it?
Oh, is this the one you're supposed to call?
Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
I won't call
Really
it.
good
I wouldn't even know what.
Show us what you're made of, Clado. It's your turn. You've been throwing everyone else under the bus. I think it's time you get under it too, mate.
Oh, you're supposed to back me up.
No, that's what Tana's here for.
We'll call
I'd
out.
love to be going to war with Tana. You go first. Old people first.
Yeah. He'll run off first, then turn around. He'll turn around and come back with the enemy.
Well, at least you didn't jump ship to Sam's version of the whip rules today, Tana.
No, well, one thing I do think that's interesting about the whip rule is if the striking behind the horses was eliminated and only on the shoulder was
that's probably.
I haven't really heard an angle for that.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, it probably will be a matter of time before it possibly will be like that anyway. I don't see the point in taking sticks away completely, but it probably wouldn't surprise me if.
Yeah.
Does he? Oh, we got this race.
It'll never happen.
Right, they're about to jump.
Hang on, we're going to listen to Clayton's.
Right.
Clayton's.
Right, last got it right. Right, there's a cast of thousands across the track as they jump in the 1,300 metre midway. I got no idea who's in front. Looks like Time Raid, is it? Keegan Latham? No, it might be Diva Bella going round in the red. Looks to be, is that Nick Tock? Yeah, Nick Tock's going to lead them up for Sean from Hamilton. Big Boy running second is Time Raid for Keegan Latham. And then Rebel Bro, Jason Collett sitting nicely in third as they go past the 8 or 900 metre mark. Down the side they go. Fennec in fourth, nice spot, travelling nicely for Hugh Bowman. Back on the inside is Critical Time, and then outside that, Super for Tom Sherry, posted 3 wide, is one horse, just obscured at the moment, might be Awesome Lad. Awesome Lad it is, and tracking Awesome Lad through his Arctic Thunder for J Mac as they make the swing for home, 400 metres out. It's found a kick. Has Nick Tock found a big kick. Nick Tock down the outside. Here comes James with Arctic Thunder making ground, but as Kathy O'Hara stolen, there's 200 metres to go. Nick Tock's in front. Here comes James on Arctic Thunder as he timed it right, 100 out. It's in front, Nick Tock. Kathy O'Hara, count your whip strike skill. And right on the line, James McDonald gets up. Arctic Thunder. What a ride. Inch perfect.
Yeah.
That's how you used to ride him, eh, Sam?
Yeah, definitely. Right. Yeah. No, actually, I probably would have been the one and got over first.
Well, geez, she nearly rated. It must break your heart when you rate a horse to perfection. You do everything wrong. You've beaten everyone else out, and then boom, something comes from the clouds and gets you in the last hop.
Yeah. No, it's a bit heartbreaking.
Can you hear the footsteps coming?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, and the thing is, sometimes it almost can be harder when they do come at you later because your horse
sometimes
can fight, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like sometimes you get bombed and your horse doesn't get the chance to really have a dog fight and fight back.
Yep, so get there,
but
boy.
to be fair, that was when that got out. It looked like it was home a long way out.
Yeah, had to come from a fair way back.
No,
but
it was freaking home. You're dreaming, Jonesy.
He's got it up the 4-year-old there by Headwater. J Mac at his best will run down the 14. Nick Tock, and third will be 9. Rebel Bro for Reese from Carwell. But Harley, you are getting the $50 voucher. Well done, Harley. So now it's the tricky part. We're going all in the last at Matamata. We've got 425. The last at Matamata, they need to run on time because we've got a hard out. It's called a hard out where they just,
Tap
the
us
station just comes in at 4:53.
Oh, 4:53 is it?
4:53. So this race is due to go at 4:50. So if they start on time, we'll squeeze it in.
We'll squeeze it. Oh, yeah. Otherwise we'll be tapped out. But then couldn't you still do it? And then if you can't come in, well, it would still get allocated out. Like when we win our millions.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
So like we might get tapped out.
But the mail run, yeah. So
Story
so
of my
if
life,
they-
you get muted on your phone.
you what?
Get muted. Like, you're talking on the phone and you end up talking to yourself.
Oh, yeah.
Because you've been muted, so we'll be muted out.
Well, there's always the SENZ app.
You can't come in.
You can listen to the races on the SENZ app. Look, it's out of our hands a bit here, but we want you to hear the whole commentary, obviously.
I don't know what. He needs to get his pedals. Oh, he's got them out.
So Cozzy replacing
What are we
Andrew
liking this
Corder on
race?
Sweet Clementine.
I even like Cherry Lane in this.
I was going to say, yeah, Cherry Lane would have to be in its one there, isn't it? He's got quite good form on Matamata on the wetter track.
Yeah, it's won a couple there, one on a few slow tracks and heavy tracks as well, which I reckon this track's playing towards more so the heavy side, wouldn't you, Sam?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Look, I'm happy to put the lot on Cherry Lane. Been up a long time, though. But
Yeah, or do we spread it out a little bit?
Well-
let's do like a... Or is it a bit risky doing like a trifecta or a corner? Or that one where you pick and then you throw the field in for another one and stuff like that. Should we do that? And you box them, isn't that where they can come on any one?
yeah.
Oh, should we do that? Should we pick a few? Or is that a bit risky? We're just going all in on one or two? Or one?
Have a little
Even-
looky, yeah.
Even Spring Delight. That's Summer Festive. No. That would I reckon we go Cherry Lane, Sweet Clementine in the field. Can you do that?
Well, if the
But
favourite...
you don't pick either one, none of them to win. Oh, but can you have the field to win? So, I don't know, that wouldn't work, eh?
No.
I don't know how.
the danger here...
I don't really know what I'm talking about.
No, the danger here is we want to have one bet so we know what's going to be in the kitty. So if we win, lose or draw, which we'll win.
Yeah.
So we're due for a win. So if we put the 425 on Sweet Clementine, that's only going to return 1,615. So that's 615 to divvy up for their...
Cherry Lane's nosebands needs to be put on as well.
yeah. Flapping around. There's a fine.
It's got actually its noseband put on properly. But yeah.
So we can...
The gates will be.
If we back Cherry Lane, that's $2,500. So that's $1,500 to divvy up for our listeners who are lucky 20 in the Punters Club, the Mail Run Punters Club.
Yeah.
What do you reckon? Anybody help? Some help? Clado, don't quit your day job. You haven't got a job.
It's not very nice.
No, who's that? I'll ring that number after the show and
ask
have
for
words.
a job.
Yeah,
Well, can I have a job then?
your number's on there. Right, thanks for your what's it?
Input.
Support. Somebody here, Spring Delight. Put your name to your Texas.
Yeah,
Spring Delight.
that's what was other. I didn't mind Spring Delight.
It's too short.
Yeah.
380 is not really going to help their balance.
No.
That was from John Kenny as well, that text for you there, Clado, I reckon.
Oh, thanks, John.
Numbers there.
Thanks, John.
JK.
JK, good on you, JK. Thought we were friends.
There's a part of me that doesn't mind last Sebelier as well, just with the slow track record. But the horse hasn't won on the track as
Yeah.
it goes at Matamata and hasn't done too well there. I'm happy to go Cherry Lane if you're happy there, Clado and Sam.
Yep. Even Z4s isn't too bad a horse, but its form's not been. Won a couple of starts back, but it's sort of been a little bit. But it has got ability. But yeah, I reckon maybe. Are we going Cherry Lane?
Well, I think that's what we decided on first, isn't it?
Yeah. All right. You do it, mate. You just do it.
Oh, look,
You're the
this
pro.
is yours.
You're the pro.
Well, producer Ben Francis was pretty hot on it too, so it's probably
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah.
not a bad look, that one.
Okay, so Cherry Lane at $6. Oh, I'm happy with that. Like you say, you can make a case for all of them.
Yeah.
We'd love something like Pep Talk. If we were back in Pep Talk, it's got to be a chance. And that's what Pete said, Kirsty, who is now the president of the Waipukurau Jockey Club.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah.
So-
That's right. Yeah, he was too.
Yeah, so,
Yeah.
like that'll also be a chance, 14
Yeah.
and 330. But, Cherry Lane, it's out to 650. Okay, so Cherry Lane at 650.
Oh, we don't mind that.
No, we don't mind that. So 425 is 2,700. Sweet Clementine, 360. La Sebliere, $8. Pep Talk, 14. Summer Festival, 750. Sea Falls at 480. Spring Delight at 380. Gee, the money's really come for Spring Delight. Hasn't won on a heavy. Z Falls has won on a heavy. La Sebliere's won on a heavy. Cherry Lane and Sweet Clementine have got the best heavy track records, though.
I'm going to, don't do it, but I'm going to, my imaginary bet, I'm going to go that one where you're both saying, so Cherry Lane, Sweet Clementine in the field. But if I do that in a thing, so does that mean either one of them can run first, second or third?
Yeah, so what are you taking,
No,
a first
don't.
four or a trifecta? Hasn't won on a heavy.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. Don't put the bet on. That's just, I'm just doing that's my imaginary.
Yeah, it drifted out to $7 now too, has Cherry Lane.
Yeah.
And Tegan Newman, she's got a bit of something on her goggles. Is that paper, is that? Or?
Yeah, it's just to stop the rain. So the rain doesn't get your goggles all dirty, all rainy, and then you can't see where you're going.
Okay, right.
Take that off.
We're nearly on start time, and they need to run on time. So we've got 425 a win on Cherry Lane at $7 to return 2,975.
Nice. I reckon it's home.
Yeah, I reckon it's home. So good luck. Listen on the app if you have to. A big thanks to Sam Spratt taking the time out to join us today on the Good Oil. You've come up with some real rippers today,
Good
Sam.
to be with you today.
Yep. Next time, bring that whip.
Yes. We'll have a test run on how padded it is.
Taylor, thanks all your hard work down there. Big day for you, Taylor. Mail run and the Good Oil. Good on you, mate. Well done.
Always a pleasure with yourself, Clado and Sam. So good luck to the TAB Punters Club. Here's George Simon.
Clear Designs on the lead here and will take the lead early doors. Right there as well as Z4, Spring Delight nearer the inside. And then followed out next moving forward is Sweet Clementine. A gap of 4 lengths away as they come down past us on their first occasion is Pep Talk. Alongside of it is Summer Festival. And a further 3 back last of all Le Sabliere. So Cherry Lane was keen to find the lead and the rail and shows the way here by 1.5. Moving to second, Z4s, and on the outside next is Sweet Clementine. Spring Delight is next, followed round by Summer Festival, who's back third last from Pep Talk, and last of all is Le Sabliere. They splash out into the back nearing the 1,300 metres mark, and it's Cherry Lane the leader. For Tegan Newman got away to lead by 3 from Z4s and Ashvin Goindasamy. In third position next is Sweet Clementine for Kozi Asano. Fourth on the inside of it is Spring Delight and Taiki Yanagita. Back third last in the field is Summer Festival and Sam Weatherly, fresh from his win in the Bone Crusher in the previous race. Then 2 lengths away, Pep Talk and Rajan Palmer. And last of all here is Les Sabliere and Joe Cameroon. I reckon there was a League of Nations in those riders as we went through that call. And they come inside the 700 metres mark, and there is 9 lengths over the field here, and it's still Cherry Lane at the head of affairs, sneaking away if anything. Got away by 5, make it 6 at the 600 metres. Then followed in second spot now. There goes Summer Festival off and around on the outside of Z4s. Further back, Sweet Clementine. Gee, this leader has got them in all sorts coming to the corner. Further back in the field, then we've got out wide Le Sabliere, and then back at the tail is Pep Talk, homeward bound. 300 metres to go. Cherry Lane is lonely. It's out by 8, make it 9 lengths now. From in second spot, Summer Festival, then Z4s, then followed further back by Le Sabliere, but Cherry Lane, oh, have a look at her go, reveling in the conditions. Cherry Lane.
Yeah.
What a win too. What an absolute win.
Absolutely annihilated them.
What a way to do it.
Well done, Sam.
What a way to do it.
Punters Club 2,975 to divvy up. Cherry Lane has absolutely streeted them. Thanks for your company. We're going out a winner.
We're going.
What is SENZ?
SENZ is radio.
SENZ is sport.
He absolutely pummeled that.
SENZ is entertainment.
SENZ is racing.
She's done it. She's done the Karaka Million double.
SENZ is digital.
SENZ.
It's Kiwi for sport.
There's no one quite like you. You're one of a kind. At PIC Insurance Brokers, they know that stock standard insurance packages just won't cut it. You need tailored solutions that are right for you. PIC Insurance Brokers will get you sorted whether it's your health, your home, your business, even your car or boat. Your broker works with you to make sure you have the right cover. And should the time come, they're right there with you at claim time. PIC Insurance Brokers. Great advice that works for you.
Man needs meat, but if you've got a beef with beef, well, Jack Link's now has pork, and they've gone the whole hog. With slow-cooked ham jerky over hickory smoke and a dash of maple and brown sugar. Yeah, it's like the South in your mouth. Get a pack or a box if you want to be a little porky. Jack Link's. Feed your wild side.
Punters and keen followers of thoroughbred racing form can access all the tools they need to find their next winner at loveracing.nz, including sectional split data. Yep, in partnership with Form Pro, loveracing.nz supplies splits for the first 400 metres and at 200 metre intervals from the last 800. It's all available online within 24 hours of each race day. Brilliant! Included in results and in a horse's performance record on loveracing.nz. A valuable tool for punters and participants. Get informed with loveracing.nz, racing's biggest fan.
Need a hand? Cryptocurrency, it can sound quite complicated, which is why having someone you can depend on to help is great, like Crossgate Capital, a specialist investor in cryptocurrencies. Crossgate Capital takes care of which cryptocurrencies to buy, storage reporting, and keeping track of this fast-moving market. A Kiwi company providing a familiar way to invest in crypto through shares. Think of them as the smart way to invest. Find out more, visit crossgatecapital.co.nz. The PDS is available at crossgatecapital.co.nz and on request. Crossgate Capital Limited is the issuer of the product.
So, you've lost the day's quaddy picks. I bet you weren't listening or forgot to write them down. Well, with the Quaddy app, you'll never miss your numbers again.
And we've made it even better. The Quaddy app now delivers race form and results as they happen.
The Quaddy is odds on for simplicity. It curates the best quaddy picks and lets you share your own numbers with other punters.
So go on, download the Quaddy from your app store and never miss your numbers again.
Gamble responsibly.
Always read the label and take as directed. Sleep Drops Auckland.
It's Christmas already, but don't give socks again. Give sleep with the Sleep Drops Gift to a Friend Christmas campaign. Grab yourself your favourite Sleep Drops and nominate a friend, and the elves at Sleep Drops will send it to them free. That's right, free. It's the season for giving, taking care of loved ones. So we give the sleep gifts and you get the kudos. Thanks to the sleepdrops.co.nz Gift to a Friend Christmas campaign. T's and C's apply.
Farmers start work early, and so does SENZ's new show, The Rural Roundup. Every Sunday morning, Andy Thompson brings you a dose of all things rural, including sport from around New Zealand, with his trademark style of irreverence and humour, mixed in with some hard-hitting facts and information.
Ain't no need to complicate it, we both know that's overrated, we've been there.
Sunday mornings from 6, The Rural Roundup with Andy Thompson on SENZ. This is Test cricket on SENZ. India versus the Black Caps. Ball-by-ball commentary of the second test, thanks to Resene, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand for the past 10 years, and Big Barrel Mates Club, where mates look after mates. Live on SENZ.
Kia ora, good evening, welcome in, or good afternoon still technically. It is 3 minutes away from 5 o'clock. My name is Daniel McCarty and it's a very warm welcome to you all from our commentary position ahead of day number 2 of the second test between New Zealand and India. We can't wait to bring you the coverage in association with our partners, and a huge thanks to them, Resene, the Paints, Kiwis Trust, and Big Barrel, big range, biggest deals. India set to resume at 221 for the loss of 4. Mayank Agarwal was the star of day number 1 for the hosts, compiling an impressive test match 100, his 4th. in Test cricket. He will start at 120 not out, and alongside him the wicketkeeper batsman Saha on 25 not out. Ajaz Patel clearly leading the way for New Zealand on day number 1, taking all 4 wickets. But India are well positioned to move into danger territory as far as a first innings total if New Zealand can't find a way to make early inroads. So this is an important session ahead of us for the visitors. So stay with us here on SENZ. Our coverage running right through till 12:30. That is when play set to finish. We have got revised hours of play due to the lost time yesterday. This session, the opening session, will run through to 7 o'clock, so a standard 2-hour session. A 40-minute lunch break will take us to 20 minutes to 8. The middle session of the day in an extended period. That will run to 10 past 10 New Zealand time. After a 20-minute lunch tea break, we will head into the final session, which will run from 10:30 through to 12:30. That is the order of the day, so a little bit of extra time. More cricket for you, you might say, and also more wonderful analysis from our commentary team, including Richard Petrie, who's alongside me. Peaches, your overall thoughts on where this game is positioned and how important is this opening session? Good evening. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Afternoon, everybody. Look, all sessions are the most important session, aren't they?
Crucial.
Yeah, so, look, India 220 for 4. I think New Zealand, Patel bowled well to get all 4 wickets. He bowled some good balls. He bowled a few loose ones as well, but overall he was the best of New Zealand bowlers. The other spinners looked a little bit toothless. And actually, Southee and Jameson also didn't really look as lethal on a pitch which was probably a little better than the one that we saw in Kanpur in the first test. So New Zealand do need to strike. They do need to strike early. They can't afford to let these batters get away. Looks like Southee's going to open up. Downwind, when I say downwind, he's going to open up at one end. I suspect they'll open up with Patel at the other end. They'll rotate the 2 quicks, Southee and Jameson, so there's always a bit of pressure on at one end, and looks like we're about to start. So look, important for both teams. India having the upper hand, they've won the toss, they've got a few runs on the board, and they're the ones who can put New Zealand to the sword today if they bat well. So New Zealand's got to whittle away at that advantage that India has, and Southee is on his way in now.
He starts the day full of length. The ball glided into the point region. Movement first up for Southee, 127.2 Ks as he warms into his work. He's got a slip. That is Taylor, who's quite wide, sort of at his second slip, a gully. It's been a very common sight throughout this series. The first slip, bob each way, sort of covering as much territory as possible. Another catcher at short mid-wicket. It is 3 around the bat, a fairly conventional field. Saha has been a bit of a pest with the bat in this series, and he's on 25 as he leans forward once more and glides the ball once again to the cover point region where it is Henry Nicholls fielding. Nicholls is in the gully. It's Young, so Taylor at slip, Nicholls in the gully, a cover point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on that catching mid-wicket, and a long leg.
So, you look like you want me to say something.
No, I'm just looking at you. I'm actually looking at your shirt.
Yeah.
Colourful. Southee on off stump. Playing forward to Saha. What pattern would you call that? It's like bubbles.
Yeah, it's like you've been calling me a big drip off air the whole previous test match. So one of those sublimated shirts where it's got, quite accurate.
Looks like you won a pump bottle contest.
Yeah.
And then mailed that out to you.
It's one that you would wear in a studio where no one can see you and except Garth Galloway, and no one else sees you as Southee comes in wide of the crease.
Full half volley length clipped into the mid-wicket region where that short man is positioned. That is Tom Latham, the captain. So Southee opening up from one end. The new ball is due in 9.2 overs, so that's something they need to factor in. So you'd expect Ajaz Patel straight away?
I would. He was the most effective of the New Zealand bowlers. Certainly he's taken all 4 wickets so far. I thought with this pitch being a little quicker and a little more consistent, Southee and Jameson didn't look so effective.
Southee bowls full and wide, left alone. Movement away from the right-hander, but good judgment from Saha. Yeah, Southey started yesterday with a 6-over spell, and then after that, I think it was 4-3-2. Jameson was used in very short bursts.
His first spell was 3.
Then 2.
He'd only bowled 5 at lunch.
At tea, into the last session. He had a spell of 4 overs and then was pulled off. So, I think conditions, it looked warmer in Campore. Southey was, dripping in sweat almost from the outset. He bowls a low full toss. It's driven with no power or timing up towards Jameson, who does the fielding. The end of the first over of the day. No runs added, a maiden for Southey. 16 overs, none for 29. India 221 for the loss of 4. Weather today, Richard, 26 degrees currently in Mumbai. Humidity 87%. No real cooling breeze. It's hardly registering. It's 5 Ks. Good news is precipitation, the chance of rain at 3% from what I am reading. So that is good. But moving up to 30 degrees, so it's something about a typically stinking hot day.
Yeah, and I don't think they want to over-bowl the fast bowlers. I think it's that sort of temperature. I mean, 26 is not too bad. Getting up to 30 is warmer. But the humidity is quite draining, isn't it? You go to some of these places like Singapore or India or where there is more humidity, and it's draining. And it is going to be Patel opening from the Tata end in Mumbai.
It's a good end to be bowling from. Tata must give you good feelings as a bowler. Inspire you to send the batsman off. To say goodbye. He's got a slip in a short leg. He's starting to Agarwal onto the front foot and driving up through mid-off where Young is positioned at long off. So the first run of the day, 222 for the loss of 4. Agarwal 121. Really enjoyed watching Agarwal. Just really organised. I thought he was excellent outside of off stump, especially the quicks. Where New Zealand were quite effective at troubling the Indian top order in that first test.
Yeah, the interesting thing with the Indian batters is because you've got so many of them.
Patel moving in, bowling around the wicket. 12 bowls on off stump. Saha defence.
I think in Test cricket, one of India's great strengths is they've got 1 billion people, which means they have a lot of very good batters and bowlers. But one of their great weaknesses is they've got a lot of really good batters and bowlers.
Patel lights this one up, catches the outside edge as it rolls wide of Taylor. It slipped right along the ground. It went straight to ground. It was well played by Saha. Very soft hands. So a couple of runs to Saha. He's up to 27 and gets his innings away today. It's 224 for 4.
And what I mean by that is, players like Agarwal are always under pressure for their spot. He didn't know he was going to play in this test match. There was a lot of iterations and who was going to be in and out. He didn't know. It was 50-50 as to whether he's even playing.
Oh, it's a big shout for LBW. Finger is up. He's gone back to an incredibly full delivery and tried to cut it. And surely New Zealand have the breakthrough here as Saha goes forward.
That is dead. That is dead in front.
2-1. No challenge. He's going to wander off. And the dream start for New Zealand and a dream scenario for Ajaz Patel in the city of his birth has come home, so to speak, and has picked up his 5-wicket haul. He's grabbed all 5. Very full, just outside of off stump. Coming back in. Has it actually struck him outside the line, playing the shot here?
I
think it's going on to cannon into the top of off stump, and I can understand why the umpire has given it.
I think because it's so deep on the crease, he's right on the back foot. It's one of those ones that's just drifting in. He's expecting it to bounce and turn like many of them have, but it hasn't. I don't know if it was an arm ball. I doubt it was because it had so much loop on it. It just didn't bite. Just didn't bite and turn and go the other way, and it's
variation.
Yeah, it just fooled Saha, and it's just gone straight through. So big wicket for Patel. I mean, bear in mind he was disappointing in the first test, but mainly because he hadn't bowled for so long. He plays a test match every 6 months, so he's getting better and better. And by the third test against India, he's going to be fantastic. Unfortunately,
when he plays in his hallway,
well,
managed isolation.
We don't get a third test. We only get two because we're New Zealand. We may be the world, or when I say we, New Zealand may be the. Yes, we're a little bit biased, as one of the callers said, but New Zealand may be the world's #1 ranked test team. They may be the mace holders and the champions. But when it comes to test cricket, there are other forces at play, and New Zealand often gets these shorter tours, the 2 test tours, rather than the big 3 or 4 that some of the big countries like England and Australia get. It doesn't mean New Zealand's not a very tough team to play.
A 5th 5-wicket haul in Test cricket for Ajaz Patel, and he can get plenty more. Halfway there, first one. Oh, he's bowled! Oh, my Lord, what a piece of bowling! Ravi Ashwin, I hadn't even had a chance to announce his arrival to the middle. This one is gripped on middle stump. It's past the outside edge of the bat and hit the top of off. It's a dream bit of bowling and a dream start for New Zealand. Ravi Ashwin cannot believe it. He's got to go.
He's only just turned and walked off now. In that whole time that Daniel was doing the theatrics, Ravi Ashwin was standing there with his mouth open thinking, it can't be out. It was too good a ball. It was an absolute beauty.
No. It's a referral. Umpire referral.
It's an umpire's referral, probably to see if it's actually bowled him.
Or if it's the keeper's gloves maybe touching the stumps.
No, well, it's definitely not.
I mean, that's what they're checking, though, Richard.
That's right. And Ashwin, look at the look on his face. It can't be. I'm too good a player to be out for a golden duck in this test match. What a ball. What a fantastic ball.
What an incredible delivery to bring about your best figures in test match cricket.
Well, and against a guy who's arguably the top spinner in world cricket at the moment, Ravi Ashwin. That wouldn't have gone unnoticed by Patel either.
Or Ravi Ashwin. I think Ravi Ashwin's going to enjoy bowling on this.
Well, he will enjoy bowling on it, but Patel's already got 6 for. He's got all 6. And don't forget, he's got all 6 so far. The ball's spinning. I'm not saying he's going to get 10, but Ajaz, and, ladies and gentlemen, he's on a hat-trick at the moment. So look at him. I mean, he's gone from being the hunter from the hunted to the hunter. And this is what makes the difference. I mean, if you need confidence as a spinner, because it's a bit like putting. It's a very fine motor skill, and if you're slightly tense, you lose that feel. When you're getting things go for you and you're bowling well, this is just such a good thing for Patel. It's done the world of good for him. What more could you ask?
Well, a hat-trick?
That would be more. You could ask for that, and you could ask for 10 for as well.
Ajaz Patel on a hat-trick. The field surely will come in. He started with a slip and a short leg and a short cover. He's got the LBW. Saha going back to a full ball, sliding on, hitting him right in front of off stump, although we never got a replay of ball tracking. I will be interested to see that one.
You're right.
If he was actually just outside the line, they did not challenge. But the piece of bowling to Ravi Ashwin, a thing of beauty. Now he has to adjust because he's got the left-hander, Axar Patel. Here we go. Ajaz Patel on a hat-trick. He has 6 wickets. 6 for 76. 224 for the loss of 6. Bowling over the wicket. They're all around the bat. This one catches the outside edge, slides to backward point. What an over. What a start for New Zealand. Take a bow, Ajaz Patel. 7 for 76 at the end of the over. 224 for 6.
Crouch. Bind. Bozo's Burgers. What? Bozo's Burgers. They're delicious.
SENZ want to get you in the game. It's the new home of New Zealand sport and the place your business will be heard by New Zealand's most sports-mad fans. So, let's take your brand and get it in the game. Contact SENZ today. Email advertise at senzradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
Ajaz Patel getting a lovely reception as he trots down towards the rope. That fine leg by the home fans. They can appreciate quality spin bowling
Well, it doesn't hurt that he was born in Mumbai either. I don't think that hurts.
Here's Southey, third over of the day. This one keeps it a little bit lower as Agarwal's playing in front of his front pad. So, boy, this game has changed. We talked in our very brief opening how important the first session was. I think it's well beyond our dreams. 2 wickets in the first 2 overs, thanks to Ajaz Patel. And he's got a beaming smile. Yes, the teeth poking out through that beautiful beard, but bowling to Ravi Ashwin, pitching on mid and leg, maybe spinning from around the wicket, remember, so it's actually it's turning a lot more than it looks when you look on the replay because of that angle. Here's Southey again, wider of off stump. There's going to be no stroke. Well, look at the reaction from Ajaz Patel. That one of those dream balls.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, to take you up to 6 for in a test match in India, in Mumbai, where he's originally born, you couldn't want for more, could you? And he's bowling, he's making this a very exciting test match. I mean, he's putting New Zealand back. I'm just looking at the replay. Oh, Ashwin's called for a... Ashwin's called for a review. Well, very quickly.
Into the pad, Southey goes. Down to the boundary for 4. I'm not sure if he got any bat on this. It's gone very fine. Just add 4 to the total. In fact, it is 4 runs, so maybe bat onto pad. What is Ravi Ashwin doing there? I missed that live. Ravi Ashwin has been bowled and has challenged. Yeah. So, do you lose the challenge there?
Absolutely.
I'm not sure you do. She's been bowled. What are you challenging?
Well, you're challenging that you weren't out. The umpire made a mistake.
I know Ravi Ashwin thought he was umpiring the first test at times, but that's kind of ridiculous. That's extraordinary. Southey, much better, wider of off stump, swinging away. Good signs there, but left alone by Agarwal.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what his captain says. If his captain needed that review later on in the second innings, and Ashwin's used it up being bowled.
Here we go. Here's the replay of the Saha. The impact umpire's call. So it's hit him in line with off stump, but only a fraction of the ball. It's hit him in line. So if they had challenged, it would have been umpire's call, because the benefit of the doubt, of course, goes to the umpire these days. So
not the batsman anymore. It goes to the umpire. Isn't that funny?
Southey. Wider of the crease, bowls and in the swinger this time. Back into the right-hander. Agarwal is leaning forward, pushes into the cover region. There is no run.
Interesting point, though. My point with this DRS, the reviews, is why? Why not? If it's hitting, and it says it's hitting, and let's say the umpire said not out, if we see it's hitting with DRS, then it's out. Just give it out. Why would you give benefit of doubt to the umpire?
I think it's also benefit of the doubt that maybe the technology might not be 100%.
Well, then don't use it. If you don't trust it.
But at back of a length, Southey bowls. Some runs here as Agarwal pushes the ball back with a point into a gap. Gets a couple of runs. Well, why? Because do I need to raise the umpiring in Test match number 1? I'd much prefer to have this DRS system overturning. What did we have? 12, 13 mistakes?
Correct. I'm all for DRS, but why not go all in? Why, when you see the ball hitting the stump and then you go, oh, it's umpire's call because it was 50-50 on something? No. We can see the ball's hitting the stump, it's out.
Just be grateful with what you've got, because there were some nations who did not want it at all.
Well, India was one of them. But ball tracking is fantastic. It's far more accurate than the umpire. I don't know why you'd give the umpire the benefit of the doubt, as we saw in the last test. They'd be the last people you'd give the benefit of the doubt to.
Dramatic start to the day. Ajaz Patel.
It's made it a very exciting test because he's pulled New Zealand back into this game. India could have pulled away on New Zealand.
Well, it was a question I was in the process of asking Jeremy Coney last night when they called time, so we didn't really get Jeremy's answer on it. So I'll ask you as Patel starts the new over the wicket, bowling to Axar Patel, turns back and catches the inside edge and straight into the ground as it is fielded by short leg. At 350, we felt reasonably early on in day number 1 of the first test in Kanpur was a winning score. It's how we felt with the inconsistent bounce, especially as wider of the off stump. Patel bowls, Axar defends. Knowing this pitch is turning more from straight as well. The bounce is better.
More bounce and more pace.
More consistent, but that also brings a real challenge. The bounce of the spinners, bat pads are going to be far more prevalent. So we've already seen with Ajaz Patel, who's a short man, as he Axar Patel going back and catching the outside edge, sliding through the gully region. Won't go to the fence as Jamieson with those long strides collects. Patel's on one knee, a little bit frustrated with the false stroke. 232 for 6. So what do you feel is a winning total here for India?
On the first innings.
Similar number?
Well, possibly, yeah, 350. It's hard to say. I mean, India don't lose when they bat first, generally. It's very rare.
Or win the toss.
Well, when they don't lose when they win the toss, and when they win the toss, they bat first. This is the best conditions it's going to be.
This one grips and spins back sharply from well outside of off stump. Would have gone down leg by some way as it clips the thigh pad, balloons onto the onside.
Yeah, so the difference between this pitch and the one in Kanpur is the one in Kanpur was low and relatively slow. It turned, but it was slow turn and it was low turn. And a lot of people could snuff it out and smother it out with their pad.
Axar Patel driving wide of off stump, straight up to mid-off, no run. And I know the old trope of you never judge a game until both sides have batted, and there's a lot of common sense, but, you know, it's I don't like that when I'm trying to put my co-commentators on the spot.
No, which you like to do. You like to do. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard. I don't know. Maybe Coney has a better idea, but
there is Axar going onto the back foot and somehow hitting the ball on the up over the bowler's head and landing it right in front of mid-off. A brilliant little wedge shot out of the green. But that one leapt on him, maybe. Well, in the words of Bill Laurie, it's all happening. The end of the over. 6 for 78 for Ajaz Patel. It's 232 for the loss of 6. More from Richard Petrie than Garth Galloway.
Yeah, it's all action here, and it's all Ajaz Patel. So, Garth, you would have enjoyed this morning. I don't know what I was expecting. I was expecting either probably India to bat on and put New Zealand to the sword to some degree. I was hoping Ajaz Patel would open up, but my word, it's been far better for New Zealand than we were expecting, and it's made this a much more interesting game.
Absolutely. Well, because I'm not biased, I wasn't hoping for New Zealand to take wickets. I was just, going to let it unravel as it does. But it's been a lovely start, 232 for 6. And I'm sure that Latham would love it if Patel could bowl at both ends, Richard. That would be ideal. Just bowl every over. It's interesting because with the new ball coming in 6 overs time, he's bowled Southee for 2 overs, and I think that's right. You had to bowl him because the two best bowlers have been Southee and Patel by a long shot. As Somerville begins a new over and his first of the day and bowls, and it's short and going down the leg side, turned into the onside, an easy run for Agarwal. He's 127, 233 for 6. Make that 128. So, yeah, I think he's right to have bowled Southee for those 2 overs. Patel it looks like, is just going to be at one end for as long as possible. And I wonder even if it's possible that they would consider Patel with the new ball, Richard, and that's something that you might like to comment on. Jamieson, again, flatters to deceive in terms of the amount of work he's been given. And there just must be a backstory to that. He didn't bowl as much as Southee in the first test. He's bowled half as many overs in this one. 9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 30. Bowled all right at times. Here's Somerville running and bowling around the wicket to the left-handed batsman. No shot. Not much turn either, Richard.
Not for Somerville, there hasn't been. But I think it's a good time for Somerville to come on and bowl. India are under pressure. They've lost 2 quick wickets. And there is a bit of spin, so it is a good time for Somerville to come on just before the new ball.
Bowls and lovely sort of half volley driven by Axar to Mitchell at mid-off. So Somerville just trying to find his way. I agree with you. I think if you're going to bowl them, now is a useful time. A new batsman at one end, the new ball being taken. So it's unless something miraculous happened, it doesn't need to be a long spell. Here he is bowling shorter, and it's into the off stump.
and played to cover. But the difference between Somerville and Patel is quite different. It's quite marked, really, when you see the release of Patel, the variations in flight, and how he's able to get the ball to drop on the right-handed batsman. And here we are watching Somerville bowling to a left-handed batsman, and we're really just not saying the same things. As outside the off stump is Somerville, no shot from XR. 1 ball remaining in the 75th over, so 5 overs until the new ball is able to be taken. 233 for 6. I suppose the other thing is, would you keep so after this over, Richard, I'd be interested in your views. Would you keep Patel on with the new ball, or is it Jamieson and Southey is onto the back foot as XR just too short from Somerville? Easy single, and Patel picks up the ball and jogs in to start another over. 234 for 6. Agarwal 128, XR 3.
Yeah, well, I would. I'd take the new ball. I'd have Southey and Jamieson operating from one end, and probably just bowling Patel from the other. I mean, Patel has been the strike bowler in this game. He's your number one. I mean, different horses for courses, and some days it's going to be Southey's day, and other days it's going to be Jamieson's day. But certainly for this match here, Patel is your major strike weapon, so you'd give him the first opportunity, and I think it gives you a chance to rotate your 2 big quicks up the other end. You're right, Jamieson is kind of like a horse that's being held back. There is a second innings, I guess, and if they can get through the first innings and keep them fresh, maybe a bit like Southey. Southey didn't do too much in the first innings at Kanpur, but came back strong in the second. These are hot conditions, so if they can keep Jamieson fresh for the second, that may be a good strategy.
Here's XR facing the left armour, and it's Patel bowls, and Patel to Patel as XR is playing the ball square of the wicket on the offside. 234 for 6, so a couple of wickets have fallen this morning. Ashwin out first ball, and before him Saha, LBW to Patel. So he has all 6 as he sees XR coming forward, playing the ball back to the bowler.
We're just seeing a stat come up here that this is the first time a spinner has taken all first 6 wickets to fall in an India innings in a test. So new ground for Patel.
Here's XR turning the ball, and he may, I think, have just got a fine edge on it down to the leg side. So Patel drifting into the pads a bit. XR, his namesake XR Patel, just waiting and turning the ball fine for an easy boundary. He's 7, 238 for 6. Well, that's quite a record, isn't it? I suppose it's one for the train spotter and the specialist, but it's something that they can never take away from Patel.
Yeah, absolutely. And he looks to be enjoying himself, doesn't he, Patel? And of course, as you'd expect, he's, in the first test he looked nervous and anxious. This test, he's very much the hunter.
Here he is bowling, and this is just a little bit too full, and Patel is able to play the ball into the onside. Just having a look through New Zealand's best bowling figures for a spinner as Patel bowls well pitched up. Again, just a little bit too full, and X is able to drive into the mid-wicket area. We can look at those after this over. 1 ball remaining, and then we'll take a break. Agarwal 128, XR 7. Saha out when the score was 224 for 5. Ashwin out next ball. Patel picking up both wickets. This ball's a better length, and it carries on with the arm a little bit. XR playing outside the off stump, off the back foot, and just gliding the ball into the point. He picks up a run. He's 8. It's 239 for 6. Time for a break.
When it comes to painting, you want to get it right the first time. Resine Paint is quality through and through, and trusted by professionals. It's your assurance you'll get a great job and a finish that will last. See your local Resine colour shop today.
From Auckland to Ashburton, Wellington to Queenstown, you can hear SENZ anywhere in New Zealand. Head to the Listen Live page at senzradio.nz for the radio station frequency nearest you. Plus, you can download the SENZ app and listen wherever you are, anywhere, anytime.
And welcome back, Resine, the paint that Kiwis trust, and Big Barrel, big range and the biggest deals, bringing you the cricket from Mumbai, and it's been New Zealand's morning so far. 18 runs added by India, but they've lost those 2 wickets. Patel has 6 for him. Just looking at those bowling figures, and perhaps not surprisingly, looking at the most wickets in the innings. Here's Summerville flighting that ball up, and that's gives it a bit of a chance to turn. Didn't turn too much, but Axar didn't really move his feet towards it. Hit the ball uppishly towards the cover area. He picks up a single, but a bit more air from Summerville on that occasion. Axar is 9. And just over the top of cover and down to mid-off where Mitchell is fielding. So that gives Summerville some hope. 3 overs remaining after this one, and then the new ball certain to be taken by New Zealand. Summerville around the wicket to the right-hander, and still bowling into those pads though as Agarwal comes forward and plays back to Summerville. So the best bowling figures for a New Zealand bowler in a test, 7 for 87, of course, Daniel Vettori against Australia in Auckland, and this is just a really bad ball from Summerville. No real rhythm. It's wide down the leg side, and Blundell does well to take the ball cleanly. So that was 7 for 87 against Australia, and he took home in the match as we watch this ball turned into the onside. So 7 for 87. New Zealand lost that test by 62 runs. Australia 214 and 229, New Zealand 163 and 218. So a low scoring match. McGrath picking up 4 in the first innings for Australia against New Zealand. Here's the next ball turned square of the wicket, and another run to the right-handed Agarwal. And then in the second innings it was Colin Miller picking up 5 for 55. You'll remember him, Richard.
Funky Miller. Yep, yeah. The guy that used to dye his hair, and sometimes he'd run in and bowl medium pace and sometimes spin.
Bowled Australia to victory as here's Mitchell, Summerville rather, bowling a better ball. It's outside the off stump, but it just interesting to see. So Mark Craig, of course, took 7 for 94 in Sharjah, so they're the second best figures by a spinner, and of course they won that match, and you'll remember that match well. 690 New Zealand scored, and Pakistan 351 and 259, and Craig taking 10 wickets for the match, Richard.
Yeah, I don't remember it that well, Garth, but
isn't that the Phil Hughes, isn't it the test when Phil Hughes, when the news of Phil Hughes' death came through, and they stopped for a day and then carried on?
I'm not sure. You may well be right. You may well be right. But certainly an intriguing test, this one. So, you know, Ajaz Patel is keeping New Zealand right in this game as he comes in again from the Tata end.
Bowls and driven nicely by Agarwal. It's a good shot and a big round of applause. It only goes down to Ravindra at mid-off. One more run to Agarwal, 130 for him, 242 for 6. 2 overs remaining before the new ball. And Jeremy Coney coming into comments, just getting himself set up here. He's got his backpack, which he's just not sure what he's doing. He's looking for things in there, fiddling around. Zips coming, opening and closing as Patel bowls, and Axar comes forward and pushes into the offside. 242 for 6 it is. You're right?
Looking for treasure.
Early in the day to be looking for Treasure.
Trevor?
Not Trevor.
I'm no Trevor. I don't carry men around in my backpack.
Well,
sorry, Garth, to let you down there.
It's a ball that turns from Patel, and turns quite a lot. Just short of a length, though, and Axar is able to play it. comfortably to short leg. 2:42 for 6 it is. Hot in Christchurch today and hot in Mumbai. 28 degrees, humidity 65% here. How did you go? You'll be pleased you weren't playing.
Yes.
Here's a hot day for a Wellingtonian or a Picton person. Here's Axar Patel playing defensively.
Yes, it will be a hot day over there, particularly. I think that's not going to be the height of the humidity either. I think it will probably rise slightly. Good start from Patel, clearly. He's lost his length since he's taken those 2 wickets. He's been too full. Hasn't allowed the ball time to turn.
This turns a bit, but it's too short. And Patel is able to go into the back foot. Young chases from mid-off to cover. And one more run for Agarwal. 2:43 for 6. 1 ball remaining in the over.
One of the features about this pitch is that not only has it turned and from the part of the pitch that we've talked about between the stumps, but it's also happening quite quickly. Patel actually in that first over didn't turn the ball a great deal.
Here he is bowling and finds a better length this time, but driven straight back to him. 2:43 for 6.
He was, bowling just on the stumps, and it skidded through, and it was into the pads well before Saha actually brought the stroke down. I mean, it wasn't even ready to shot, and it was into the pads, and he was palpably LBW. And then I thought the length that he bowled to Ashwin was really, that's the sort of length he's got to say to himself, that's about it, because Ashwin's a tall man. And I thought I saw Ashwin take a very good stride forward and then get his bat in front of his pad, as is the custom nowadays with DRS, get the bat well in front of the pad, and it actually beat that. It was short and still beat the outside edge of that pad and then scraped part of the body, the hip sort of area, and went into the stumps.
Somerville begins his 11th over, none for 50. His figures outside the off stump, 2 wide. No shot from Axar. You feel for Somerville, you just know.
Well, Somerville, I'm afraid, hasn't. If you look at the head position when he actually bowls, it's not level. The eyes aren't looking and sort of seeing the length quite so well. If you just watch the head and as he actually delivers, it's kind of on an angle.
Another ball that he's finally starting to turn the ball, but it's well outside the off stump. And again, Axar untroubled.
At least he's bowling, I notice, around the wicket to the right-handed Agarwal. He didn't try that. Other than 2 deliveries yesterday, he didn't move.
Here he is again bowling, and this is nicely pitched up and driven by Agarwal to mid-on. I quite like that length that he's bowling. He's just got to draw it in a little bit and make the batsman play and see if he can turn one past the outside edge.
Well, it's a good chance for him too, just to get a few overs under his belt and not be, whacked around the park in different areas.
He bowls now, and again, a nice length, but just pushing it outside off stump a little bit too far, possibly trying to tempt Axar to drive. Difficult ball to drive because it is just short of that drivable length, and it is turning quite markedly. Nice bounce, and Blundell taking the ball up by his chest. So while these are good signs for New Zealand, as Somerville bowls and Axar is playing into the back foot, into the vacant cover area, he's 11, 2:45 for 6. They're good signs for New Zealand, but it does underlie just how hard and difficult it's going to be for New Zealand with this splendid Indian attack.
I must say I do shudder to think what could possibly happen to New Zealand. I mean, someone's going to have to bat brilliant on this surface.
No Williamson.
Well, that's a concern.
Somerville bowls the last ball of his 11th over, and it's again into the pads of the right-handed Agarwal, who's 130, 244 for 6 it is. Somerville, none for 51. We'll take a break.
Imagine landing the catch of the day right on your front doorstep. Well, with Taki Timu Seafoods, you can. Head to takitimuseafoods.co.nz and order the freshest, most delicious seafood that Hawke's Bay has to offer. Chill packed and delivered overnight. We're talking John Dory fillets, kawai, or how about some salmon, even oysters. Just so good. Fresh, frozen, or ready to eat. You choose with Taki Timu Seafoods. Check takitimuseafoods.co.nz.
So one more over before the new ball is taken. Welcome back to cricket, being brought to you by SENZ. Resine, the paint that Kiwis trust, big barrel, big range, the biggest deals. Our partners. I was going to say in crime, but it's not a crime to bring cricket to the listeners, is it, Jerry?
Not at all. Something we applaud.
I got, lovely. I got a message from a friend in Australia who's listening in. So people are getting word, which is nice. I always think when you live away from a country and being overseas, being able to tune into a test match involving your home side brings back that feeling of home, even when they're playing away. It's a lovely connection. As Ajaz Patel bowls, and this is driven straight back to the bowler. Too full again.
I agree with you. It is a nice thing. Can make you a little bit homesick at times, I would say.
More so when you're listening to a game from Christchurch or Dunedin, in my case, Auckland or Wellington, for others, Tauranga, Napier and so on. Here's around over the wicket is Patel. Still too full when Axar's able to play that easily. He really had. It's interesting because
he's lost the length.
Yeah, he has.
And it's far too full at this stage. Axar is a tall man, very tall, and he's got to pull the length back to allow the ball to do something.
Here's a ball that's too short, and it's clipped by Axar through the vacant cover field. It's again Somerville who has the chase from mid-off, gets to the ball 5 metres inside the cover boundary. Young rather, and returns. 246 for 6, 2 runs taken. Axar 13, just too easy for the Indian batsman. It's a shame because now 25 runs have been scored in 40 minutes, and India lost those 2 wickets in the second over of the day. So it is just looking a little bit comfortable again. So much reliant on Patel. The new ball is critical, of course, as well, isn't it?
Well, that's the next thing for New Zealand. They've got to use it well.
246 for 6 as Patel turns the ball quite sharply, but too short on that occasion. And Axar goes back and then crouches down, squirts the ball behind square on the leg side. 247 for 6 now. And Patel's bowling speed's 84, 89, 86, 88. So speed seems to me to be about right. It's the length that is the issue.
Well, he's trying to overcorrect here at the moment, and he's just got a bit short. I mean, we've also got men standing up close in, far too early. You've got to stay down. That was almost a semi-catch going to Nicholls, who's standing in there at bat pad. Stay down is the rule 1.
Here's a ball that's driven very firmly indeed by Agarwal, but straight to cover. Yeah, Latham might have been interesting with that one. Latham, of course, is captain, as listeners will know. He's usually at that short leg position, but not with the captaincy duties. Last ball of the over from Patel, better length as it's driven into the covers again. 247 for 6, Agarwal 130, Axar is 14. And after more comments from Jeremy Coney, Daniel McCarty from Wellington.
Well, one of the things that New Zealand, I mean, apart from picking up those 2 early wickets, what they've done is they've kept Mayank Agarwal, who was on 125, something like that overnight. They've kept him away from the bowling. You see, Axar, since he's come in, he's now faced 33 deliveries. Now, that's exactly what you want to happen, really. Keep Mayank Agarwal, the man who's batting quite nicely and has batted all through the first day. Keep him at the other end. Keep him away from the strike. Let's bowl at the new batsman, the new player, and try and attack him as much as we can. Don't give him singles in the first 2 or 3 balls of an over. New balls just been taken by New Zealand straight away, as you would expect that. They've got to take wickets this morning. If they don't, they are out of this game. If India, after scoring 221 for 4 in the first day's play, if they get 3 runs and over, that will push them up to a total around about what New Zealand scored in their better innings, their first innings at Kanpur. So that's the context of what's happening. This pitch is going to be harder to score runs on. So this is a very important part of the game now for New Zealand in particular, because India, already having won the toss, have the runs on the board.
Hello, Jerry. Hello, everyone. 247 for the loss of 6. I think you make a very good point there, Jeremy. We like to play that game of what's a winning total. In the midst of asking you that last night when they rudely called off play due to bad light, didn't allow you to answer. I actually think 300. It's a very, very good score.
300. Yeah.
Southey starting with the new ball. Swinging in to the left-hander who's just waited and clipped him beautifully through mid-wicket, out to the boundary for 4, swung late. It's a really nice cricket shot from Axar. He's 18, it's 251 for 6.
I thought it was going to be through him for a second there, Daniel. It swung so late. Lovely seam. He's actually just made room for himself. I thought the foot was in the way and there was a chance for an LBW, but he's just slid it to the leg side at the last moment and allowed access with the bat. Very full, would have thumped into that pad or maybe into the stumps.
Southey angling across the left-hander, no shape back and left alone by Axar Patel, who's on 18. Agarwal 130. He's added 10 runs today. His total. Saha only added 2. He's gone for 27. Ravi Ashwin first ball. Axar Patel. He's done a very good job moving through to 18. 251 for the loss of 6. 6 for 88. Ajaz Patel. He got rid of Saha LBW and bowled Ashwin with absolute rip snorter. Southey bending it back into the left-hander who plays with a straight bat. That's a good line. Good movement from Southey.
And quite late, Daniel. You have to wait as a batsman to see that movement before you commit yourself. It's very easy to plant your foot and then end up playing round it with the bat and all sorts, and you get yourself in a terrible tangle at times if you plant the foot too early. That's nice work from Southey.
Past the umpire, full of length, angling back into the front pad of Axar Patel, who's right across his front pad as he turns it up towards mid-on. Southey just trots through a few extra paces, trying to maintain some eye contact. I think he quite likes that. The fact that he's not playing exactly straight.
No, you're dead right. He's hitting it with the inside portion of the bat, isn't he, at the moment? And if he can just drag him out a little bit wider, he looks as if he wants to play this ball, coming back to threaten the stumps.
This one's back of a length, so no chance to swing. High on the bat, around off stump, pushed into the offside. Garth was just talking about getting some correspondence from Australia, getting some lovely messages too via our Karcher text machine. Remember, everyone who sends in a text, we're going to, well, not the draw, we'll go into the allotment of text messages. We could win our fabulous prize, a Karcher pressure washer. We're after the best text over the course of this test match. So fire through a message to 8833, Karcher text machine. Southey. That's the umpire again. Here's a shout for LBW. Looks like it's swinging down the leg side. Started on middle, but with that significant movement he's getting through the air, that was going to miss the stumps. New Zealand look like they will not challenge, and that will be the end of the over. 251 for the loss of 6. John writes here, tuning in from Noosa in Queensland. Great coverage, lads. Perfect Saturday afternoon listening. And Jerry, specifically for you. The boys from the shed made contact. Gents, we could have the extraordinary situation where a player carries his bat and an opposing player takes all 10 wickets in the same innings. Wowee. He's not wrong. We're a little off that.
Oh, we're just past the halfway point with the wickets, aren't we?
Yeah.
But it's still in with a chance, and it's a reasonable call, and he's calling it early. We appreciate all those points.
It's gone very early.
The question is, who's going to take this new ball, Daniel? Is it going to be the spinner? Is it going to be Jameson? Is Jameson going to be held back so the ball's still new? Looks to me as if it's going to be Ajaz Patel to continue here. He should be able to get with the new ball a little bit more grip with the prouder seam that's on that new ball, so it should grip. And this red clay that you get in Mumbai, certainly it looks to me as if it doesn't form little potholes at all. What it does is it just gets kind of a desert-like, kind of soft, sort of moving kind of area that's crumbly. And that really, for a spinner, is lovely to bowl into if you can. You get different kinds of amount of turn. It's unpredictable for batsman and for bowler. Got to find the length, though.
He's lost it in the last couple of overs. He goes around the wicket. And that's a beauty first up. Good bounce too as it pitches outside of off stump and spits and spins and beats the outside edge of Agarwal.
That's the length, isn't it? That's been pulled back probably a foot from what he's been bowling. And that's beaten Agarwal, who wanted to play, and then it beat him. And he actually followed it a little bit too, which is a no-no on these surfaces. You hold your shot, hold the line. Play the line of the ball. If it turns, let it go by.
He's been very good at leaving throughout this innings. He's on 130, Agarwal. 2 slips in play. And turns even further from outside of off stump, but he is not taking the bait on this occasion. Lets it through to Blundell, who's been tidy behind the stumps. Spinning track, a bouncing track. Not easy for a visiting keeper. Well, comes down the wicket, hitting inside and out, and no control as it almost travels all the way out to the deep cover. Just landing 5 metres in front of the fast approaching Will Somerville. It's a stroke he's really tried to play and has played well against Ajaz Patel, but he was defeated through the air. Very lucky. And hit it straight into the hands of Somerville. A run taken.
Agarwal, you see, he doesn't like being tied down, does he? And he's very happy to go inside out and hit the ball in the air. That one he didn't get close to, so it went much squarer than he wanted.
Out of the left-hander. Gets leg side and turns further down the leg side.
The disappointing thing for Ajaz, he hasn't got it right to Axar Patel. He hasn't found the length outside. He can bowl a little bit wider, and it can get a bit of awkward turn and bounce from those marks from yesterday.
Just a fraction too full, allowing Axar to take a stride forward and squish the ball in front of him. It shows the benefit of having a right-hand, left-hand combination, Jeremy. Isn't it? Over the wicket he will continue.
Good, Jazzy.
Returning from outside of off-stump, Patel in control as he defends. The end of the over, 252 for 6.
If you're a Kiwi racing fan, the New Zealand Racing Podcast channel by SENZ is for you. Whether it's hearing from legends of the industry on racing tales of the turf or keeping up with the current landscape on Breakfast with the Kiwis, you'll never leave without a gem to take away. Wherever you get your podcasts and of course in the SENZ app, make the New Zealand Racing Podcast channel priority listening today. By Kiwi racing fans, for Kiwi racing fans, with SENZ.
India 252 for the loss of 6. This is SENZ's coverage of the Test Series between India and New Zealand in association with Big Barrel, Big Range, Bigger Steels and Resene, the Paint Kiwis Trust. Great to have your company no matter where you're listening. Your messages coming through to the Can't Your Text machine on 8833. 2 slips in a gully. Southey continuing, but he's wayward to start the over. Well down the leg side. Evening, gents, celebrating Crate Day with friends. With a few beers and listening via the app from Masterton. What they say about a Crate Day, Jerry, a Crate Day is a great day.
Thanks, Daniel. That's good. That's very good. A great day is a great day. Yeah, it is. I suppose it is.
No,
yes.
A crate day. A crate
Oh, a
day.
crate day is a great... I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
I must go and have an earwax at some stage.
Southey bowls
Rather than
right
the
on
leg
off
wax.
stump. Or you into your waxing?
No, I'm not at all. I can't remember the last time I had a leg wax.
If at all.
Garth looked mildly uncomfortable beside me.
He's well preened, presented.
Yes.
Southey, wider of the stumps, angling in towards middle stump, pushed up towards mid-on, and there is no run. So this session, 2 wickets, 31 runs added, 12.3 overs.
Yeah, just looking at the game and the state of the game, Daniel, which we started to talk about, and just mentioning 300 to 330 will be a very difficult target, I think, for the New Zealand batsmen. Without Williamson, of course, we just keep mentioning that in the background.
Southey gets leg side and he's flicked away towards long leg, straight towards Ajaz Patel on the deep. Agarwal 132.
What it means is, I think, that New Zealand have to keep taking wickets in this first session today. So they've picked up 2, which is a very good start. There's been a little gap now of a few overs where they haven't looked quite so likely. Yes, there's been the odd ball. Southey's bowled nicely at Axar Patel. Hasn't quite settled against Agarwal yet. Patel on strike now. This is a continuation of this battle of bowling over the wicket, trying to bring the pads into play of Axar Patel. Perhaps a little nick through to the cordon.
Here's a false stroke from Axar Patel, just fending at the ball outside of off stump, getting a bottom edge. It goes straight down and bobbles away from the stumps.
That's the other delivery. I mean, Southey's either going to bowl him out swingers as far as he's concerned. In other words, it's going to start outside the left-handers off stump and bring the stumps into play. Very important the stumps come into play. And the option is to get that sort of 3/4 seam we talk about it, and it rotates slightly, so therefore it doesn't swing, and it'll just continue on its original line towards, say, sort of first slip, close to the keeper.
Axar Patel squared up here on a ball, pitching on leg stump, getting a thick outside edge and going into the cover region, just overbalancing. It is the end of the Southey over. 253 for the loss of 6. Southey, no wicket for 40. Ajaz Patel has all 6 wickets, looking to join an exclusive club in New Zealand Test cricket history. On just 4 occasions has a spinner taken 7 wickets for New Zealand. Daniel Vettori took 7 for 130 against Sri Lanka in Wellington in 2006. Mark Craig took 7 for 94 against Pakistan in Sharjah in 2014. And Daniel Vettori, 7 for 87 against Australia in Auckland in 2000. His figures exactly the same as the last in that group. Jerry, care to take a guess?
Good, next one, please. As a spinner? Oh. You mentioned Mark Craig. Otago sort of passed through the New Zealand side over about 2 years, didn't he? It was kind of like a meteor on the sky. Got lots of wickets, turned the ball quite hard, made useful runs too. In fact, the time that he was there, Mark Craig did a really good, he caught very well at second slip during that time when McCullum was captain.
Jameson into the attack now, replacing Ajaz Patel. Down the leg side, a wayward first ball.
Yeah, I don't really know. I don't know. I don't think John Bracewell, did he get a 7? I think 6 was the actual highest he got.
Yeah, he got 6 for 32 against Australia in Auckland.
That would have been against Aussie?
On a
yes,
pitch
that's right.
On a pitch not too dissimilar to this one.
Yeah, Port Albert.
253 for 6. Jameson bowling to Agarwal, who's deep into the crease, defending back with a square. There's going to be no run because Blundell's around from behind the stumps. Jerry, I'm trying to serve you one up here.
Yeah.
You were captain.
Well,
you were captain for this.
Well, Bocky would be the only other spinner at that time then. That'd be right, wouldn't it?
This one, indeed. One SL Bot took 7 for 87 against
probably Pakistan, in Pakistan, or was it against Sri Lanka?
No, it was Pakistan in 1984.
Yeah.
Turned into the onside, full delivery from Jameson to Agarwal. He gets a single and goes to 133. 254 for the loss of 6.
I can remember Bocky, he got, I think, the man of the series, actually, in that 1984 series. And I remember talking to him and saying, now, Bocky, can you give me the main points that are important to you as a bowler? What are the points? Go through the things in your mind, one after the other, from your top of your mark. What are the points of your action? And I thought he might come up with sort of 2 or 3 or maybe 4 points. I think he came up with 14. And it was quite a lot to think about, I thought, every time he bowled. 14 points he had to do and get them right. It was like a long essay.
Leg stump, Jameson to Axar Patel. He turns into the mid-wicket region. There is no run. Well, he had a very sedate, slow run up, beautiful side on, high.
Had plenty of time to think.
To go
plenty
through
of time
14
to think.
points.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay.
You're right. He took 17 wickets in that series at 25 in 3 tests, including the 7 for. Still didn't prevent.
Hyderabad was the second test match, and it looked like the Petone foreshore. It was unbelievable.
James,
we all went for a walk
in towards the pads
around the ground the day before, and I think 3 of us got lost in the sand. I mean, it was honestly, it was almost like looking for oil, in the sand. You thought there'd be a drilling going on the next day somewhere with some large company coming in to find oil somewhere in deep extra cover. It was extraordinary ground. And then they found the biggest, the heaviest roller they could roll the pitch with was like my lawn mower.
Round the wicket, Jameson goes width outside of off stump and a slashing cut stroke. Flashes past the New Zealand fielder at point and out to the boundary for 4. This has not been a good over for Jameson, his first of the day. 258 for the loss of 6 at the end of the over.
I had a couple of questions, actually, Daniel, about the day's play yesterday that I just sort of jotted down. And the first one was, why is Jamieson going leg side so often? I mean, he has been nothing like the bowler that we've seen in New Zealand.
Drinks are on the field. 37 runs have been added. India starting the day at 221 for the loss of 4. Agarwal was on 20, Sahar on 25. They've lost Sahar for 27 and Ravi Ashwin first ball. Both to Ajaz Patel, who is 6 for 89. At drinks, Agarwal is 133 not out. Axar Patel, good little hand. He's 22 not out. 258 for the loss of 6. We will take a break when we return here on SENZ in association with our partners at Resene, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand for the past 10 years, and Big Barrel. Be our mates and join Big Barrel Mates Club. It will be Garth Galloway alongside Richard Petrie.
G'day, Adam Gilchrist here. I used to love playing against New Zealand. They'd always step up. Stephen Fleming, Baz McCullum, all those boys always produced a good. Shane Bond, God, he used to terrorise me. But used to love it. What a rivalry. Off the field these days, I'm starting to go through my contact list and you can hear some of me chatting with some of the biggest names in sport. Make sure you download the SENZ app and subscribe to the In Focused with Adam Gilchrist podcast. It's on the SENZ app.
We've enjoyed quite the spell, and now's the time to give back. Grab your friends and find those.
Get Mates Club exclusives. TUI Export Gold Low Carb or DB Draft Swapper Crate $36.99. Line Red, Waikato or Spates Gold Swapper Crate $37.99. And Star Lager Pure or Stella Artois 24-pack bottles $37.99.
The punt or the
Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Don't miss the gag. Load it up at summit.loveracing.nz.
Dark paint colours and stains on exteriors can get unbearably hot in summer. Keep your dark colours cooler with Resene Cool Colour paints and wood stains. Check them out online or at your nearest Resene colour shop and enjoy a cooler finish.
SENZradio.nz. From cricket to rugby, when it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
And welcome back to the cricket from Mumbai. Drinks on the field. They'll be leaving shortly, and we'll be back into the second hour of the second day of the second test. Resene, the paint that Kiwis trust in, big barrel, big range, the biggest deals, bringing you the cricket today. Just a quick summary for you this morning. It was the second over of the day that India looked to be in real trouble, with Patel picking up a couple of wickets. His first to go was Saha, the wicketkeeper, who went back, and the ball just followed him. He was very late getting down on it. He was given out LBW. The review showed that it would have just clipped the outside of the off stump, but it would have been umpire's call on review, and the batsman had already been given out. So Saha 27, and then Ashwin came out and lasted just one ball. He looked mortified to be deceived in the air by Patel. He was bowled, just the ball clipping the top of off stump after turning a little bit, gripping beautifully. And at that stage, it was 224 for 6. And just as India lost 3 wickets yesterday, 80 at the score at 80, they lost a couple at 224 today, but they've recovered again. 34 runs now added between Axar Patel, who's making a real nuisance of himself, and Agarwal, who's batting in terrific form, 258 for 6. And Richard, just New Zealand really, again, these segments of the game where you just feel that things are slipping away a little bit and they need something. They couldn't have got off to a better start.
No, you're right, Garth. But it's all been Patel, really. He's been the only one threatening. I mean, Southey's bowled tidily without looking too threatening.
Here he is bowling, and Agarwal defends.
Looks an easy-paced wicket for the Quicks compared to the first test. So next to bat, we've got Jayant Yadav, Umesh Yadav, no relation, I'm sure, and Mohammad Siraj. So they're averaging 45. It's Yadav. The second Yadav is averaging just under 12, and Siraj just under 9. So a little bit of batting to come.
Southey bowls. This is a short down the leg side, and Agarwal thinks about pulling. There's an appeal from somewhere. Southey just shakes his head, the thought that it might have just brushed the glove on the way through. Agarwal got across and into the line of it, but he really has been the mainstay of the Indian innings. The next highest score, 44 from Gill. It seems like a long time since he was here. Saha 27, Iyer 18, and then 3 ducks, Pujara, Kohli and Ashwin. So a mixture, but Agarwal's innings, when you start to look at those scores, really the importance of it in this test match for India can't be understated. Outside the off stump, and again no shot from Agarwal. So Richard, it doesn't, as you say, Patel has the 6 wickets, and he really does look to be the only New Zealand bowler at the moment who's going to pick up wickets.
Well, he does. He's getting bounce. There's more bounce in this wicket than there was up at Kanpur in the first test. He's getting it because he's giving it a little bit of flight. Looks to be reasonably easily paced for the Quicks. It's a bit more pace and bounce, but just enough to make it easier to bat on.
Down the leg side this time, and Agarwal's turning the ball into square just for 1 run as Patel retrieves the ball from on the boundary. Agarwal 134, 259 for 6.
Yeah, Agarwal, he's averaging 116 at the start of this innings against spin in India at 4 runs and over. So he's very comfortable against spin bowling. And we saw the way he used his feet, even against Patel, who was bowling very well. He was pretty comfortable against him. But, of course, he came into this test match not really even sure he was going to play. India have got so many batters that Southey comes in.
and bowls, and the ball is short and played comfortably by Exar. I don't think that I think Agarwal was always going to get picked. I think Rahane was the one who was probably under pressure, and that hamstring tweak, I just wonder if it's a kind way of saying you're not needed in this match, having captained India in the last one.
Yeah, allows him a little bit to bow out with a little bit of dignity, I suppose, but remains to be seen. He's been in the team for a long time, Rahane.
Here's Saudi bowling outside the off stump, no shot from Exar. Here's I'm not sure if you've read this one out, but there's a message here from Zane, who's quite right. He said he's not overly happy with my prediction of Maynak getting 150. He's talking about Agarwal. Is coming to fruition. We got a text from Zane yesterday saying that he was looking set and he thought that there might be 150 in it. And, you're 16 runs away from being proved right, Zane, and that's not going to make you happy or New Zealand. 259 for 6 it is. Agarwal 134, Exar 22, and it's going to be Ajaz Patel again. Desperate for wickets, Richard. I'm sensing now India could be looking at 300, 350, and that's tough.
Yeah, I think it will be tough, especially against their spin attack. If Patel's bowled well here, and he has, they have 3 spinners who probably have a lot more experience. They play a lot more than Patel does. Patel sort of pops his head up every 6 months when New Zealand tours somewhere dry and hot. These guys play week on week.
Patel bowls driven by Agarwal to mid-off. One more run. Ravindra is positioned down there. He's had a bit to do today. 260 for 6. Agarwal 135.
So just to give you an example, Ashwin, we know, he's taken 419 test wickets. The most by an Indian bowler is Anil Kumble, 619.
Well, next ball is played into the onside. Yeah, remarkable figures.
Well, there are just so many wickets, and the thing is, they get to play, and they play a lot, and they get to play in favourable conditions. Poor old New Zealand spinners, sometimes they, like Patel, pops his head up every 6 months, has a little go, and then he's out again for another 6 months as he comes in again.
And it's a defensive shot from Exar, 22 for him. He's. I just feel it's been a little bit too easy for Exar Patel. Agarwal 135 and Exar 22 from 51 balls. Just feel that when Patel lost his length, here he's unlucky not to pick him up. This ball just carries on with the arm just short of a length, and Exar tempted, just flicked his bat at it. It went over the top edge.
Yes, didn't spin. It was very close to the footmarks. Of course, with Patel bowling over the wicket to the left-hand batsman.
Bowls now down the leg side and picked up by Blundell nicely.
When he bowls to the left-hander, he's got some footmarks to aim at, so that makes it pretty hard sometimes for Exar, but so far Patel hasn't been hitting those footmarks that I've seen anyway.
Here he is bowling now, and it sees another defensive shot from Exar Patel. He's doing a very good job indeed. 260 for 6. We'll take a break.
Stay connected to SENZ no matter where you are or what you're doing. Follow us on Twitter and Instagram at SENZ_radio, where you can keep tabs on Baz, Izzy, Smithy, Staffy, Kirsty, Beaver and Ricky. Or catch up with all the latest sports news on our website, senzradio.co.nz. Whether it's on air or off, you'll never miss a moment from the SENZ team. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
260 for 6. It is Agarwal 135. Exar Patel is on 22. We're 12 minutes into the second session from Mumbai, and Exar Patel, Ajaz Patel picking up a couple of wickets this morning. in his first over. Great start for New Zealand when Saha was caught. LBW 224 for 5. Here's Southee bowling onto the back foot as Agarwal. Very comfortable for him indeed as he goes back and just glides a ball behind point for another single. His 136th run, 261 for 6. And then Ashwin out first ball, it was 224 for 6. So these players have now added 37 runs. Richard, the other thing that's a talking point is, we had Jamieson coming on bowling the last over before drinks. So he's bowled one over today and been replaced.
Yeah, there's something probably not right with Jamieson, I would suspect, based on the way they've used him. Maybe he's got an upset stomach or he's low on energy. He wasn't bowling with any sort of pace.
Outside the off stump, no shot.
Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's a little under the weather and not feeling that good. Be interesting to know, wouldn't it? They haven't said too much. He's obviously not chronically ill. He's still out there, but he certainly seems to be on half duties. Which for your, a guy who's often your number one strike weapon, particularly outside Asia, is pretty unusual. He hasn't looked the same bowler at all.
Well, just 10 overs in this innings. This is a good delivery from Southee. He's going around the wicket to the left-handed Axar and just bowling short of a length. Axar able to cover the ball up. But Southee, nothing wrong with the way he's bowled in this test either. He hasn't been particularly lucky, but he's bowled 20 overs and 2 balls now, has none for 42. And you compare that to Kyle Jamieson, 10 overs, none for 35. Ajaz Patel bowled 29 overs yesterday. He's bowled 7 today already. And he bowled 29 out of 70 yesterday, so around 40% of the overs. A big workload. And that's carried on. He's been at the bowling crease all day today for New Zealand as Southee bowls. It's very wide outside the off stump. Shouldn't quite be signalled wide. It was just inside the return crease. And umpire Metten having a good look at it. Here's a question, Richard. You can answer this. What is Ajaz doing that Somerville's not doing? He's been disappointing this tour. Regards, Shohab from Wellington.
Yeah, good question. Well, I think he's just putting more rip on the ball. He's giving it more revolutions.
Yeah.
More like the Indian spinners. I don't know if Somerville doesn't seem to be getting the turn that everybody else is getting. And you would assume it's just because he's not putting enough revolutions on the ball. Maybe he's going for accuracy, but it's not really working for him.
261 for 6 as Southee is bowling another good delivery, driven by Axar, who doesn't look in any trouble at all down to mid-on. I think also when you look at a player like Somerville, he didn't bowl particularly well in the first test, and bear in mind, Shoaib, that he hasn't played much cricket, and Patel the same, and to come out and then bowl in the test is disappointing. I think what's disappointing for Somerville is that he hasn't improved in this test, whereas Ajaz Patel certainly has, and I agree. And I think when you look at when players are confident, then for a spinner in particular, as we watch Southee bowling to Axar outside the off stump, the 87th over comes to an end. 261 for 6, Agarwal 136, Axar 22. But it looks like a confidence thing as well. And Ajaz Patel, his release has been very good. He's putting, as Richard Petrie says, a lot more revolutions on the ball. That a lot of that comes from confidence because he's got to throw his arms through the action. Ball comes out and he's very comfortable with where it's going to land. So his release is good. And I think we're seeing from, certainly my impression of Somerville is he looks much tighter in his delivery and his release. And that's affecting his ability to get revolutions on the ball and to turn the ball. So he's lacking confidence, as I see it anyway.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with that as well. And I think for those who aren't used to bowling off spin or bowling at all, maybe you're a golfer and you would know the feeling of being tense on the tee or tense on the putting green, particularly on the tee. To hit the ball hard and straight, you've got to be relaxed.
Patel bowls and all this just drops in front of Southee at second slip, just out towards the gully area. Another good delivery, and when he gets his length right, he's very hard to play. That was perfect. 261 for 6.
Yeah, you've got to be relaxed, don't you? And you've got to be able to let go and almost let your subconscious do what you know you can do. And if you start getting too conscious with things and telling yourself, do this, do this, do this, do this.
Bowls again, just short this time, and on the leg side, and Agarwal is able to turn the ball into the mid-wicket area. They'll think about one, but about two rather, but the non-striker says no. 262 for 6. I think the golfing analogy is good.
Yeah, and it's fine motor skills, isn't it? You've got to let go. There's a book called The Inner Game of Golf where it talks about keeping your conscious mind busy on something so that it doesn't try and do the things that really your subconscious mind should be doing. So hitting a golf ball or bowling a cricket ball with spin, it needs to be done at a subconscious level. You need to have drilled it in again and again and again so that you can kind of do it without thinking consciously. Once you start to try and do it thinking consciously, your conscious mind doesn't have enough bandwidth to be able to process everything. But to let your subconscious do it, there has to be a certain amount of trust to let go. And it's a good book if anyone wants to read it. There's The Inner Game of Tennis and The Inner Game of Golf, which are well worth reading, which is all about training your conscious mind to switch off and trust your subconscious to go and do the things you need to do.
Sounds very easy. I might go and read it. I think the golf one might be me, as outside the off stump. I've just started playing again after 20 years. It's amazing actually how many friends are we just seeing out on the golf course. The children have left the roost, and there's a flurry of people out joining the game again. It's been an absolute joy. The swing's not nearly as good as it used to be. Here's Patel outside the off stump, no shot from Ajaz. But I've got a friend who talks about you're either in the process, which is good, you're thinking about the game and things are going well, or you're in the wilderness. And I'm in the wilderness at the moment. It's pretty ugly. Here's Patel bowling, and another defensive shot from XR. What are you playing off, Richard?
Oh, gee, 20. I mean, I don't play very much. My wife is the one that plays all the time. I'm just about to play a lot more, and so I'm thinking about going to get a set of decent golf clubs. I'll tell you a little story about that when we've got more time.
You'll have to tell Daniel McCarty, but I look forward to listening to it. There's the next ball from Patel. Is a good one. It turns a little bit, and XR's surprised by it. So 8 overs have gone with the new ball. No breakthrough. 262 for 6 it is. And it's Daniel McCarty up in Wellington and Richard Petrie. More comments.
Yeah, so just on that topic of, I guess, the mindset side of sport. And it doesn't matter what level you're playing. You could be sort of a 36 handicap golfer or a test cricket playing in Mumbai. But what you realise the more and more you play, and maybe the older you get, is that success in sport really comes down to not so much controlling the opposition, but learning to control yourself. And it's one of the great things about sport is it's a great way to develop yourself, develop your own mind in the context of a sporting competition.
Southey starting the new over from over the wicket to the right hand to Agarwal, who's defending. 137. He's taken his overnight score from 120. No, he hasn't had a lot of the strike, which is just the 36th ball he has faced today. Put that in comparison to what 3 others. Saha faced 9 balls before he was dismissed today. Ashwin obviously just faced the 1. XR Patel has faced 63 balls. So 36 balls faced by Agarwal, 73 combined. So that's one positive for New Zealand. They've kept them away from the strike. Dabbed into the gully region. They thought about stealing a run. There was never going to be one there with Nichols around quickly to his right, and fast advancing XR Patel has to turn around and get back to the non-strikers end.
Yeah, he's done an annoying job, XR. He's not a bad bat, to be fair. What is he coming in? Number 8. So he's a very good left-arm spinner, but he's a very handy tail-end batsman. I mean, 8 is, you'd expect him to get some runs, but very handy player. Xaxar does face up again.
Slip in a gully. We've got a false start here from Tim Southey. Maybe Tim Southey wants to hear your story.
About the golf clubs. Yeah. Well, Southey's running and there's a leaf blown, some sort of insect blown in front of him on the pitch. I bought a pair of golf clubs, Callaways.
What is that? Is that a butterfly or just the biggest moth I've ever seen in my life?
Yeah, it's just a moth.
Just a moth?
Big moth. But bought a pair of golf clubs, Callaways. And they were about 15 years old when I bought them. So they were nothing flash. They were $200, and I didn't want to spend a lot of money because I didn't want to play a lot. I was still playing a bit of cricket. Southey comes in.
Past the umpire. Bowls full of off stump and pushed up towards mid-off. No run.
So I got these clubs, and they're all right. They're quite good.
What about the golf for you?
For a hack? Well, not particularly good, but, I don't play a lot, and I didn't want to play a lot. But anyway, so I ended up having this game of golf with, this is the funny thing, is with Sam Morgan, right? Now, Sam Morgan sold Trade Me for $700 million. Now, I don't know what he pulled out of it, but it's probably something like $300 or $400 million he pulled out of the sale. And so I knew he had a few more dollars than me.
Just a couple. Southey getting one to nip back in off the seam towards off stump, but playing into the onside as Agarwal.
So anyway, he turns up. He had the same set of clubs, and I thought that's unusual. I said to him, we've got the same clubs, Sam. He said, yeah. He said, I bought mine off Trade Me.
Of course he did.
And I said, so did I. And I thought, isn't that interesting? If you don't, and he wasn't playing a lot, he was playing a bit too, but if you don't see the value in a good set of clubs, like neither of us did at the time, you just get anything, don't you?
Southey goes wider of the crease, and it's pushed just backward a point into a gap. There's a man positioned deep backward point, so just a run to Agarwal, 138 he has. It's 263 for 6. Who got the better deal, though?
I think
Did you compare price?
No, well, we're about the same. I think we're about the same. But the point was, even if you're worth $400 million, if you don't see the value, if you don't understand the value, no one wants to pay more. Now, the irony is, he did take up golf, and he did start playing a lot. And once he started playing more, guess what? He started to see the value. And next time I played with him, he had this... I don't know what it was worth, but it was a hell of a lot better than our old Callaway, 15-year-old Callaway set. So once he saw the value, boom, out comes the money.
Round the wicket, Southey to Axarrows on the front foot and just opening the face, pushing it to the gully. There will be no run. The end of the Southey over, 263 for the loss of 6. And someone writing here on the Culture text machine, the moment you think or say subconscious, it isn't. So you're talking nonsense.
Well, what that statement means nothing. What does that mean? Maybe you say something, whoever you are. That's just saying something's nonsense doesn't make it nonsense. Yeah, put that one in the rubbish bin.
Can you please ask McCarty to let the co-commentator tell his story without stupid comments? Oh, I can't change a habit of a lifetime. I'll give it a go. 263 for the loss of 6. Beautiful vista over the top of the stadium out towards the bay. High rises in the distance through the smog, but blue skies above. New over from Patel around the wicket. Angling in outside of leg stump and cramping Agarwal again, trying to be assertive, using his feet. Said he wanted to dictate terms against Ajaz Patel. And then on a few occasions, but it's a good battle here. But we appreciate all your messages. The pithier the better. The snarkier the better.
Well, at least have something to say that's meaningful.
This is well bowled from Patel. Good length. Inside edge. Down into the left foot of Agarwal.
You almost get the sense that New Zealand's just waiting for Patel to take some more wickets, don't you? You don't get the sense that anyone else is particularly cutting in their bowling or threatening. It's Patel. If Patel doesn't get him, almost kind of feels like no one will at the moment.
Slipping a short leg in place. was a low full toss, and it's hit awkwardly into the short cover region where Latham is there to field. Bouncing in again. This one's straightening and catching the outside edge from the right-hander's bat, who was right on his stumps. Back to a reasonably full delivery. Shades of Saha's dismissal, but this grip spun, sliced off the outside edge of the bat. Trying to turn it onto the onside. He survives. Faces up as Patel. And this one does come on with the arm, but he's playing with a straight bat on this occasion, straight back to the bowler.
Very good, yeah, he's really grown in this innings, hasn't he? I know it helps to take wickets, and it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You take wickets and you start to feel better and you're more confident, and then you start to bowl well, but whatever the reason, he has lifted his game.
Oh, Jesse.
Fraction 2 full from Patel, pushed into the cover region once more by Agarwal to end the over. 90 overs have been bowled in India's innings. It's 263 for the loss of 6.
Get your pulse racing with Harness Racing. hrnz.co.nz is the home of harness, with industry info, previews, tips, profiles, fields, expert analysis, and much more. You'll be able to keep up with every meeting, every race. And if you want the action, get to the trots. See the four-legged athletes and the flying sulkies. There's nothing quite like it, because Harness Racing is where excitement lives. So set the pace with NZ Harness Racing. For everything Harness Racing, visit hrnz.co.nz.
1 hour and 28 minutes of play here on day number 2. India going from 221 for the loss of 4 through to 263 for the loss of 6. Our coverage with Resene Paint Kiwis Trust and Big Barrel, big range, biggest deals. Indian fans clapping and rejoicing, trying to urge their side on. Jamieson has the ball in his hand. He's going to bowl his 11th over, just 10 overs to date. 10 overs of the 90. None for 35. Just hasn't gone into a rhythm where he's, for me, on consecutive good overs, it seems.
No.
I'm being hypercritical, but we know what he's capable of. He starts short and wide out of off stump, and there is no stroke.
No, he's been clipped early on. He's been clipped both sides of the wicket, and everything he's bowled has pretty much gone for 4. Even the good balls have been thick edges down to third man for 4. He's over pitched a few times and been clipped on the half volley through mid wicket for 4 early on. So I think he's been a little bit unlucky that every bad ball has gone for 4, but he's a good bowler. He's 6'8", and he's always going to be demanding as he comes in again.
The ball to bounce steeply onto the left-hander, who's using all his height to get over the top of the ball and play it into the gully. No run.
It'd be interesting to see a little bit of short stuff around Axar's ears as a change of approach, just to unsettle them. Everybody says they don't mind the short stuff, but everybody does mind the short stuff, even if they play it well. You're never comfortable when it's whistling around your ear hole, particularly the further down the batting order you get.
Jamieson continues around the wicket, goes fuller wide. For a half second it seemed Axar was going to follow it, but shoulders, arms in the end.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes you hesitate coming forward. You when you've got to hit a couple round your neck, you just, particularly if you're a tail ender, you can't help it, but you tend to hang back in your crease, and you're reluctant to lunge forward out of instinct, and you just tend to, which means that when it is full, you're not quite there. So even if you don't get them with a short one, you can often get them with a full one because they're hesitating.
It's a better line from Jamieson, but good discipline outside of off stump as Axar sees a ball go over the top and just wide of off stump. It's from a wide angle around the wicket. Blundell's actually taking it down the leg side.
I mean, Axar's a good player. You can see that. Have a look at his batting average in Test. He's only had 6 innings, scored 86 runs, highest score 43. His average is 17. Not high, but it's only from 6 innings. But he's clearly a pretty competent player.
He waits with the bat raised nice and high and keeps it raised because Jameson again can't get the line right. Through to the keeper in first-class cricket. Average is 33.
Yeah, that's pretty good average in first-class cricket. That says you're a batter. Or certainly the ability to bat 6 or 7. An average of 33.
13 50s and 1 first-class 144 games. Not bad when your bowling average in first-class cricket's 24. Although it's nothing compared to his
Test average.
And that's much better from Jameson. Again, good leave though. It was Fuller. Wasn't going to sail over the top of the stumps, but Axar continues to pose a few threats for New Zealand as far as his ability to occupy the crease, soak up plenty of balls, keep some pressure off Agarwal. And at the end of the over, it's 263 for the loss of 6 wickets. Richard Peachy rather will go work on his short game out the back. Maybe putting. Maybe some putting. It's in his subconscious. And Jeremy Coney will rejoin me. Hello, Jerry. Daniel. 263 for 6. Good partnership this between short from Patel, and it's pulled away through square leg, but Jameson's out on the deep square leg boundary, just the 264 for the loss of 6. Axar's done a good job, hasn't he? I'm sure you've been talking about it. I just had a bit of a stroll and that sort of thing. Some air. He's done a terrific job after those 2 quick wickets early in the day. New Zealand haven't been quite as threatening. Patel getting the ball to spin back in, catch the inside edge. It trickles to short fine leg. There is no run. Well, he's taken a lot of the strike. He's faced 71 balls. Jeremy, you compare that to Mayank Agarwal, who's faced just 47 today. Yeah, that's why I mentioned that New Zealand kind of, I don't know whether it's been by design or not, but New Zealand have kind of kept Mayank to singles and kept him away from the strike just a little bit more. So the bulk of the bowling, as you say, has been at Axar Patel, but he seems to have coped with most of it pretty well and seems quite organised. Shorter this time from Patel, spinning into the left-hander, who lazily pushes him to the onside. Straight bat generally. Tall, can get forward if he has to. Play a cut shot, we've seen. Tucks it away on the onside. Bit of luck. Over pitch by Patel and using a lot of bottom hand as Axar, dragging it through the vacant mid-on region out to the boundary rider. A run taken, 265 for 6. I think all the batsmen are going to need a bit of luck here in this match. This is a different pitch than the first Test match, and we've been saying constantly it's turning a lot more, and it's happening earlier, and it's happening from better parts, and it's got more bounce, so it creates more catches in close. Agarwal dances down the wicket, gets to the ball on the half volley, and a ferocious lofted straight strike down the ground for 4. Long off can only come across and pick the ball up from the boundary rope. Another sweet strike from Agarwal. He's 143, 269 for 6. Yeah, it's a movement that he's obviously moving late enough the bowlers aren't seeing him. And he's hitting it very straight. He's hitting close enough that he can really control it and hit quite straight. He likes to go leg side of the ball to open up anything from sort of straight right round to extra cover. Now he comes forward and defends to end the over with a score at 269 for the loss of 6.
New Zealand has some of the world's best boating and fishing right here in our own backyard. And we all know how important it is to protect the things we love. If it goes in, on or across the water, PIC Insurance Brokers have got you covered. From dinghies to yachts, jet skis to cargo. Being on the sea is way better than going overseas, and great advice from PIC's expert marine insurance brokers can help you stay out there, enjoying our little piece of paradise. PIC Insurance Brokers. Great advice that works for you.
SENZ's coverage of the second day of the second test in association with Big Barrel. Be our mate and join the Big Barrel Mates Club, and Resine, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand for the past 10 years. 269 for the loss of 6. Axar Patel, 23 not outs. Mayank Agarwal, 143. His fourth test match 100. We made mention yesterday, he likes big hundreds. He's already got 2 test match double hundreds. So we've got
it's not a bad
change of wicketkeeper. We've got a change of wicketkeeper, sorry, Jerry. Tom Latham.
Yeah, Latham.
Strapping on the pads. Of course, he's kept a lot of...
I don't know whether that means...
cricket for New Zealand.
Yeah, I don't know whether that means that Blundell is unwell.
Stiff neck.
He's done reasonably well. Yeah. Today, I think he's taken the ball as well as I've seen him in the days that he's been in the field, actually. Got the feet moving. So there's been no real kind of reason that we could see and pinpoint that he suddenly had to go off. I don't know. He might come back in. I'm not too sure, but let's wait and see. Latham, as you say, has kept before.
Seems quite happy. He's all smiles. Puts on the inners. Puts on the gloves, although it looks like the inner gloves don't fit him. And Tom Blundell, so has brought out some ones that are a better fit for his hands. And he will go behind the stumps. So 48 runs added in 22 overs, 2 wickets. Those wickets coming in consecutive balls at the second over of the day as Ajaz Patel removed Saha LBW for 27. And next ball, Ravi Ashwin with an absolute snorter. Pitching on middle and leg, spinning past the outside edge of the bat and just clipping the top of off stump, leaving a bewildered and baffled Ravi Ashwin searching for answers. And quite bizarrely, he actually challenged. He gave the sign to challenge because he thought he was given out caught behind, I can only assume. Jameson starting the new over. Short. Swaying out of the way is Axar Patel. Played it quite well. Sort of something you'd expect WG Grace to do, Jeremy, to review being bowled.
Well, no, he would actually turn around and put the bail back on the top of the stumps. And so you didn't see that. Well, he actually said, didn't he, that they've come to watch me bat, not you bowl.
Oh, the temerity. 269 for the loss of 6. Jameson around the wicket, full of length, driven up towards mid-off, and there's going to be no run. I remember speaking to Bruce Murray, about the famous tour to Pakistan that New Zealand won in the late 60s. Was it 68, 69? You'll probably remember off the top of your head.
Yes. Yes, it was. 69, yeah.
He said in one of the tests, I picked up the 10th wicket. Bowled. Yep, the famous banana catch, but one of the tests. Last wicket. Bowled. Bails went flying. The players started to leave the field, and the square leg umpire just wandered up, picked the bail on, picked the bails up and put them back on the stumps and went back to their position. And they had to get an 11th wicket. Ended all debate. has been looking at the ball. They don't look happy with it. Jamieson short outside of off stump. Cut away, but straight to the point field. There is no addition. Axar remains on 23. It's 269 for the loss of 6.
It's quite bewildering, isn't it? Just how Jamieson looks a different bowler than we've seen perhaps in New Zealand. I think we talked about the line, that he seems to be to a right-hander going leg side a lot more. And I'm not sure what Shane Jurgens is doing with him, the bowling coach. And now it's length. He's just dragging it down.
This one nips back into the left-hander, who just plays with the angle from around the wicket and around the corner on the onside. Another run, 270 for the loss of 6.
One of the strengths I always felt about Jamieson is that he doesn't give the batsman much time to play the ball. He doesn't give it a good look at the ball, and particularly on surfaces, as you find in India, where he's hitting a sort of a slightly shorter length. It actually takes the friction out of the ball and the pace out of the ball, so that gives more time, in other words, to the batsman. Here's Shane Jurgensen now, just quickly on camera, actually. So now that's
round the wicket
side.
to the right hander, to the thigh pad.
It's just not working for him. Nothing is quite working. And yet New Zealand need a third bowler today, desperately. They can't just rely on Ajaz Patel and Southee. And Jamison's really got to be one of them. He must be a third bowler option. Other than that, all I can say about Somerville is that he's bowled 51 overs here in India now, and he hasn't taken a wicket.
Jamieson goes very wide on this occasion. Heck of a length, well played by Agarwal. The end of the over, 143 to Agarwal. Axar's 24, 270 for 6 after the break. Garth Galloway will join Jeremy Coney through to lunch.
We've enjoyed quite the spell, but now's the time to get back to the track. Grab your friends and whānau and soak up the summer sun trackside as the country's top horses and jockeys battle for some of the most sought-after races on the thoroughbred calendar. Beaches, barbecues and black-type racing. Get set for the ultimate Kiwi summer. Whether it's the party, the punt or the ponies you love, summer racing is for you. Don't miss the kick. Find an event at summer.loveracing.nz.
270 for 6 it is, with Agarwal making his way up towards another milestone. He's 143. Axar is 24. And really this session, after the splendid start by Ajaz Patel in his first over of the day and just the second over this morning, he picked up 2 wickets. Ashwin was out first ball, and he was on a hat-trick all of a sudden, got Sahar before that, and New Zealand really setting India back, as they had yesterday when they picked up 3 wickets at the score at 80, and now we're seeing Blundell coming back, so just leaving
just a little
field.
toilet break or something like that.
Yeah.
Yes, I wondered whether there was nothing, because he's moved better, I think, today, and has taken the ball higher, round shoulder height on occasion.
Yep.
So he's got the hands up there a little bit more quickly. He's judging the ball a little bit more. So I don't want to put the mockers on him at all at this stage, but it has been better.
Yep, I agree, as Patel bowls outside the off stump, and Axar lets the ball go into his pads.
It's interesting, isn't it, how bowlers go through sort of phases. Ajaz, since that second over you're talking about, his first of the day, he just hasn't managed to find a length to the taller Axar Patel that's dangerous.
Bowls again, and this is quite full, and again Axar is playing very comfortably off the front foot, no real turn.
And he's actually got some marks outside his off stump, because he's a left-hander, that he can provide, if he can find those areas of the pitch where he will get unpredictable bouts.
Ball's now short, that's just a half tracker, and it's very lucky that it doesn't get dispatched square of the wicket. For 4, Axar mistiming it, and it ends up back at the bowler.
There's the tea towel again.
Yep. The problem is, though, isn't it? You know,
mocked through that by all the listeners, aren't I? Suggesting the tea towel.
Well, I think
it's actually a jolly good idea, frankly. That's why I mentioned it.
Here he is. That's not a bad delivery, but again, it's outside the off stump, and XR's not going to play because of those footmarks. Look, I wasn't criticising you at all.
It's not a big area if you think about the size of the tea towel, and to land on it, you know, it tends to be longer sort of laterally so that you can move from outside up, yes, move across, yes, an oblong.
Yes, outside the off stump, and here's a swinging shot from XR. Oh dear, well, again, just slightly overpitched by Ajaz Patel, and given width, and XR's decided, well, I'm sick of just leaving my pad there, I'm going to smash you through the onside, and he does that to the mid-wicket boundary for 4-28.
I do hope the New Zealanders are watching some of this, that they're working out when they have to bat the sorts of shots that you can sometimes play on pitches like that. There's a slog sweep that left-handers can employ when it's outside their off-stump, well outside the off-stump, and the length is okay that you can actually pick it up on the slog sweep.
Yeah, it was a very good shot. He's had a good look at them. He's left a few, and then just deciding again, if I get that width, I can take it from out there. This time he decides to push it back into the offside. So the over comes to an end. We'll take a break, 274 for 6.
G'day, Cameron Smith here. Make sure you download the SENZ app and subscribe to the Matty and Mates podcast. It's Matty Johns chatting to his mates, talking rugby league.
Tommy Turbo, he scores. It was Cleary. It was Teddy. It was Turbo.
Plus a lot of things that have nothing to do with sport.
Randy,
Matty,
what is that type of champagne you're drinking at the moment?
I know that. Let's not get carried away. And while you're there, subscribe to the Captain's Run. Get them both by downloading the SENZ app.
Agarwal 143, XR 28, 274 for 6, change in the bowling. It's Razine, the paint that Kiwis trust, and big barrel, big range, and the biggest deals that are bringing you the cricket here from on SENZ from Mumbai. Somerville is going to bowl. He's replacing Jameson. So Jameson has bowled just 3 overs today, 12 overs, 3 maidens, none for 36.
Right, and Southey has almost doubled his number of overs. Now that's unusual, I think, when you've only got 2 seamers and you're relying on them. I don't think anyone would say you wouldn't choose Jameson.
Somerville around the wicket, short, pulled away to the mid-wicket area. It's Mitchell who fields there. So just 1 run, 3 men back on the boundary on the leg side, 1 at long on, mid-wicket, and backward square leg. That field will change now as the left-handed XR Patel comes on strike. Yeah, well, I feel for Tom Latham because he's got a really difficult job to do here. He's backing Ajaz Patel, as you would, 6 wickets, but really... And I think Southey's bowled pretty well as wider on the crease goes Somerville, and his bowling arm is very round as that ball comes out and it's pushed into the offside. But apart from Southey and Patel, extremely hard. The only other option you can think of is that you give Mitchell a few more and he just dries them up.
Yeah, Mitchell is the other option.
Yeah. Somerville, can he stop runs being scored? This is a better delivery, so maybe just a little bit of rhythm coming. Who knows? As XR, that tall man that you've heard about from Jerry Coney, just coming forward, playing it comfortably. Just Somerville not able to get that turn that we've seen from Patel. Here he is again, round the wicket to the left-hander, shorter, easily played to cover.
Yeah, whether it's just not landing on the seam at all, and whether the rotation is not enough, whether he feels that I can't really turn the ball hard because I lose my length, you know, when I really try and rip the ball.
Here he is again bowling short, and again XR is able to go onto the back foot and clip this to cover point.
But it's certainly a noticeable difference that when Somerville bowls, he's getting virtually no turn at all from this pitch.
You were just looking at, and we can wait, we'll take a break here, but they were replaying a ball that XR let go and hit his pad, and the line of it was interesting, clipping off stump, but it was no shot from outside the off stump. 275 for 6 it is, Agawal 144, XR 28, back soon.
For the last 10 years, Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint. Why? It's New Zealand designed and made, has superb quality valued by professionals and homeowners. Plus, it comes with expert help and advice. Trust starts at your local Resene colour shop.
If you're a Kiwi racing fan, the New Zealand Racing Podcast channel by SENZ is for you. Wherever you get your podcasts, and of course in the SENZ app, make the New Zealand Racing Podcast channel priority listening today with SENZ.
54 runs added in this session from 25 overs, probably a couple of overs to go before lunch. 2 wickets have fallen. The run rate is slow. It's 2.16, but from India's point of view, they seem to hold all the cards at the moment at 275 for 6, and New Zealand really with only Ajaz Patel, who looks like taking a wicket. Here's a commenter, Wagner bowling other side of the wicket, would still be twice as good as Somerville on his best day. Totally ineffective here. What a clanger as into the pitch is Agawal playing. Well, I agree with you, John. I thought that Wagner would have been a useful replacement. Interestingly, though,
but would you say a replacement for whom? Somerville?
For Somerville, yeah.
Right. So you'd go with 3 and 1, or would you play Ravindra as well?
I would have replaced Ravindra with Santner. As discussed at the time. Into the covers, next ball.
The only issue I think with that for me might be, and perhaps for the New Zealand people, you know, in India, is that you've then got 3 and 2. You've got 3 seamers and 2 spinners. Santner in this case you're talking about. And Ajaz.
Ajaz bowls this time, and it's clipped to cover again by Agawal.
And the problem is sometimes with that, specifically this team, the one that they've actually selected, is that all 5 of your major bowlers don't bat sometimes, you know, and so, and you've only therefore got 6 batsmen, and that includes the keeper.
Here's down the pitch comes Agawal, doesn't play a great shot to that one, as beaten in the air by Patel. He came down, was looking to get through the offside as he has done, and in the end he dragged it too long on for 1. 145, 276 for 6. Yeah, well,
and so you've only got really 5 batsmen and a keeper.
Yep.
And of course Williamson isn't one of the 5, so you're actually shortening the batting lineup, and you haven't got Williamson. There's a slight concern if you're over there in that team, I think.
Yeah, I don't think Somerville adds much to your. Well, I suppose
he doesn't add anything to the batting.
Not really. And,
no, none of the batsmen do. No. You've got Ajaz Patel 11.
Here he is bowling, and this has turned into the onside. But Jamieson and Santner, I'm going to back at 7.
Well, you'd have to.
Yeah.
You've got no choice. I mean, that's really what you'd.
Well, I guess the thing is, I just didn't have confidence looking at Somerville that he's going to take a wicket, and I think that's justified. So you got to. I mean, for me, you've just got to look at how you're going to get sides out. I guess so. Is that balance, and is the batting so much weakened so much by doing that and bringing Santner in? See, Ravindra is another interesting example in terms of spin bowling. 276 for 6. I didn't see anything in the test match at Kanpur which gave me confidence in his bowling. He's a young cricketer. You know, he's played 20-something first-class games and taken, I mean, his bowling figures in first-class cricket, 29 matches, 25 wickets, average of 56 with the ball.
Yes, but if you go through New Zealand, there aren't many around. So there's the problem. There's the issue.
Yeah, as the next ball is played into the onside by Axar. End of the over. We'll just take a quick break. 276 for 6.
In sport, if it happens locally, nationally or overseas, SENZ is there. And it's all on the SENZ app.
Brendan McCullum is on 298.
Subscribe to SENZ's podcast channel and catch up on all of SENZ's shows, plus shows from across the ditch, including Matty Johns, Cam Smith, Andrew Voss, Adam Gilchrist, Ian Healy and Brian Fletcher. Download the SENZ app now and listen anywhere, anytime.
And welcome back. Just looking at the message that I see. COVID struck, where is it? Whanganui District Health Board have confirmed their first case up there. That's depressing, but I suppose it's the reality. 276 for 6 it is, as Somerville bowls, and again into the pads, easy single for Agarwal, just turning the ball into the leg side. 146 for Agarwal, 277 for 6. I see again, frustrating for kids up in Auckland today, playing when the Brian Tamaki led protesters turned up, and cricket having to be called off up there. That must be very frustrating. As around the wicket is Somerville, an appeal for LBW. More out of hope, I think, than real belief. Just saw XR prodding forward and being struck in the pad, but looked like it was outside leg stump. Height might have also been an issue. 277 for 6, 3 minutes remaining. And 4 balls left in this over, so possibly time for one more. 27th over of the morning we're in. Around the wicket is Somerville. Better length this time, and he's driven by XR. The other thing for Somerville is just we're just not seeing any ability to spin the ball. Saw a couple when he was outside the off stump and into those footmark areas. But apart from that, no, here is a ball that's dropped short outside the off stump, and it's going to be 4 runs. Well, maybe the fieldsman will get there. Mitchell does well, actually. So I've exaggerated a bit from India's point of view. Good shot off the back foot from Patel. They run 3, and it was Mitchell who managed to pull that ball in. XR is 31, 280 for 6. Here we are, however, JCC 111 and G2. What really scares me is how we're going to approach our batting. Last game, wait for the bullet with the name on it. Yeah, I agree, and enough said. The other thing, John, about that is there were players who didn't look like they quite knew where they were going to get their runs. And, 50 as the next ballers are played defensively by the right-handed Agarwal. I think from 58 runs scored by Williamson, Taylor and Nichols for the entire match, and Blundell, I think 13 and 2 or figures around that. So from 3 to 6, not giving a whole lot of confidence. And it's not going to be easy out here, John. You're absolutely right with your Capitals. However, as the next ball is kicked off the pads, no run, 280 for 6, Agarwal 146, XR 31, and 1 over to go.
Yeah, just a couple of little points looking at some people sending some things in. I mean, Wagner, yes, I think a lot of people felt that he could have been included in the side. Don't forget, he's a red ball player only. He's not a short form player with the white ball at all now. So Neil Wagner hasn't played the same as Taylor since June. So it's been 6 months since he's picked up a cricket ball in anger and bowled in a match. He hasn't played at all. He lives now in Tauranga, so they were part of that sort of lockdown. And so Northern Districts have not played at all. So the only way that they can select someone like Wagner is by looking at his bowling and how his bowling is going in the nets. We don't know how that is, nor do you out there. The only people that do are the selectors.
Here's a ball which turns and bounces a bit. No shot from XR. Strikes the batsman in the thigh pad and runs away down to the long on. It's called byes, in fact, so didn't strike the batsman. It's Blundell unable to get across and take that. Turned and bounced a bit, but again, not great keeping from Blundell.
No, that's the first one today. He's outside off, of course, because the bowling is now going over the wicket and around the wicket. So he was unsighted, but he just didn't get across and at least take it on the body.
He's going across with his hands out to his right, really, and he's got to get his body across much earlier. As here's another ball into the pad. This time it does hit XO in the pads.
So Wagner, hasn't played at all. It's another issue, I think, that we just don't know how he is bowling. We know about his enthusiasm and his determination. We know those things.
And I think that's why people back him so much, is the next ball is played to short leg. But again,
you can't tell me these guys aren't trying. All these guys have got the enthusiasm to kind of do it.
Of course.
So that's kind of, he makes his visible. That's what he does. He doesn't swing a ball. unless it's a Duke's ball. But so he's not going to beat an inside edge and get a right-hander LBW. He just bowls across.
Yep.
That's one way he tries to get a wicket, a natural left-armer's angle. The other way is that he's got a short pitch ball as well, so he's got two methods.
Here's Patel bowling, and this ball is played into the offside by Axar Patel, who just looks like he's now settling in for lunch. 2 balls remaining.
And as I said right at the start, he comes at a cost, that he offers now 2 off-spinners for India. They've got 2 off-spinners, not just Ashwin, Jayank, Yadav.
Next ball is driven by Axar down to long on. He picks up his 32nd run, 285 for 6.
They've got 2 off-spinners now who can actually try and use those areas as an addition to their normal range of skills as well. So those are issues that the selectors needed to think about, I think, when you consider. It's not as straightforward, I think, as everybody says. Because you're dropping Somerville, aren't you?
I certainly am.
So you don't have an off-spinner in the New Zealand side?
Fine.
Okay.
Haven't got one anyway.
No.
Really?
There's another issue, isn't it, altogether in New Zealand?
Yeah, 6 for 103, and the next ball is pushed into the pads. End of the over and lunch, and I think we can probably let you go. I'll do a quick summary, Jerry, and 285 for 6. I'll have a curry served to you shortly. The rice cooker's on, and it's looking pretty good. Dal, red lentils and kumara.
Very nice.
A bit vegetarian for our listeners, but it'll be very good. All right, so the summary of the day, pretty simple really. 64 runs have been scored in 28 overs. 2 wickets have fallen, and those 2 wickets fell in the second over of the day. Wonderful piece of bowling by Ajaz Patel. He picked up his first wicket when Saha went back. He was very late in playing a ball which hurried on straight, and he was caught just in line with the off stump, given out by the umpire, and a review would have been umpire's call in any case. Saha didn't review it. He was out for 27. It was 224 for 5, and that was when just 3 runs had been added to the morning total. And then Ashwin came in and was bowled by Patel, a ball that just was perfectly pitched on about middle stump. It turned away as Ashwin, the tall man, came forward, beat the outside edge and took the very top of off stump. So Ashwin out first ball, 224 for 6, and unfortunately from New Zealand's point of view, 61 further runs have been added without further loss. Excellent batting from Agarwal, who resumed here, having opened the innings yesterday. He's now on 146, having faced 306 balls. Really terrific effort from him. And we have Axar Patel doing a great job for India as well. He now moves into being their 3rd top scorer with 32. The bowlers, Southee, 22 overs, 6 maidens, none for 43. He's toiled honestly, Tim Southee, as always. Jameson, underused for whatever reason. 12 overs, 3 maidens, none for 36. Somerville, 13 overs, none for 46. Ravindra, not bowled today, 4 overs, none for 20. Mitchell, not bowled today, 5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 9. And Ajaz Patel, the wonderful figures of 42 overs, 11 maidens, 6 for 103. And Ajaz Patel, really the only New Zealand bowler who's looked like taking wickets. We'll take a break now. When we come back, we'll have highlights from the drive yesterday on SENZ.
Get Mates Club exclusives. Batched espresso coffee liqueur, $36.99. Jim Beam White Label or Canadian Club 700ml, $27.99. And Shivers Regal 12-year-old 1 litre or Glenlivet 12-year-old single malt whiskey 700ml, $59.99.
Big barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big barrel, your local liquor store.
SENZradio.nz.
Tracked on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
Yeah, you know, The Rock's bald, and he's super cool. Everyone loves The Rock, hey?
The Rock is super cool.
So, I should just shave my head and be like The Rock. You know, go to the gym a bit.
Yeah.
What?
You're not The Rock, bro.
Yeah.
Reached your turning point?
I'm not The Rock.
The doctors at Ashley & Martin could regrow your hair.
You are super cool, though.
Cheers, bro.
Visit ashleyandmartin.co.nz today.
Imagine landing the catch of the day right on your front doorstep. Well, with Taki Timu Seafoods, you can. Head to takitimuseafoods.co.nz and order the freshest, most delicious seafood that Hawke's Bay has to offer. Chill packed and delivered overnight. We're talking John Dory fillets, kawai, or how about some salmon, even oysters. Just so good. Fresh, frozen, or ready to eat. You choose with Taki Timu Seafoods. Check takitimuseafoods.co.nz.
Success isn't guaranteed, but sometimes it is written in the pedigree as a brother to a Group 1 winning sprinter, written in physical prowess as a $600,000 yearling, written in performance, being able to foot it with the fastest sprinters in Australia, and written in the sire line as son of a champion sire, one of the greatest stallion success stories. Banquo, the first son of written tycoon to stand in New Zealand. Now at Waikato Stud.
Escape the everyday at Millbrook Resort. Offering a vast range of resort activities for your next Queenstown holiday, Millbrook Resort boasts a variety of experiences for everyone to enjoy. Explore two of the most beautiful 18-hole golf courses in the world, home of the New Zealand Open and set in a natural alpine amphitheatre. Opening to the public on January 3rd, 2022. They are a feast for the senses and a golfer's paradise. Visit millbrook.co.nz.
Baz and Izzy sure do love their morning coffee, and now they get to start their day with simply good coffee. Thanks to McCafe, their official coffee partner. Listen to Baz and Izzy chat to Kiwi sporting legends during the McCafe Coffee Catch-Up every Monday, Wednesday and Friday morning. Make sure you're listening live right here on SENZ or catch up later on the app. The McCafe Coffee Catch-Up every Monday, Wednesday and Friday with Baz and Izzy. Thanks to McCafe. Simply good coffee.
There's no one quite like you. You're one of a kind. At PIC Insurance Brokers, they know that stock standard insurance packages just won't cut it. You need tailored solutions that are right for you. PIC Insurance Brokers will get you sorted whether it's your health, your home, your business, even your car or boat. Your broker works with you to make sure you have the right cover. And should the time come, they're right there with you at claim time. PIC Insurance Brokers. Great advice that works for you.
You're listening to the second test between India and the Black Caps, thanks to Resene, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand for the past 10 years, and Big Barrel Mates Club, where mates look after mates, live on SENZ. It's the lunch break, but we'll be back shortly with more action from the second test between New Zealand and India. In the meantime, here's the best from across the day on SENZ.
Friday, the 3rd of December, and this happens to be a special day because it was the day 38 years ago that the Donalds welcomed their son Beaver into the world. How's your birthday going, Beaver? Are you getting through those cupcakes and all this cake okay?
Yeah, look, it's been an all right day. Like, I've enjoyed it. Yes, obviously a lot of sweets there that I'm enjoying, but a few people in my life know I don't like surprises, and all of a sudden when my laptop's been taken away from me, and tends to suggest there's something I shouldn't be seeing on there, so, you know, I'm a bit anxious now.
Anxious? You don't have to be anxious. It's your birthday. We're here to celebrate you and show you lots of love, that's all. So just sit back and relax and enjoy the moment, Beef. Enjoy the moment.
Well, there's a big Black Caps test to build up to. So, you know, that's what I'm excited about today. It shouldn't be about my birthday, Kirsten.
Well, unfortunately, Beef, it is about your birthday. So we'll bring in our next guest. Liam, are you there?
G'day, guys. Happy birthday, me old mate. Hey, shit, you're looking old for a 38-year-old.
Yeah, I know. There's some 38-year-olds or 37 and three-quarters-year-olds that look a lot better than me, but, yeah, tough.
Yeah, what's the trick, Lee? What's the trick? How do I look like you? How do I look 48?
Tough streets, mate. You know the streets I was brought up on.
The Waikato streets. No, happy birthday, my friend. I hope you had a good day.
I've had a great day, mate. How much are they paying you to come on here and wish me happy birthday?
He's actually got your contract for next year.
Oh, has he?
Yeah, that's what they said. They said, do this and we'll cut Beaver put you on the show.
We've been looking for another bit of talent in here because there's not much going on in here.
Now, for those of you that haven't worked out just who it is Liam Messam, of course. Liam, have you got a story about Beef from over the years?
No, he hasn't.
Oh, I have many stories that I can't say on radio. It's not PG enough, sorry.
See, he's not like our young Emma. He's not in that sort of condition right now, so he's not going to...
You're not down at headquarters in Auckland, are you?
No.
Oh,
well,
good,
happy Freedom Day. Is it called Freedom Day for you folks?
Yeah, it's Freedom Day. After 107 days locked up, we're out.
Oh, how good.
Yeah, on
Enjoy
Beaver's
your-
birthday.
enjoy
It's
your
like the
freedom.
Prime Minister planned it.
Yeah, just for Beaver's birthday.
Just
Well,
for
Beaver
Beaver's
told me to
birthday.
bloody drive up through the border to join him for a few grins on his horse ranch.
I hope he sent some down to you.
No, not yet, not yet. No, I'm a paying customer.
What's
what's the quote? It's a business, not a charity. So any of the rugby boys out there expecting Beaver, B-Mac and Anton to send you grins for Christmas, you're worth $1 million. Go down to the shop and buy your own.
What's been happening, mate, since you've won that historic title? Anything been going on? Have you been very much relaxing?
No, I like just chilling, relaxing, and taking in all the goodness that the mighty Waikato has.
Well, Liam, thank you so much for coming on. I don't know why Beef's talking to you about rugby. All we're getting you on for is to say happy birthday to him. He's just trying to drag this conversation out. Enjoy your weekend.
Will do.
See you, mate.
Happy birthday, Beef.
Thanks, mate. Thank you.
Well, that's not all. We've got a few others.
No, let's...
No, Beef.
We've got an ad
Beef.
break, have we?
No, Beef. We've got another one of your good friends. We're going through the list in order of favourites. Mills Muliaina. Are you there?
You definitely paid him.
Is that you, Mills?
It is. Hey, I'm on.
What have we got you on for,
One
Mills?
of those first-time callers. One of those first-time callers who just rang up and said, am I on the radio?
That's exactly what you just did.
Well, you are a first-time caller because the amount of times we've tried to get you on for your expert opinion and you've turned us down.
Hey, who is this guy? I haven't heard this voice for a very, very long time. Mate, what's your name? You've only been grinning around the whole bloody country with your friends, mate. I still haven't had a delivery yet.
He obviously didn't listen
He
to our
didn't
last
listen
guest.
to Liam Messam just then. What did Liam say?
Well, the world's tightest...
Business, not a charity.
Yeah, the world's tightest man just said it's a business, not a charity. And you can appreciate that coming from Liam, Millsy.
Oh, is that what he said? But, mate, after all these years, he has the audacity to say that now. Jesus.
There's some people that accuse Liam of still having cream rice from the Chiefs.
Not the tins of cream rice.
From the team room.
Mills, we got you on, obviously, to celebrate our mate Beeve's birthday, and you obviously know him more than we do, and he's just been sweating all afternoon sitting on the chair because he hates this public affection. He hates
Surprises.
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 And he hates being celebrated. Is this right? Is this how he normally spends his birthday, like under a rock?
He is. He's a very, very relaxed man. He doesn't like much attention until you get a couple of white kiddos dancing him. And I'll tell you what, he's a different bloody story, I'll tell you that.
Funny you say stories, actually. Kirst always likes to suck a story out of me on Friday, and I hope you didn't mind, though. Last week, I told her about the hamstring incident that we had when she asked us, has anyone ever challenged me to anything? And I said, no, not really, but one Sunday afternoon, our friend Millsy got challenged to a sprint on Hamilton's Hood Street, and someone's hamstring went missing.
Oh, yeah. Mate, you told that story.
Live last Friday.
I didn't tell everything about the story. I just said,
What else happened?
Hey, I'll tell you right now, I didn't actually do a hamstring. I knew that I was bloody going to lose, and I just pretended to pull a hamstring. Jesus, this is embarrassing.
Have you got anything for us, Mills? How many birthdays have you spent with Beef?
I haven't. I mean, I have got a few stories, and I thought about my old mate here, and
we're live on radio.
Yeah, exactly. And I just thought, mate, perhaps there's a whole lot there that I won't tell, but I will tell a story about just what sort of a thinker he actually is. And it was around about this sort of time, and I always sort of remember. And we had a little bit of a break from the Chiefs. Obviously, Beaver being very methodical in what he sort of thought about things and how we were going to go about it. But we decided we'd do a little wee trip up north to Auckland from Waikato. We'll stop off at the Wolf and Beaver, which he had in Waiuku at the time, and then we'll head on up to Auckland and do a night up there, and then obviously finish it off sort of over a long weekend in Matarangi. The biggest issue we had is that we didn't have a driver. And remember David Basin, he was our reserve halfback, and Beaver said to me, mate, why don't we just string DB along, we'll take him up with us, and when we get to Waiuku, we'll make sure he drives us for the whole weekend. So I of course went along with it. Felt sorry for poor DB. I drove us up in Beaver's truck, got up to Waiuku and just I probably had a beer. I was probably getting my second beer, thinking, once this sort of happens, you can hand over the keys to the buddy, to David Basin. I go to hand the keys over to him, and he was like, "Oh, no, I forgot. Didn't tell you guys. I can't drive a manual." He actually stitched us up. He couldn't drive a manual. I ended up stopped drinking, and then I ended up driving up to Auckland and being the driver for most of the weekend. And but we got him back, Beaver. He had a promotion he had to do. So Sherry Williams, the old manager from the Chiefs, was ringing us up trying to get a hold of him to come from Matarangi. We dropped him off. Of course, I felt sorry for him. Dropped him off in Thames at Thames. Told him Thames Warehouse we had his signage, and told him we'll pick him back up. And we just left him there because we were actually disgusted in his over the whole weekend. So he bussed the whole way back to Hamilton. But here's a little off the field, off the park story for you for my mate, good old Beaver. I thought I'd look after him this time round, but I have got one more.
We've got an handbrake.
No, we don't, Mels. No, we don't. Oh, Mels, thank you so much for coming on. I don't know if Beaver appreciates it, but I do. I hope you got the invite to his big bash tonight.
Good on you, mate. Happy birthday, brother. And have a good one, mate. You're getting old, but hey, you're still a champion, mate. Good on you.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks, Mels. Oh.
I could. The last story is quite the one that could be pulled apart. True story.
Another day.
Another Friday.
Because, do you want any more surprises?
No, not one.
Oh, you're done?
No, I am completely done.
Okay, grab your laptop then.
Oh, thank you very much.
Grab your laptop, because you know what? It is after 4 o'clock, and on Fridays at 5 we always pop a beer with Beav. Well, we're doing it an hour early this week.
Yeah, we might have to get them from upstairs. I left them in the freezer upstairs to cool down.
Oh, what minion are you going to send up?
I'll go and get them. But first, Beaver's mum. Nah, just joking. The look on Beaver's face.
Oh, that was the best one.
One mad moment there. I'll go to a break. I'll go upstairs and grab us something to pop. I'll go to a break. I'll go up.
When it comes to painting, you want to get it right the first time. Resine paint is quality through and through and trusted by professionals. It's your assurance you'll get a great job and a finish that will last. See your local Resine colour shop today.
Want to be involved in an Irish-UK bred stayer to contest big cups races in Australasia? Fortuna select only proven staying types with strong pedigrees from Tattersales UK Horses and Training Sale. Leaderboard and Car Fief are two recent examples with noms for the New Zealand Cup, while 3-year-old Without Envy had a strong recent performance at Ascot in the UK over 2,400 metres. Make your Cup's dream come true with Fortuna. Google Fortuna Racing for more. Call John 021 921 460.
Grouch, Bind, Bozo's Burgers.
What?
Bozo's Burgers. They're delicious. SENZ want to get you in the game. It's the new home of New Zealand sport and the place your business will be heard by New Zealand's most sports-mad fans. So, let's take your brand and get it in the game. Contact SENZ today. Email advertise@senzradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
Look, feel and perform at your best with New Zest Clean Lean Protein. This tasty and smooth protein is a plant-based snack that helps keep you fuller for longer. The unique clean lean protein formula is suitable for all diets and ages. Plus it mixes smoothly in 8 delicious flavours. Clean, lean protein is 100% plant-based with no artificial colours, flavours or preservatives to help repair, recover and grow muscle. Check newzest.co.nz. New Zest. Healthy habits start here.
Hockey's little boy's taking the lead on row and pulls away to win the guineas.
It takes special horses to win special races.
Mr. Rosser has to find Redout's ditch. He lunges and wins.
And those special races give us special stallions.
Front, Super Seth is flying. Alligator Blood stopping Super Seth from the cloud. Super Seth has put in a mighty lunge.
Super Seth, the first Caulfield Guineas winner at stud in New Zealand in 3 decades. Standing at Waikato Stud.
If you're into cars, now's the time to get into Repco. Because we're bringing the masters! Yep, that's right. We're kicking it up a notch with high-octane deals on the best gear from all your favourite brands. So you can get into the spirit of masters just like we are. Repco, bringing the masters!
Escape the everyday at Millbrook Resort. Offering a vast range of resort activities for your next Queenstown holiday, Millbrook Resort boasts a variety of experiences for everyone to enjoy. Explore 2 of the most beautiful 18-hole golf courses in the world, home of the New Zealand Open and set in a natural alpine amphitheatre. Opening to the public on January 3rd, 2022, they are a feast for the senses and a golfer's paradise. Visit millbrook.co.nz.
Never again go to the pharmacy for your parents. Get prescription medicines delivered to their door in organised, easy-to-open daily sachets with zoompharmacy.co.nz. And they get a visitor. Easy, fast, simple. Prescription medicine delivered New Zealand-wide. zoompharmacy.co.nz.
TasRacing.com.au's Form Plus Pro gives you even more data on all Tasmanian greyhound racing. Your Form Plus Pro account gives you access to free live streaming of every greyhound race in Tasmania, replays and photo finish photos at all angles. You'll also get rated markets, pro form guides, speed maps and more. Subscribe to the ultimate Tasmanian form source today. Form Plus Pro by tasracing.com.au.
Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
You're listening to the second test between India and the Black Caps, thanks to Resene, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand for the past 10 years, and Big Barrel Mates Club, where mates look after mates. Live on SENZ, but we'll be back shortly with more action from the second test between New Zealand and India. In the meantime, here's the best from across the day on SENZ.
Ricardo Ball in for Daniel McCarty, Mitch McClenaghan in for the very good-looking Grant Elliott, and we are with you through till 1 o'clock today. Joining us now to talk basketball, the Breakers in particular, they tip off their season tonight against the Southeast Melbourne Phoenix. Is another extremely good-looking man who you would have seen on television quite a lot by the name of Andrew Mulligan. G'day, Mulls, how you doing?
Very well, gentlemen. Those are straight facts that you're saying right there.
There's a lot of man love being thrown around today.
Straight facts, mate. Yeah. Straight facts. Mitch McClenaghan's in with us, Mulls, and he's got a question for you.
Hey, mate, how are you? If you were to name a child of yours after any NBA player of all time, who would you name it after?
Oh, that's a good question. That is a good question. I would name my third born Shaquille.
Shaquille. That's a bold choice in New Zealand.
And if it's a girl, Shaniqua?
Probably Shaquille again. I don't know. I'll probably maybe Stephen, Michael, Larry, definitely Magic. Not Irvin, but
you missed a very important one there in Kobe. I've just had a beautiful young girl called Kobe, and we had the name for about 4 or 5 months, mate, and then she came 5.5 weeks early on Kobe Bryant's birthday. So we've got a little superstar in the making there, mate. So you were wrong in who you should call your next born child.
But Magic Mulligan does have a ring to it.
Yeah, very intimidating when your kid's name's Magic.
Yeah.
For other kids, but also for your parents, because they did live up to the name.
Well, maybe you should just change your name by Depol.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it, actually. It's not a bad shout.
Do that if you ever think about getting divorced. Magic, disappear, poof.
Magic Mulligan.
Look great on the Tinder profile if I was single, you're right.
Oh, geez, don't be getting that wand out like Tim Payne.
we should
We should probably talk some basketball, shouldn't we? At some point.
Yeah, go on.
Go on then. Mels, you're pretty close to the camp. You know the Breakers pretty well. They're obviously over in Melbourne at the moment. How many of the squad do you think are going to be unavailable for this first match against the Phoenix?
Tom Abercrombie is out definitely with a side strain. He's out for about another 5 weeks, which is disappointing. Yanni Wetzel, it seems, is a game-time decision tonight. Their big man who came from the South East Melbourne Phoenix is an impressive Kiwi. I think he's the half-brother of Pippa Wetzel, the broadcaster, actually, which is a little tidbit there. But he's a game-time decision. So then you've got that to contend with. That's 2 of your starters. You would argue that Tom would be a starter. He might have been coming off the bench in this season. But then you throw on the complication of COVID ripping through their camp. Half of the camp, and they had travelling people with them. Some of them brought partners and families with them. Dan Shamir won't be there because he is recovering from COVID. But I'm not sure which players have got it, and that's not information that anyone should really have. But if they have recovered, they've had it and they've recovered, how much does COVID affect their legs? Because they wouldn't have been able to do anything. They had a good pre-season. But what does COVID do to your lungs? What does COVID do to your aerobic capacity? What's it going to be like in the fourth quarter when they're up 7, they're trying to hold off a charging Phoenix team, or they're down 7, they're trying to get together a run and take the game away from them? That's the question marks around this game, and it just seems to be typical Breakers. They seem to have this bad luck just comes at them in so many different forms over the last few years, and this is just something else this group that's very resilient that has to contend with again.
Hey, Mels, is it? Am I reading between the lines, or do you think this is legit that Ty Webster particularly went down that I'm not getting vax COVID route just to get out of his contract, given that he's probably earning twice the money now in Europe?
Yeah, look, I don't know, man. I really like Ty Webster as a person. I really like Corey, but Corey's gone down. Corey's always been different on social media, and he's always been that guy who you can label him as an anti-vaxxer because he definitely he isn't getting the vaccine. He doesn't believe in it, and that's fair enough. I would say that Corey his own words would be he's a truth seeker, and that's probably the safer term for it. But for Ty Webster, I don't think he wanted to get out of a contract per se, because that's quite a cynical ploy, but it's definitely an option if you get offered twice as much. And remember, these guys took pay cuts last year. The top earning guys took up to 50% of the pay cut, and they scaled it down with the Players Association down to about 20% of the low paid guys. So you can go to Lithuania, you can go to Europe, and some of these leagues might not need you to be double vaxxed. They just need you to play. So Ty Webster might have done that. It's quite cynical to think that, but I just think that he's made the right decision for Ty Webster, and he stepped away from his brother, and his brother's now in Egypt, where I guess you don't have to be vaccinated to play or live or travel freely. And he's probably getting paid about similar to what he was getting paid at the Breakers as well.
So it's a win-win for everybody. You reckon the Breakers are better off?
No, I think they're better off without Corey. It's hard to say. With Ty, he's such a phenomenal talent. And again, this is the luck that the Breakers don't seem to have. I really enjoyed watching and calling the games that Ty Webster was in. He was such a fun personality. His game was so smooth. He just needed the ball to move more. He needed more options around him. And he tried his best, but he also loved to shoot the ball. And it's just a shame that we didn't get another look at Ty Webster in the league, which they didn't have to be shunted around Aussie because they were worried about the Delta variant when it came into Australia. But yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily, they're just quality basketball players, but the ball needed to move, and Dan Shamir needed more out of Lamar Patterson and those two, and he couldn't get it through injuries and inconsistencies. Oh, and Lamar just ate too much in Puerto Rico and turned up fat.
Hey,
and that's Rich coming from me.
It's Rich for me to laugh at it as well, Mels, to be fair. Hey, before we let you go, a couple of things. Speaking of blowouts, the Grizzlies yesterday over the Thunder. that was incredible, especially considering the amount of minutes the top 5 players for the Grizzlies didn't play. You ever seen anything like that in basketball before?
Only in games that I played in that I got blown out. But no, for an NBA, for an NBA team to get blown out by that much is actually, excuse me, it's not great. It's not a great look. It's not a great look for your team, for the young guys. It's not a great look for the franchise and the organisation, for their fans, and it's not a great look for their front office, who are clearly rebuilding. The Oklahoma City Thunder have around about, a rough estimate, 1,000 draft picks coming up in the next 5 to 7 years. They've traded away all their guys. They've got 1,000 draft picks in return. They're rebuilding, and it looks good at the moment. They've got Josh Giddey, who was the NBL Rookie of the Year. He was their draft pick, lottery pick this year, who's playing really well, but he missed that game. I just feel as though it's an aberration that the NBA doesn't really need. And you're right, it's not a great look. Like someone on Twitter said, these guys are getting paid 7 figures at least to play a professional basketball game, and you're losing by 70 odd. That's embarrassing.
Yeah, it's not good, mate. It's not good. And finally, Moles, I think Mitch and I were talking earlier, and we have found the definitive way to determine who the better player was. People generally in one camp or the other. I'm very much Michael Jordan, the greatest ever. I know Hugh Bainan is LeBron James, the greatest ever. But surely you just have to watch the 2 Space Jam films to figure that out, right? Where are you going on this?
Space Jam will forget The Last Dance, forget anything that LeBron's production company pumps out. Space Jam is the ultimate yardstick for any discussion about who is the GOAT of basketball, and Michael Jordan wins that hands down.
100%.
100%. You're speaking truth, brother. You're speaking truth.
No, I'm on that side, mate. The cigar on the golf course had it for me.
He's a truth. You are a truth speaker. I know Corey Webster will appreciate you.
Yeah, I'm a truth speaker and a truth seeker, my friend. Just don't look in the wrong places for the truth.
We won't. Hey, Moles, thanks for coming on and having a chat, mate. Have a good call tonight, eh?
Cheers, fellas. Appreciate it.
Yeah, go well. Andrew Mulligan there, Sky Sports commentator, calls all the Breakers games, of course. That tips off at 10 o'clock. South East Melbourne Phoenix are $1.37 favourites. The New Zealand Breakers paying $2.90.
Kubota's range of agricultural, construction, mowing and implement machinery are helping to shape and build New Zealand. Kubota's new and improved models continue to deliver outstanding quality, performance, reliability and value. Always ready to get the job done. Visit kubota.co.nz or contact your local Kubota dealer to find out more. Kubota. Shaping New Zealand.
Being at the greatest events on the sporting calendar is what makes sports fans tick. And to witness the biggest sporting moments in New Zealand, Ballpark Entertainment can get you there. All Blacks, horse racing, cricket, NRL, Super Rugby and more. Ticketing, corporate suites and money can't buy experiences. Get the best access to the best sporting events with Ballpark Entertainment. Making memories. Search Ballpark Entertainment on the SENZ website.
Did you know you can start regrowing your hair in the same time it takes to grow potatoes?
I like potatoes.
Yeah, me too. But hair is better.
Better than mashed potato?
Easy.
What about roasties?
Better than any form of potato. It's real actual hair.
Hot chips?
Bro, it's not a choice. You can regrow your hair and have hot chips.
Whoa.
Reached your turning point? The doctors at Ashley & Martin could regrow your hair.
Hot chips and hair.
Visit ashleyandmartin.co.nz today.
It was back around the time Ethereal was winning the Melbourne and Caulfield Cups that Garrard's Horse and Hound served their first customer. Now, after 20 plus years supplying specialty products to the equine and canine industries in New Zealand and Australia, Garrard's is a household name. Garrard's Horse and Hound guarantees expert advice, stocks the largest range, and promises great monthly specials. Equine, canine, feline. Garrard's in Christchurch, Pukekohe, Cambridge or horseandhound.com.au.
3 weeks, 4 locations, 5 events, 1 overall prize. This is Crankworx Summer Series NZ. This summer, the world famous event will be unleashed Kiwi style. Crankworx is going on the ultimate mountain bike roadie to Queenstown, Wanaka and Alexandra. See the world's best compete with a grassroots vibe at 4 destinations around New Zealand's South Island. Don't miss Crankworx Summer Series NZ. Stop 3 Cadrona, December 8th to the 9th. Tickets and info from crankworks.com.
If you're into cars, now's the time to get into Repco. Because we're bringing the Bathurst! Yep, that's right. We're kicking it up a notch with high-octane deals on the best gear from all your favourite brands. So you can get into the spirit of Bathurst just like we are. Repco, bringing the Bathurst!
Escape the everyday at Millbrook Resort. Offering a vast range of resort activities for your next Queenstown holiday, Millbrook Resort boasts a variety of experiences for everyone to enjoy. Explore two of the most beautiful 18-hole golf courses in the world, home of the New Zealand Open and set in a natural alpine amphitheatre. Opening to the public on January 3rd, 2022, they are a feast for the senses and a golfer's paradise. Visit millbrook.co.nz.
Man needs meat, but if you've got a beef with beef, well, Jack Link's now has pork, and they've gone the whole hog. With slow-cooked ham jerky over hickory smoke and a dash of maple and brown sugar. Yeah, it's like the South in your mouth. Get a pack or a box if you want to be a little porky. Jack Link's. Feed your wild side.
We just got a Christmas call from the folk at Kogan Mobile. Every day in the lead up to Christmas, Kogan Mobile's advent calendar means there's daily prizes up for grabs for all existing and new Kogan Mobile customers. Get started with Kogan Mobile now for just $5 for 30 days with unlimited calls and texts and 15 gig of data. And score some sweet swag. Make the call. Switch to Kogan Mobile today at koganmobile.co.nz/radio.
Merry Christmas. You're listening to the second test between India and the Black Caps, thanks to Resene, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand for the past 10 years, and Big Barrel Mates Club, where mates look after mates. Live on SENZ.
22 minutes away from 8 o'clock, you've been listening to the lunch break on day number 2 of the second test between New Zealand and India, in association, of course, our coverage of this test match here on SENZ with our partners, and we're hugely thankful for their support, including Big Barrel. Be our mate and join Big Barrel Mates Club, and Resene, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand for the past 10 years. We're a few minutes away from the start of the second session, which will be a longer session, rolling through to about 10 past 10 New Zealand time. But let's reflect upon what happened in the opening session here on SENZ, where the day started with India 221 for the loss of 4 wickets. Agarwal was 120 and Saha was on 25, and it did not take long for New Zealand to make some early inroads.
This is Test Cricket on SENZ. Let's check out the highlights from the first session.
Dragged on, excellent length, a little bit of
Oh, it's a big shout for LBW. Finger is up. He's gone back to an incredibly full delivery and tried to cut it. And surely New Zealand have the breakthrough here. No challenge. He's going to wander off. A 5th 5-wicket haul in Test cricket for Ajaz Patel, and he can get plenty more. Halfway there. First one. Oh, he's bowled! Oh, my Lord, what a piece of bowling. Into the pad, Southey goes. Down to the boundary for 4. Southey starting with the new ball. Swinging in to the left-hander, who's just waited and clipped him beautifully through mid-wicket. Out to the boundary for 4. Round the wicket, Jameson goes width outside of off-stump and a slashing cut stroke. Flashes past the New Zealand fielder at point and out to the boundary for 4. Agarwal dances down the wicket, gets to the ball on the half volley, and a ferocious lofted straight strike down the ground for 4. Starting with the new ball. Swinging in to the left-hander, who's just... The highlights of the opening session. India progressing from 221 for the loss of 4. Ajaz Patel picking up 2 wickets in just the second over in consecutive balls. Brilliant bit of bowling, sliding one on into the pad of Saha, who was trying to cut a full delivery out LBW. And then Ravi Ashwin gone with an absolute beaut, pitching on middle and legs, spinning past the outside edge and just clipping the top of off stump. It's the type of ball a spinner dreams of. Unfortunately, from New Zealand's perspective, they were unable to make any further inroads because Axar Patel has got alongside the mainstay of this innings, and combined they've put on 61 runs unbroken for the 7th wicket, as India finishing the session 285 for the loss of 6 wickets. Agarwal is on 146, while Axar Patel is on 32. Agarwal, 146 off 306 balls. He's hit 16 fours and 4 sixes. But Axar Patel, Richard Petrie joins me in co-commentary. He has throughout this test match here on SENZ. Axar's soaked up a lot of the balls in that session. He faced a lot, I think more than Agarwal by quite some distance, and he looks really assured, and a bit like the second innings of the first test, that the tail is wagging a little bit too much. If you're a New Zealand fan.
If you're a New Zealand fan. Yeah, he's certainly doing his job. He's just staying there. There's plenty of time in this test match, and you get the feeling that, as you would expect in India, the wicket will get worse and worse as the time goes on. So these runs at the moment that they're building up are very valuable. 286, 285 for 6. If they can push towards 350, that's quite an imposing total, given India have 3 very good spinners. And it has seemed, with the way Patel's bowled, New Zealand has 3 spinners as well, but only one of them have looked likely. But certainly the most likely, Patel has shown the way that if you bowl well and you flight it well, you put it in good space, it can be very challenging.
Okay, so the danger zone is 350.
Well, I think anything over 300 will make New Zealand uncomfortable. 350 will be what India's aiming for, I would have thought. You kind of get the feeling that the only way New Zealand's going to get them out is if Patel gets them out. He's got 4 more wickets to get. No one else really looks particularly likely. The wicket it's not a bad wicket. It's got a bit more pace and a bit more bounce and carry than what we saw in Kanpur in the first test. It's spinning about as much, but there's spin and bounce as opposed to just spin and low bounce. And New Zealand are going to start with William Somerville.
The off-spinner around the wicket takes Axar Patel, the left-handed batsman. He's driving, but with a lot of bottom hand, dragging it back towards the bowler, who fields in his follow-through in front of the stumps. A slip, short leg, backward point cover, shortish cover. Also got long off-back. Mid-on, mid-wicket, a short fine leg. Somerville gets one to leap and bounce wide of the off stump and shooting on through to Blundell, no stroke. 285 for the loss of 6. 61 runs so far for this wicket. New Zealand love to start with a wicket as Somerville gets one to grip and spin away from the left-hander, but from wide of off stump he does not need to play a stroke. Remember to keep your messages rolling in to our Karcher text machine. 8833. 8833, that's the Karcher text machine. Somerville, the tall right armour, driven comfortably by Axar Patel, the first run of the session. Axar Patel 33, 286 for the loss of 6 wickets. And of course, our favourite text over the course of this test match will win a wonderful prize, a Karcher pressure washer. Text in wonderful observations, pithy comments, humorous takes. My commentary team will pick a winner by the end of this test match, and the person will win a Karcher pressure washer. Text 8833 to our Karcher text machine. Around the wicket, Somerville's going to bowl to Agarwal, the right-hander. A volley on the leg stump line, and it's this clip to Latham at short mid-wicket, no run. The 99th over of the innings. The shine is off the ball. It really looks worn. This one is clipped uppishly straight into short leg. One of those ones where it sticks and you catch it. So it's hit Nichols before he's really reacted. It's just been played to his right foot. That's a chance. Very, very tough one. But I know some grumpy bowlers who would complain about that. Well, end of the over.
It's hit him in the foot. So he's well back. It's not like he's in too close. He's got a bit of time to see it. There'll be some fielders that would have picked that up. Ricky Ponting would have taken that.
David Boone would have taken it.
How
good was David Boone? Gus Logie.
Well, low to the ground. They're always coming up. Thing about Narsingh Patel, but Somerville was bowling just with 2 men on the offside, Daniel. 2 men on the offside. Interesting, isn't it?
Well, we complained about that theory yesterday. And because Somerville's the bowler, he cops most of the criticism.
Yeah.
We were wondering, is he just can't land it, or is this what is being asked of him?
It'll be what's being asked of him, I would say.
Patel starts his first over after lunch, sliding one on outside of off stump, playing with a straight bat. A little bit late on it was Axar Patel. It's just been turned off the face of the bat quite quickly, and it's hit the ankle, just above the foot. It was a good kick save if you're a goalie in hockey. Driving from wide of off stump to wide mid-off, a run taken. 34 to Axar Patel, 287 for the loss of 6.
Well, one thing with that chance, and you'd have to say it was a chance, it's hit him on the ankle, but his hands are at knee height. You can see here as the replay comes, his hands, he goes up, his hands are at knee height, and yet the ball is down ankle height.
His hands start low and he comes up as the shot is played.
Well, that's it, and he shouldn't have, technically speaking.
A bit of bowling here from Ajaz Patel on off stump, just spinning away and squirting off the outside edge of the bat to point.
Certainly the line for Ajaz, landing on the bat off stump, middle and off, and spinning away. Where he's had all his success.
This one's short wide of off stump and dispatched to the backward point, fence for 4. And that will bring up 150 to Mayank Agarwal of 310 balls. His 16th 4 to go alongside 4 sixes. And no wonder, to a man, woman and child, they're all on their feet. Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai as he raises the bat proudly. 150 not outs, 291 for 6.
He's batted very well. He didn't know at the start of this test whether he was going to play. A lot of conjecture about who would make the side.
This one beats the outside edge of the bat, or does it? No, it's taken the edge. The wicket is taken. I was done by Blundell whipping off the bails. Agarwal going back, thin edge, well taken from Blundell, and a sensational innings comes to an end on exactly 150. And Ajaz Patel picks up 7 wickets. 7 for 108, and boy, oh boy, New Zealand needed this one, Richard Petrie.
Once again, it's another jaffer. It's well taken. It's fumbled by Blundell initially. He's bowled it absolutely perfectly. Pitching probably middle and off, spinning, just getting a very fine edge. Blundell doing a little bit of a juggle before he finally takes it. And Agarwal has to walk off 150. He won't be disappointed, but, well, he'll be disappointed, everybody is, but he'll be pretty happy at the same time once he has a chance to sit down and take his pads off. 150 in a test match at home.
And you would have brought yourself on straight after he made 150.
Well, vulnerable time, I've told you. Vulnerable time. Just after a milestone, batsmen often lose their concentration. I'm not sure that was the case there, but fantastic innings from Agarwal. He's done a great job, but fantastic bowling from Patel as well. So Patel needs another 3 wickets to get India out. The way we're going, he's the only one who looks likely.
Well, he joins Daniel Vettori, Mark Craig and Stephen Bock. Spinners for New Zealand to take 7 wickets in a test innings. Bravo, Ajaz Patel. He has all 7. And unfortunately, our boys in the shed have pointed out a little bit earlier that we had this very unique scenario. We had the prospect of a batsman carrying his bat through an innings and a bowler picking up all 10 wickets. Well, that's been extinguished.
It is.
And a new batsman, right-hander, Jayant Yadav. Has one ball to negotiate. Two slips, a man under the helmet around the wicket. Leaning a long way forward, playing nicely to short cover. The end of the over, a successful one for Ajaz Patel and New Zealand. Agarwal gone for 150. It's 291 for 7.
Always read the label and take as directed. Sleep Drops Auckland.
It's Christmas already, but don't give socks again. Give sleep with the Sleep Drops Gift to a Friend Christmas campaign. Grab yourself your favourite Sleep Drops and nominate a friend, and the elves at Sleep Drops will send it to them free. That's right, free. It's the season for giving, taking care of loved ones. So we give the sleep gifts and you get the kudos. Thanks to the sleepdrops.co.nz Gift to a Friend Christmas campaign. T's and C's apply.
Early breakthrough in the second session on day number 2 for New Zealand, thanks to Ajaz Patel. Who else would it be? He's got 7 wickets, all 7. Indian batsman to 4. Now coverage with Razeen, the Paint Kiwis Trust and Big Barrel. Big range, biggest deals. Axar Patel is on strike, he's 34. Giant Yadav is at the non-striker's end. 291 for 7. Ken Somerville back up Patel. He starts and drags one down and chopping it away from the top of off stump, backward a point, out to the boundary for 4 runs is Axar Patel. That is a crisp stroke. He's 38. 295 for the loss of 7.
Well, he's the next man. Better well, Axar. Just rocks back here, plays it a late cut, plays it behind points. Mitchell chasing, throwing themselves into the soft boundary. Never going to get it. And rolls into the covers. A bit of a hopeful dive. Never going to get it.
One as well, flighted but hit high over long off. Is that going to go all the way? Oh, you betcha. And a long way over the right. Might have gone over the wire fence too and into the stands. He didn't seem to go after that with much vigour. It was all timing. Axar's to 44, 301 for 7. India over that important number. And I think Axar Patel showing his intentions clear, Richard, especially with Will Somerville.
Yeah, I think he's picking his man. I don't know if he'll play quite the same way to Patel. I think he's picked up Will Somerville as someone he can go after, and he might as well. India 301 for 7 off 100.2 overs, so doing it 3 and over.
Crowd loving it too. Somerville gets leg side this time. He's clipped away through mid-wicket, at least 2, maybe 3. Long chase for Jameson from mid-on, and they will canter home for 3. 304 for 7. Axar to 47. I'm not sure I would be calling Somerville's number again. Maybe back to one of the quicks.
Yeah, absolutely. So, sometimes you've got to, cut your losses. And it's not a case of just giving guys a go and because they've had a go. Or they haven't had a go. New Zealand's in a vulnerable position. It's 300 for 7. It's a big difference between bowling them out for somewhere close to 300. Somewhere close to 350. Very uncomfortable.
Somerville now bowling to the right-hander, Giant Yadav. Yadav waits. Playing in front of his front pad, turning it to mid-wicket. Yadav, just 4 test matches. 228 runs at a good average of 45. 150 and a test match 100. Scored against England, Mumbai in 2016. Not bad, get 100 and hardly played a test since. Right back onto his stumps and playing with a straight bat outside of off stump to point, no run.
Going very straight. Looks like there's only 3 men on the offside for Somerville. Or 4, I guess, counting the first slip.
Yeah, they're at point cover and mid-off.
Leg side field.
He bowls a leg stump line, right on leg stump, turn to mid-wicket. The end of the over, 304 for the loss of 7.
Back to Patel. He's on 7 wickets, and I guess what you don't want to be doing is thinking too much about 10. I mean, we can talk about it. It's kind of interesting for us. He's only 3 wickets away, and he's bowling well. It's not probably what he should be thinking about. He just needs to go back to his processes and just keep everything very, very simple. His job is just to work out exactly where he wants to bowl it. And he probably knows that pretty well by now. And his job is just to land as many balls in the same place as he can. There's a little bit of variation. Some of them are spinning, some of them aren't. Let's have a chat with Tom Latham about the field. Certainly it is going to be Patel bowling through. He's currently in his 44th over. So a lot of people think spinners don't get tired. They vehemently disagree and talk about how their bowling stride is as vigorous as a fast bowler's, getting over that front leg and imparting spin on the ball. I don't buy it, but it's a good story.
Patel starts with a very straight ball that keeps a little bit lower. Patel gets the bat down. So Axar Patel facing up to Ajaz Patel.
I'll buy the final step might be as vigorous because a lot of the spinners do put a lot in and at back foot to front foot motion and spinning over the top, but when you don't have to do the 30-metre run-in for it, that's actually quite a big factor. Patel very slow into the crease, just walks in very gently.
Brown over the wicket he's bowling, full of length, half volley length, and it's punched away through the mid extra cover region out towards long off, and there is run taken. Side of that one. The New Zealand fielders didn't. Let's look at this replay. Probably could have gone forward. I haven't seen any ultra edge. Obviously, clear edge. Although it looks from the naked eye, there's a bit of gap between bat and pad.
Yes.
Obviously not.
Well, not obviously, and maybe there is.
Oh! How was that? This one almost into the pad first and then onto bat.
It was pad first.
That was going to slide on, so it's sort of similar to Virat Kohli, although Tom Blundell saying no. I was very excited. I might have to get out the laws of cricket and bring up law 36.2.2. Now, Ian, long way forward is Yadav as he defends.
That's one of the train spotters' favourites, 32.2.
36.2.2. It's a great read. It really is, especially in the context of what's happened. I might just drop it on you and Garth. Again, almost beating the inside edge of the bat and onto that front pad. One ball remaining in the over. 36.2.2. If the ball makes contact with the striker's person and bat simultaneously, this shall be considered as the ball having touched the bat. Patel, slower, wider outside off stump, pushed to backward point. The end of the over. It's 3:05 for the loss of 7. You ponder that and contemplate Virat Kohli. We'll take a break on the other side. Garth Galloway joining Richard Petrie.
We just got a Christmas call from the folk at Kogan Mobile. Every day in the lead up to Christmas, Kogan Mobile's advent calendar means there's daily prizes up for grabs for all existing and new Kogan Mobile customers. Get started with Kogan Mobile now for just $5 for 30 days with unlimited calls and texts and 15 gig of data. And score some sweet swag. Make the call. Switch to Kogan Mobile today at koganmobile.co.nz/radio.
Oh, Merry Christmas.
And welcome back to Mumbai, where we're just seeing that Ajaz Patel has now the 4th best figures for a New Zealand bowler against India in tests. Ajay had the 7 for 23 at Wellington in 1976, tops that list. Tim Southee 7 for 64 is second, as we're going to see Somerville, perhaps strangely, still into the attack, bowling to Ajaz Axar Patel, who is playing into the offside. It's Latham who's fielding at cover, 305 for 7. Well, where have you got to on that rule, Richard?
Well, Daniel's given us the rule that if they hit simultaneously, it's given as hitting the bat.
Next ball's driven back to the bowler.
Meaning, if you thought that the contact with Coley yesterday was simultaneous, then that should be not out. Now, we're just seeing a replay here of previous over.
Next ball is driven, and it's down to mid-off. So another run, and I think what that replay is going to show us, Richard, is New Zealand missed a trick, and they should have reviewed that LBW. Here it is.
That's right.
Talk us through it.
Well, it's pitched on about middle. It's certainly hitting. It's hit the pad first, gone through the pad, hit the stumps. Patel's made an appeal, a very gentle appeal. The umpire's not interested. Patel then looks back to Blundell, who says no. And as we saw in slow motion replay, if they had appealed, it would have been out.
And that would have been Patel's 8th wicket. That's just, I don't know what Blundell was thinking of. Here's the next ball. Turned, and Somerville's appealing for a catch at short leg as Jayant has just headed a ball up into short leg. When I first saw that, said they've got to review that. It looked to the eye, pad bat first. The bat was behind the pad. Yes. It clearly hit the pad. It was absolutely straight. And what you've been generous when you're saying it was hitting halfway up middle and off stumps. I mean, it was palpable. It wasn't even close. Here's Somerville just diving to a ball which is hit by Jayant past him. Slightly aerial, so thoughts that Somerville might be able to get to it. He's a long way away from it, really. No criticism of him there. He's made a valiant effort diving across the pitch. 307 for 7 it is, so New Zealand have missed another trick there with that review. That would have seen the end of Jayant, and Patel would have had his 8th wicket and become only the second New Zealander ever to have achieved that in Test cricket. Here's a lovely drive by Axar down to Patel at mid-off. So Richard Hadley, of course, as we see Axar bringing up his 50 off 113 balls, well batted. It's been a very good contribution to India's total. Frustrating though, I feel. I don't think New Zealand have bowled well to him, and what I admire about him is his concentration, his commitment. We saw it at Kanpur as well, and he's playing within himself and doing a very good job, but New Zealand have not bowled well for him. You agree, Richard, or am I being too tough?
Well, I don't know that the New Zealand bowlers have bowled particularly well, with the exception of Patel. They've looked a little bit of a blunt knife in this innings. Patel's been the standout, but I think Axar Patel was probably should have come in for a bit of short stuff. I mean, he's a very competent player. He's a very competent Test player, whether he's a spinner or a batter, but he was just allowed to bat. I think there didn't seem to be much of a plan about it.
Patel bowls and Axar Patel is playing it into the onside. You'll hear a cry of catch as it bounces on the edge of the pitch quite a long way away from short leg.
So he's certainly done well. He's a handy cricketer. I mean, if you've got Jadeja batting at 6 and being a world-class left-arm orthodox spinner, I'll tell you what, you've got Ravi Ashwin as well, who's also scored hundreds.
Defensive shot to the next ball.
And we're seeing Axar, who's also a world-class spinner, clearly capable of scoring hundreds as well. So you've got 6, 7, 8 world-class spinners, all capable batsmen.
Here's a lovely delivery from Patel, which brings Axar forward. And don't forget that Jayant was the first number 9 to score 100 in Test cricket for India. Scored that against England in 2016. You were talking about it earlier. So, yeah, it's a long time ago, but obviously can bat. As here's Axar playing down to long on. Again, Patel just with that tendency to overpitch today, and an easy driven run for the left-hander. He's 51. Oh, it would have been so nice for New Zealand to have picked up that wicket. It's hard enough getting wickets as it is, let alone, and it's not for the first time in the series that we've seen them when they should have reviewed an LBW. Think back to Gill in the first test, and the batsman would have been out, but just left to be given another chance. Here's the next ball turned into the onside. One ball remaining in the over, and then we'll take a quick break. So Jayant is 2. He's doubled his score. Axar Patel 51. Ajaz 7 for 111. He's in his 45th over. A sterling effort for New Zealand. And now 14th on the all-time list for New Zealand. It could have been second if they had reviewed that one as he turns the ball behind square. Does Axar. No run. 310 for 7. We'll take a quick break.
G'day, Adam Gilchrist here. I used to love playing against New Zealand. They'd always step up. Stephen Fleming, Baz McCullum, all those boys. Marcus Stoinis, Ash Barty, the world #1 tennis player. Jamie Dwyer, Kathy Freeman, if you don't mind. Kate Campbell, Mark Leishman, Colin Funky Miller. I reckon he got 10 wickets in a test against New Zealand. There's a stack more. Make sure you download the SENZ app and subscribe to the In Focused with Adam Gilchrist podcast. It's on the SENZ app.
310 for 7 it is. The cricket on SENZ, brought to you by Resene, the paint that Kiwis trust. And Big Barrel, Big Range, the biggest deals. It's Jayant facing Somerville, comes down the pitch and turns the ball just into square leg, so into short leg rather, playing in a pretty relaxed fashion. The one thing for New Zealand, I suppose, at the moment is that with Jayant coming to the crease, it does slow things down a little bit, but that's not going to keep them in things for too long. I think this pitch is going to be a really testing challenge for New Zealand without Williamson. Remember that Mitchell is to bat at 3, according to the list we've got, as here's a good delivery from Somerville, bowling a bit more confidently to the new batsman, Jayant Yadav, and again it's short leg who's fielding. Yeah. Somerville none for 73 from 16 overs and 2 balls. Sorry, Richard. I'll just get through this ball. Somerville bowls, and it's played to mid-on. One more run to Jayant, 311 for 7.
Yeah, I mean, Jayant, he's number, is he 8 or 9? 7. Yeah, he's number 9. So not as accomplished a player. But that said, he scored a test 100, but he's not as proactive as some of the earlier batsmen who really targeted Somerville. They really put a lot of pressure on him.
I suppose he's got Axar at the other end, though, doing a good job, hasn't he, as this ball's outside the off stump. And I guess he might be thinking that he's, keep an end up while Axar's looking to target him. He's on 51. Is Axar, and he'll face the next ball from Somerville. So one run has come in the over, and I wonder if Axar were to get out of Jayant, might just get a bit more aggressive as this ball's outside the off stump. Somerville just getting a little bit more flight now, Richard.
Yeah, he's bowling better to the left-hander because he's got some rough to bowl into, and he's able to flight it up outside off stump. Seems like the plan is he bowls it about off stump, middle and off, and spins it towards legs against the right-hander.
311 for 7 it is, and Somerville's over comes to an end. So 311 for 7, Axar 51, Jayant Yadav is 3, and is it time for Jeremy Coney to join in? It is, Richard, so thank you very much indeed for your work. Agarwal, the batsman, out for 150, caught by Blundell from Patel's bowling in this session, and that meant that Patel picked up his 7th wicket, and he's now 15th in terms of the all-time best bowling performances in an innings by a New Zealand bowler, and his figure's very good indeed. 7 for 111, 45 overs. And again, Jerry, there we are as we look at the gates of India, the beautiful building in the harbour at Mumbai. What a stunning sight. You were telling us yesterday about your Ravi Shastri boat trip there. James Bond-esque, as you two good-looking young men travelling out to the island. Here's Patel from the Tata end, now bowling around the wicket, and nice drive played by Jayant. They're thinking about going for a run and in the end decide not to. 311 for 7. What are your thoughts with the persistence of Somerville? I think I bowl Mitchell. You know, that just feels like he can I thought he bowled pretty well yesterday, and he can keep an end. Patel just needs someone to dry it up at the other end as the next ball is played by Jayant into the cover field.
Well, there are times, I think, in test matches where mini sessions, let's call them that, become critical. And you've got to try and win them.
Next ball is just looking to get into those pads, and Jayant plays with the bat.
And I think we're in one right now after taking the wicket of Agarwal. New Zealand have missed a chance because they weren't really concentrating and watching.
This ball's well outside the leg stump from Patel, driven to Young at mid-on.
So they've missed a chance of dismissing another batsman quickly and going from bang bang 7 down, 8 down. So that's been missed at the moment, and they've still got to try and claim this tail.
Patel bowls defensive shot from the right-hander
quickly.
Yep.
Axar Patel is starting to take control. He's starting to play some shots. So he's starting to broaden and widen the range of strokes that he's playing.
Jayant faces Patel, short outside the off stump. Cut away to the third man for 4. Unusually bad ball from Ajaz Patel. Short outside the off stump. Jayant capitalises. He's 7. It's frustrating.
So New Zealand, I mean, if they are going to get up close to India in this match, it's not going to be easy for them. It's going to get, this pitch is going to deteriorate relatively rapidly, certainly in comparison to the first test. And so, you know, they've got to, if they're going to be competitive in the game, they've got to claim wickets right now and brush the tail aside. You can't have partnerships of 25 and 30 at 7, 8 and 9 down.
No.
That just finishes you off. And suddenly, instead of chasing maybe 325, 330, you're chasing 390.
Yeah.
That's a huge difference in terms of the game and how the course of the game can take place.
Well, it brings the follow-on in, doesn't it?
250.
As well.
250 is the follow-on.
315 for 7 as Somerville bowls outside the off-stump. Straight ball cut straight to point.
I'm afraid your comments about Somerville are pretty much on the money at the moment. My concern about Somerville, and I feel sorry for him.
So do I.
In the sense that he's got a chance. This is a kind of pitch that you'd want to wrap up and put in your bag.
Yep. Here's Somerville bowling. This is a better delivery. It turns just a little bit outside off stump. Axar is playing the ball off the outside edge to point.
You would go at the end of the game, roll it up, put it into your cricket bag, and you would take this pitch around the world in your bag. You'd have an extra bag, and it'd be the pitch bag. And this would be the one you'd roll out wherever you want it to go, because it's perfect for spin bowling.
Yeah.
Not only is it turning, but there are marks, obviously, where it can be unpredictable, turn and bounce. It also is turning at a reasonable speed. So if a batsman makes an error, he hasn't got time to adjust.
No, and the word you mentioned there is we see a good diving save made by Somerville off his bowling. The word you also mentioned is bounce, and there has been a really lovely degree of bounce. Nothing unpredictable. It hasn't been vicious, but it's a factor, isn't it?
The concern for Somerville must be that he hasn't been able to turn the ball on this pitch. When he does, it is very minimal turn. So he's not letting it go with any confidence.
No weapons as he gets Jayant to square up a little bit. I mean, he did turn the ball a few times to the left-hander, but it was starting and pitching outside the off-stump and moving away.
Garth.
No.
Nothing
but
like
also
Patel.
Footmarks and moving away.
Nothing like Patel. And a straight delivery becomes a danger when you are turning the ball.
Absolutely, as Somerville bowls. We see that many times in a defensive shot from Jayant off the front foot. He's 7 from 23 balls. So this session we've had nearly 9 overs. 1 for 31, so the run rate just up over 3.6. So New Zealand might feel that that's a little bit too high. Here's a shorter delivery, turns a fraction as it is played to Nichols under the helmet at short leg. 316 for 7, J-Ant is 7, XR 52. Back in a moment.
Dark paint colours and stains on exteriors can get unbearably hot in summer. Keep your dark colours cooler with Resene Cool Colour paints and wood stains. Check them out online or at your nearest Resene colour shop and enjoy a cooler finish.
Got $5? Yep. Cool. That's enough for BK's $5 meals. Like a creamy mayo cheeseburger meal, barbecue rodeo meal, or a crispy chicken meal. For just $5, get a burger, small fries, and small drink. Part of BK's Flamin' Good Deals range.
And Jerry Coney and I just talking off air about J-Ant, how he's now faced 24 balls. And he just...
That's the time it takes to get in.
Yeah.
We're talking about sort of 4 to 5 overs.
Yeah.
Where you're not just at the crease, but facing those deliveries, and he's almost there now.
Yeah.
Now we're seeing him come forward with a bit more confidence. He's gone back and tucked it on the onside. He's had a cutaway. So he's moving.
Here's Patel out on the foot marks, but the ball goes straight through, so nothing there for him. Yeah, no, it does look like I thought it's less the sideways movement across the crease, more the forward and back, and that's what seems to be where J-Ant is starting to find his rhythm as XR is onto the back foot, pushing the ball to cover.
And XR is now starting to look for runs, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's moved from the point of defence and remaining at the crease and supporting Agarwal. He's now attacking.
Here it is, pitched up and 2 full, but can't beat Southey at cover, who makes a sprawling save.
So this is starting to have the look about those partnerships, you know, that we were mentioning.
Yeah, the 20s and 30s
very
and
dangerous.
40s. Absolutely. Patel over the wicket to the left-hander, and he plays again just back down into the pitch. Yeah, well, I'm just looking to see. The wicket fell at 291, so 24 runs, 25 runs added already, and those are the dangerous little bits. Suddenly it becomes 35, 45, and
that's the difference between, as I say, 330, chasing 330 and 400.
Yep. Patel again, and this is a good ball, and there is an appeal here as no shot is played by XR, and I wonder if they'll be tempted to review this after the last one. Might be worth a go. It's turning back. He's quite a long way outside off stump, and Latham just unsure of Blundell. This is a guess, isn't it?
It is a guess. It is a guess.
Yeah. 4 seconds, 3.
No, they're not going to.
No. So, or are they? No, they are.
Oh, they have.
So they've waited down. They got it right. They thought they might have gone too long again, but no. All right, well, they're going to have a look. So listeners, this is a guesswork, really, and I think it's, in a way, fair enough at this stage. They need another wicket. It's pitched outside off. He hasn't played a shot at it. It's turning in. Very hard to know what's going to happen, but Jerry Coney will take you through it.
And it's fair delivery. Move on to front on spin vision, please.
So it's hit him well outside off, but it has turned quite a lot, and it's hit the inside part of the pad, heading back to the stumps. He's a tall man. He's got a decent stride.
It's got a chance, I think.
It's got a chance.
Copy that. Thank you. Waiting for ball tracking.
Virinder Sharma is the third umpire,
ball tracking,
making the decision, and you can hear him saying he's just waiting for that. Here it is.
Pitching outside off.
Be close to off stump.
Outside.
Yes, it's hitting. Now, is there enough of the ball?
That should be out in my view.
Please reverse your decision to out. You're on screen.
Yes, it's going to be out.
Yeah. All right, so the important thing is then that Patel becomes just the second New Zealand bowler to take 8 wickets in a test match as he sees XR dismissed LBW for 52. Richard Hadley, 9 for 52 in 1985, and now Ajaz Patel, 8 for 115, one of 2 New Zealanders to achieve that. Terrific effort. Brilliant.
Well bowled. Yes, it is. It's a fine effort from him. He's bowled long spells, and you can see there the clenched fist, the smiles all round the New Zealand little circle that they've formed around Ajaz Patel. So Axar Patel goes now for 52. The second wicket claimed after the lunch break. 316 for 8. Very important they continue this onward march, as I say. 250 is the follow-on. If you get to 400, of course, you've got to get 150. Now, that's a fair few overs.
Yep.
And that's the danger for New Zealand.
I'll hand it over to Daniel McCarty. One ball remaining in the over, but Daniel, you should come in and pick it up here now. 316 for 8 it is. Jayant is 7. Umesh is yet to score. Daniel McCarty.
Thank you very much, Garth Galloway. What a story for Ajaz Patel. In the city of his birth, returning and picking up 8 wickets. Second best figures in Test match cricket history for New Zealand. Incredible stuff, really. One wonders where New Zealand would be without Ajaz Patel. A blunt knife is how Richard Petrie described the remainder of the bowling attack. New Zealand would probably already be out of this game. There was no Ajaz Patel. He's got rid of Axar Patel, who did play a fine hand, making 52. Credit to him. Umesh Yadav and Jayant Yadav now together. Jayant Yadav is 7. Umesh Yadav, the new batsman, yet to face a ball, of course. 316 for the loss of 8. Well, he wants 9. We want 10. Let's be clear. Just 4 players in India playing Test cricket in India have got 9 in a Test. Yadav defends outside of off stump. Another warm round of applause for Ajaz Patel. A wicket in the over, kicking at the ball, playing no stroke. Axar Patel. I must admit, Jeremy Coney, it brought great delight to Richard Petrie alongside me, who was getting a little bit grumpy from the fast bowling fraternity, or the bowling fraternity. He was having a great grumble about why on earth bowlers not get wickets when the ball pitches outside leg if it's clearly going on to hit the stumps. Well, I know this is outside of off stump and there's no stroke play. Then I had to tell Richard back in the 1930s that wouldn't have been out. Actually had to pitch the ball on the stumps prior to the 1930s now, didn't you? And Richard nearly fell over.
Yep, you did. Yeah. Yeah, he's lucky to be born as late as he has. Here's Somerville.
And beating the outside edge of Yadav's bat as he tries to play a late cut. Too close to him and bounced again. I do feel for Somerville here. He struggled for 75 in his 19th over, and here is a sharp chance at slip. Flashing drive, thick edge. Taylor outstretched, I think has got a hand to it. And it will race away towards the boundary. And in fact will go for 4. I was just about to say is that will take it to 320 for 8. Well, he struggled to pick up a wicket, and now he's going to annoy New Zealand fans if he actually picks up wickets here. Everyone wants Ajaz Patel to finish off the trick, probably.
I'm not sure. Did he get a touch to it? I don't think so. He went quite late because it went quite fast, didn't it? It was a heavy drive played by Jayant.
Played back along the pitch by Jayant.
But Somerville's had, he's had stumpings missed, he's had catches dropped, he's had ones close to people. He just hasn't had things going his way, which he really needs for a bit of confidence.
One's drayed from outside of off stump, turned to the mid-wicket region when there's plenty of fielders by Yadav.
It does show you that dismissal of Axar Patel, though. You've got to play a shot and let the umpire know that that was a legitimate shot, even if you weren't quite meaning to hit the ball.
Down the wicket, getting to the pitch, playing nicely through mid-on. Another run taken. 321 for the loss of 8.
And so all the New Zealand left-handers, going from Latham to Nicol to Ravindra, and even down to Patel, they've got to be able to make sure that they are looking to play shots from outside their off stump when they are defending the ball, because you don't want to be left in situations like that where you allow the DRS to come into the game, especially with the ball turning like this.
Some of them getting the outside edge of Umasharov's bat this time, squirting down towards short third man. They're not going to take a run because that is the end of the over. 321 for the loss of 8. Jayant Yadav is 12. Umasharov yet to get off the mark, and that means Ajaz Patel can go for number 9. Of course, just 2 players in Test match cricket history have picked up all 10 wickets in an innings. Surely everyone knows Jim Laker and Anil Kumble, only 2 in that very exclusive club.
Yep.
Yeah, poor old Richard aged about 40 years, I think, Jeremy, when I told him that couldn't get an LBW if it pitched outside off back in the day. I think the ratio of LBWs for a long ratio of LBW today was remarkably low. Now, wasn't it? And I think there were complaints overall that it was too much of a batsman's game as a result. They need to find ways to make it more of an even contest between bat and ball. I don't think I can ever convince him why a LBW should not be given if it pitches outside leg stump. No, it's going to hit the stumps. Here is Ajaz Patel bowling very full. Query back to the umpire, having learnt the lesson maybe from that missed opportunity, just asking if it was pad then bat. And down the wicket, Yadav hitting towards long, off and is caught. 9 for Patel. You have company, Sir Richard. 9 for 115. Ajaz Patel. Well, he's a one-man band at the moment. Hitting powerfully down the ground was Jayant Yadav, but not well enough. Slightly slicing it, and a simple catch by Rachin Ravindra. 321 for the loss of Ajaz Patel.
Very comfortable catch, wasn't it? And it was just the length that encouraged Jayant to come down. He thought he could hit the boundary 6, and it just was short enough that it went from the middle of the bat to the outside, and it didn't therefore have the power. And so it really was a very comfortable catch, as you say, to Ravindra at long off, 2 hands, good height, and you wouldn't expect that to be dropped. So Patel takes the 9th. Extraordinary, isn't it? I was there for the Hadley one at Brisbane. This is just very different, of course. It's taken a lot longer. But, you know, with no one else taking a wicket, it's an extraordinary effort from Ajaz Patel. It's a wonderful story, actually. I mean, he was a seamer for a start as a bowler. Not a tall seamer, you'd have to say. And he came from Mumbai early and was a seamer. And then when they asked him to bowl into the pitch and he found that he couldn't get the bounce, he thought he'd have a go at spinning the ball. And then he went to people like Dipak Patel, and they showed him how to spin the ball. His dad came to New Zealand because for opportunities. He got a mechanical garage in the west of Auckland. And then, of course, he moved from there, from Auckland down into Central Districts, which seemed to suit him quite nicely. And I was talking about Ajaz there. So it's a wonderful story for Ajaz Patel, you know, and to see this, it's just great for him. I feel, you know, he must be feeling terrific to come back to a place of his birth and have his family being there as well. He spoke about that before this game began, how much it meant. He's a family man, and it means a lot to him. So couldn't hope for more, could you, Daniel, really, as a player. Works hard at his game. He's bowled a lot of overs. He's cricket fit. Well done.
9 for 115. India 321 for the loss of 9. He has 4 balls remaining in the over. 4 men around the bats. We're going to witness history. There is a big shot for LBW, probably sliding and missing the leg stump as they bail out of that review. New batsman, Shiraj, I don't think they crossed. But he looked a little bit unbalanced and all at sea, arms and legs waving the number 11. Patel around the wicket again. There's Yorker on the bottom edge, takes it away from the leg stump and down to the boundary for 4. Oh, sport is a cruel mistress. It could have been 10 for one man. Ajaz Patel, it's a boundary to India. Important runs for them too, 325 for 9.
Very full, looking for the LBW. It's just a little bit too high. And while it's a bit of a slog from Siraj, it gets an inside edge. 2 slips in now, man in short, so New Zealand wanting to finish this off quickly. Still 2 balls remaining.
Yep. Oh, we're only in the second session on day 2, but the tension standing. Here is a towering blow up in the air towards mid-wicket. Can someone get under and take the catch? It is indeed taken. Rachin Ravindra, and quite amazingly, Ajaz Patel becomes just the 3rd player in Test match cricket history to take all 10 wickets in an innings. He's bowled out India single-handedly. India all out for 325. Ajaz Patel, 47.5 overs, 12 maidens, 10, count them all, 10 for 119.
Wonderful picture of New Zealand surrounding Ajaz Patel, and also of Ashwin standing up and applauding his counterpart from New Zealand. Just a lovely little sort of moment of sport there. And I wonder who'll lead New Zealand from the field.
What a warm reception he is getting from the fans in the city of his birth. He raises the ball high above his head. Not since Anil Kumble in 1999. And prior to that, Jim Laker in 1956 has one man taken all 10 wickets in a test innings. Savour this moment, Ajaz. He gets a warm embrace from Kane Williamson as he walks over the boundary road. A slog sweep attempt, a real tail ender's shot. It went high up in the air, and I'm sure it felt like an eternity, Jeremy, for both Ajaz Patel and Rachin Ravindra waiting under the ball. But he pocketed the catch. What a moment.
Neil Wagner applauding wildly, also standing beside the captain Williamson, normally on the field, of course, so they're all delighted for him, absolutely surrounded and mobbed by the field, the players on the field, supporting him to a man, jogging off in those last few steps, holding the ball. Wonderful. Tell you what, that ball won't be lost, that's for sure. That'll be mounted with pride, I'm sure, and kept in a quiet little secret place that the Patels can really enjoy looking at. Absolutely surrounded and mobbed. 10 for 190.
10 for 100.
Extraordinary.
10. Indeed. 10 for 119. The best bowling figures of his career, the best bowling figures by a New Zealand spinner, and now the best bowling figures in the history of Test cricket by a New Zealander, surpassing the great Sir Richard Hadley, who, as Jeremy Coney pointed out, was there probably fearing for his life at second slip, that he would have to take a catch every second ball as he went through the Australians in that extraordinary series in the mid-80s, taking 9 for 52. Complete contrast, Jeremy, but that's what we love about this game, is the contrast, the different conditions we play in, or these teams play in, and the skills needed to take wickets all around the world.
I think you'd find, Daniel, to say New Zealand, who haven't used spinners very much, I wonder who'll get the next 10. I wonder. And I tell you what, if it was, and then they said, and it's going to be a New Zealander. Well, I don't think you'd be looking at the spin department, really, to be fair, in the way that the spinners have been treated recently. That's marvellous news for spin bowling in New Zealand, that it's possible to get these wickets, and maybe it's just the spur that they need to kick this off, because that's what this tour actually means. So well done Ajaz Patel. Now the hard work begins. 325 is the chase.
Indeed. And let's not forget Mayank Agarwal, a fine knock of 150. The mainstay of this innings. Axar Patel batting late on, making 52. 325 is a very good score from what you can see. We will take a break. We'll gather ourselves. It's hard not to get caught up in this historic moment. The best bowling performance by a New Zealander in Test cricket history, and just the third player all time to have secured all 10 wickets in an innings. We will take a break and then we'll refocus on New Zealand's first innings. Stay with us here on SENZ in association with our partners Resene, the Paint Kiwis Trust. Big barrel, big range, biggest deals. Back after this.
Get Mates Club exclusives. Oroku Gin or Ratu Rum range 700ml, $52.99. Chatel VSOP Brandy, 1 litre, $37.99. Smirnoff or Gordon's Gin Original, 1 litre, or Pink or Citrus, 700ml range, $34.99. And Absolute Flavours or Beefeater Pink or Blood Orange Gin, 700ml, $32.99.
Big battle, you local liquor store.
When it...
The Ned White Wine Range, $15.99. Church Road Wine Range, excluding Syrah, $15.99. And Kylie Minogue Rosé, $19.99.
For more info, visit www.bigbarrel.co.nz. Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big battle, you local liquor store.
Don't miss a hit with the SENZ app in your pocket wherever you are around New Zealand. Whether you're in the car, on the couch, or at the track, tune into the TAB Trackside channel on the SENZ app for the latest racing running around the country. Greyhound, harness, gallops, you'll know exactly where you are in the running thanks to the SENZ app. Make sure you're in the finish and download the SENZ app today.
Anywhere, anytime.
Stay connected to SENZ no matter where you are or what you're doing. Follow us on Twitter and Instagram at SENZ_radio, where you can keep tabs on Baz, Izzy, Smithy, Staffy, Kirsty, Beaver and Ricky. Or catch up with all the latest sports news on our website, senzradio.co.nz. Whether it's on air or off, you'll never miss a moment from the SENZ team. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
Get your pulse racing with Harness Racing. hrnz.co.nz is the home of harness, with industry info, previews, tips, profiles, fields, expert analysis, and much more. You'll be able to keep up with every meeting, every race. And if you want the action, get to the trots. See the four-legged athletes and the flying sulkies. There's nothing quite like it, because Harness Racing is where excitement lives. So set the pace with NZ Harness Racing. For everything Harness Racing, visit hrnz.co.nz.
And welcome back to the coverage from Mumbai, where we're waiting for the New Zealand openers to come out and begin that chase. And it will be, let's not underestimate, notwithstanding the euphoria that people are feeling, understandably, after that extraordinary achievement by Ajaz Patel. But 325 is the focus for the New Zealand batsman. And really, that is just as Daniel McCarty said so rightly. These are the reasons that you watch the game, you love it. And only the third time in the history of Test cricket that a bowler has taken 10 wickets. Just an extraordinary performance. And also, Jim Laker, of course, taking 10 for England against Australia at Manchester on the 26th of July 1956. Of course, he in that match, Laker also, which is often overlooked, picked up in the first innings 9 and then 10 in the second innings. Unbelievable. So Tony Locke was the other spinner who was playing for England that day, and in that match he picked up the Australian Jim Burke, the opening batsman in the first innings. And then it was Jim Laker who took the 9 wickets. And then in the second innings, of course, Laker went one better, and 51 overs and 5 balls, 23 maidens, 10 for 53, the figures for Jim Laker. And as Daniel McCarty told you, the other player to do it, Arnold Kumble. Richard Hadley, of course, at the top of New Zealand's list. Before this, 23 overs and 4 balls, 4 maidens, 9 for 52 for New Zealand against Australia in 1985. And Jerry, of course, you were playing in that match. And one of the great ironies about that match, or the joys of it, of course, was that Hadley took the first 8 wickets in that innings, and then it was, of course, Vaughan Brown who took the 9th, Jeff Lawson, and it was Court Hadley.
Yes, it was, yeah, at mid-on, quite a high catch. I think perhaps the second to last wicket that was claimed.
Bob Holland was the last.
And Bob Holland, yes, that was caught bat pad by Vaughan Brown, I think, again.
Correct.
So, so Hadley underneath it. I don't know whether he had any doubts. As she went up there, I thought, oh dear, I hope he does catch this. I'm sure he didn't give it a moment's thought, actually. But it was, I wonder if he would now. That we've actually seen today.
Oh, Sir Richard.
That's been surpassed. I'm sure I'm sure there'll be a little message going from Richard. That's very Richard, actually, to be watching this, following it closely, and now send a little message over to India, to AJ Patel.
And it'll be a simple message.
Oh, very
well
simple.
Done.
Thoroughly deserved. Well done.
Yep.
Exactly.
RJ. All right, Richard Petrie. Well, you're joining us now, and welcome back. What an extraordinary thing. This is the match now in Mumbai, the second test in the series, which will always be talked about for AJ Patel's 10 for 119.
I think you're right. I think regardless of the result here, I think the test match will always be known for that bowling feat. So, test cricket's been played since 1876. This is test number 2,438. 2,438. Most of those tests have gone to 2 innings. Well, 4 innings often. 4 innings, and only the 3rd time that has ever happened. So just witnessed absolute history here.
Here's Umesh bowling down the leg side, no shot from Latham. So big job, and it really is a huge job now for New Zealand just to get themselves, and you saw Latham and Young leaving the field as quickly as they could, obviously wanting to respect the magnificent achievement and honour what Ajaz Patel has achieved, but then there's a focus on batting. I was slightly worried to see Ross Taylor sprinting off as well to get his pads on. Maybe he is batting at 3, I don't know. Mitchell, we were told when the team was selected, was at 3, but if Taylor, I hope he wasn't thinking he's at 4 and he needs to get those pads on straight away. Here's Latham off the mark, turning the ball nicely. A little bit of swing from Umesh into the left-hander, so outswing to a right-hander it would be, and it's just turned down the onside to long leg for 1. So New Zealand underway.
They are, and you've got to remember, Garth, that it's one thing to take 10 wickets, but there's 2 things that have to happen. You have to be striking and taking wickets. You've also got to have everybody else in the team not taking any wickets. That's what makes it so hard. I mean, it was looking pretty safe, but even that, no other wicket by New Zealander. You've kind of got 2 perfect storms happening at the same time, which is why it's only 3 times in history, 2,438 matches, all 10 have been taken.
Down the leg side again from Umesh, just adjusting to the right-hander. Yeah, well, and I jest when I say that. I mean, but having said that, we did say for quite a lot of the match that Patel really was the only New Zealander who looked like taking a wicket. And he was. If you think about the rest of it, Somerville no, Ravindra no, Mitchell no, Jameson no, and Southey the best of the bowlers, bowling an immaculate line and length, but not really looking like taking wickets. Umesh bowls outside the off stump, no shot from Young, one without loss, 4 balls gone.
Yeah, so I guess the first big question for New Zealand is how well can the openers negotiate this early new ball. There is a little bit of sideways movement. The next question is who's going to be batting 3? Is it going to be Mitchell? I think they told us it was going to be a straight swap at the toss, Mitchell for Williamson, but that remains to be seen.
Umesh bowls, beats Young outside the off stump. Good delivery, the sort of movement that we didn't see from the New Zealand bowlers. Just leaving Young at the last minute, and he was very lucky not to get an edge through to Saha.
Very nice ball. He bowled very well in the last test in the second innings. I thought, particularly to Williamson, created all sorts of pressure, bowled a great length, and he's picking up where he left off. It's a tough team to make, India. They have so many bowlers, so many batsmen, and I think sometimes it plays against them.
Umesh bowls way down the leg side this time, no shot.
The reason I say that is because where New Zealand is a small country and I guess a smaller pool of batters and bowlers and things like that, they do get to play a lot. And it's probably highly likely many of the New Zealand players have more test match experience than the Indians, because the Indians can rotate their players. If they get out of form, they move them on. If the bowler gets out of form. New Zealand does have a lot of depth at the moment by New Zealand standards. They just don't have the huge number of players that India has. And I sometimes think that is an advantage for New Zealand, is a smaller pool. Once you get into that New Zealand team, they do tend to stick with you. We've seen Henry Nicholls held on to for long periods of time when he's been in and out of form, and many of the other players. And so you do get the benefit of playing a lot of test cricket, getting very experienced. And I guess it's a disadvantage, the lack of numbers in some respects, but in another respect, it's a real advantage for these New Zealand players who have been allowed to play so much test cricket and develop. So, all about harnessing your strengths.
Here's Siraj running in from the Gearwear end, and his first ball has a nice carry through to the Indian keeper Saha. Siraj, who of course is replacing Ishant Sharma, already at 136 kilometres now, so a nice brisk pace. And I like the look of Siraj. I've seen him on a number of occasions now, still a relatively new test bowler, but quite aggressive in the tests that we have seen him, and a nice mover of the ball, tall and angular, and able to extract bounces. He bowls now, and Latham is cramped up a little bit, turns the ball into the onside, and they run a quick single. So well done Young, who just for his benefit is hit by the ball as the fieldsman picks it up and throws it at the stumps. Might be hit in the wrist, and I hope that's not too serious. He's called for some spray, I'm sure. Gee whiz, that could be. It was Iyer who picked the ball up and threw it at the stumps, and he's perfectly entitled to do that. And it's bounced up and hit Young flush in the wrist, just in the lower arm and wrist area. So that could be very painful, bony part of the body. And Richard, this would be a disastrous way for New Zealand to get into early trouble.
Yeah, well, it's his top hand, which is his main hand while he's batting. It's the hand that controls the bat. Hit him right on the bone. He was looking the other way, knowing that the ball was coming at him. He's now getting a little bit of spray from New Zealand physio Vijay, who is also based in Wellington, also of Indian descent. He's got to practice in central Wellington. very good physio, but he's using the technology at the moment, the cold spray, to holding his hand and asking him to wriggle it around to see how much power he's got in his wrist. Just trying to ascertain whether there's a bone being broken.
Yeah, well, I hope not. He looks okay. I thought in the way that he's banging his hand now and the way that he was twisting it around, he's now clapping a bit and brushing what's left, the residue of the cold spray off his hands onto his backside, and he looks okay. And if that's the case, then that's good fortune, because it's exactly the unfortunate sort of thing that can change things. And you remember in the second innings of the first test, of course, he was given out and didn't review that decision, and that was tried to review it but was too late, so that would have been a disaster. We'll see how he is. He's now down on the striker's end, and we'll see if it affects him in any way. 3 slips, India bowling to, so they're backing Siraj, and I like that. Good approach. We've often seen New Zealand starting with just a couple of slips in a gully. There's no gully here, having said that, just 3 slips. So they're looking for that finer edge. Oh no, there is a gully. Sorry, the TV angle. He's quite deep, but further back, as here's a ball which Young is playing into the onside. It balloons up in the air, and there's a little bit of excitement from the Indian players. So we're just 1.5 overs into the New Zealand innings. If you're just joining us, then you will be as delighted as we are, I'm sure, to be made aware that Ajaz Patel, just the 3rd bowler in Test cricket history, all of those years and years of Test cricket, the 3rd bowler to take 10 wickets in an innings. He took 10 for 119. India dismissed for 325, and a lovely image on the TV of Ashwin standing tall and applauding his counterpart. This is a lovely shot from Young, the ball drifting into the pads from Siraj, and Young stands tall, plays it beautifully square of the wicket for 4 on the onside, 6 without loss.
He was clapping. He wasn't smiling too much. He didn't look the happiest, but maybe he was just taking it all in. So Siraj, I mean, who wouldn't want Siraj coming out to bat when you've got 9 for? The way he played that early on in his innings, he obviously thought he was seeing it well. To Patel, a man on 9. I mean, what more could you ask for as he comes in and bowls?
Is Siraj bowling short of a length and played defensively by the right-hander?
I mean, the shot he played to give Patel his 10th wicket was an absolute dirty tail-ender's slog across the line. No technique, just a golf swing really, and you got a big top edge. So you couldn't have asked for more. Patel could not have asked for more.
Siraj average of 29 with the ball, runs in and bowls outside the off stump, and Young thinks about fiddling and then is very wise indeed to pull his bat away. So Siraj played his first test. He's pretty new, really. He played his first test for India in December 2020, the Boxing Day test at Melbourne, and he played at Sydney and Brisbane, and then he's joined that with 6 tests against England, home and away. And now here he is playing his 10th match against New Zealand. So just matches against Australia, England and New Zealand. And he's looked always impressive, always competitive. So you like him coming out with the bat, but maybe not quite so much with the ball if he's running in and steaming at you. And he's a good competitor. Part of this modern Indian fast bowlers is this ball is driven from Umesh's bowling by Latham to cover. So far things look reasonably comfortable, Richard, and I just wonder, a couple of overs each, maybe 3, and then it'll be Ashwin inevitably, won't it?
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, I think Patel came in the 7th over, and that's New Zealand's not used to pulling that sort of stump, but India certainly are, so I would imagine they would be into it as quick as possible.
Umesh is just hurrying up Latham, thumping the ball into his pads on this one as Latham is shaping to hit the ball through the onside. Well, isn't it just wonderful story that Jeremy Coney was talking about with Ajaz Patel, and it's another indication of New Zealand's growing and wonderful diversity, that a player born in Mumbai now, a spin bowler, the greatest figures in Test history for New Zealand. Ajaz Patel, a proud Kiwi, and fantastic to have those figures, and particularly for a spin bowler. Wonderful. As Umesh bowls outside the off stump, no shot from Latham. Nice bounce and carry.
Yeah, still plenty good pace in that wicket. It's a really special day for everybody. Just to be watching this, because they'll talk about this for many. Well, forever. They'll talk about the day that Ajaz Patel took 10 wickets, and anyone listening or watching this can say you were there. It's one of those type of moments. I was there when he took his 10 wickets.
Umesh bowls. Latham plays uncertainly outside the off-stump square of the wicket. Yeah, well, Ajaz Patel's life's changed forever now. There are Test players who turn up and take 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 wickets, 8 wickets, 9 wickets. There are 17 players before today who have taken 9 wickets in an innings. There are only 3 who have taken 10. And Ajaz Patel is one of them. His life will never be the same.
No, it's a hard one to beat, actually. You know, if you're looking for your pinnacle in your cricket career, he's just had it. He's not going to do better than that ever again.
Umesh outside the off stump, played by Latham to mid-on.
The question is, I suppose, will that force the selectors to give him more Test matches at home? Because I don't know if he's played one at home, Garth.
Yes, he has.
Know?
Yep. Played a few.
Yep. Yes, but he hasn't had much bowling, has he? He's played, but not really bowled.
Well, he's played in Christchurch, I recall, which is a graveyard, as here's Latham pushing hard at a ball, lucky to get away with this as it flies down to third man, wide of third slip for 4 runs, but Latham not in control of that. Umesh grinning, but the New Zealand skipper, fortunate on that occasion, just a little loose.
Yeah, well, there is no gully. Oh, there is a gully, but it's very deep, and maybe it's a backward point. Huge gap down there. So, just the stats for Ajaz Patel in New Zealand. He's played 3 matches. He's bowled in only 5 innings, so there would have been probably 6 innings in those matches, but he's only bowled 5 of them. His match figures in New Zealand are none for 106 off 49 overs. None for 106 off 49 overs for Ajaz Patel's 3 Test matches in New Zealand. And it shows you how the conditions, the effect that the conditions have on who is able to succeed in various places.
Siraj bowls, wickets fallen, Young is out, caught at second slip, Pujara, I think. Kohli. Disaster for New Zealand, 10 for 1. Young pushing at a ball from Siraj, this impressive young fast bowler, and New Zealand in early trouble. Young out for 4, New Zealand 10 for 1.
Yeah, Siraj, he's not much of a batsman, but he's a very slippery bowler. Seam up, just angling into middle and off, and Will Young's taken it on the outside edge. Kohli has taken a catch, a very good catch, falling away to his right. Siraj, he's a real athlete, Siraj. He's, just the word that keeps coming to me is slippery. He's quick off the wicket. He was bowling well over 140. So Will Young out for 4 after 9 deliveries. Big disappointment, and the question that we're asking, who's going to bat number 3, Garth? And it is going to be Mitchell.
Well, yeah, and I hope for great things for Daryl Mitchell, but I have to say I don't agree with him batting at 3, so I'll get that out now. Said it at the time when the team was selected. I hope I'm wrong, but it's a very tough ask, having not played in the last Test, to come in here and bat at 3 when, in my view, Blundell could have opened, Young could have batted at 3. That would have made a lot more sense to me. Not to be. I thought Young just pushed a little bit at that ball, Richard. It was coming into the right-hander a fraction. He just had the bat out in front of him. Looks like, one of those typical early innings shots where you're trying to get bat on ball rather than the ball just hitting the bat calmly.
Well, I think if Kane Williamson would have playing it, he would have let it just come to him a little. It's a little unusual with the ball angling in to even be able to get an edge on it and get it to second slip. So, pretty unusual, I guess, with the ball coming back in. But anyway, Mitchell's taking strike. He's batting about 6 inches outside his crease. Siraj is on his way in.
And Mitchell's off the mark. Lovely shot, turning the ball square. Siraj drifting into the pads. And it's one more run. So 11 for 1. So Mitchell, of course, has got a test century to his name. And I really admired the way that he played in the T20 series coming up as an opener. Obviously, this is a very different task. But I certainly don't underestimate his application and courage and, his desire. I think he's a player who has exceeded beyond his abilities. I don't mean that unkindly. I just think he's a player who makes absolutely the most of all of his talents. And batting-wise, he has just continued to develop. And I thought he bowled pretty well yesterday as well. So he's right on the fringe. As here he is, it's Latham who's facing this time outside the off stump. And Siraj, 140 kilometres an hour. He's working up a bit of pace, and the bounce is disconcerting. And it's what happened. It's what led to Young's dismissal, I think, Richard.
Yeah, he's on him pretty quick. I mean, let's not forget that ball is pretty new, and this wicket is a lot quicker than the first test. Coming off, there's bait, bounce, there's carry. We're just watching the replay. It's angled in, and Garth's right. He pushed a long way in front of his pads. And I think Williamson would have let it come to him, play it deeper.
Siraj bowls. Latham drives. Beautiful shot. Stands tall and plays that lovely on drive. Inside mid-on and down to the boundary for 4. Good shot from Latham. He's 10, 15 for 1. Siraj just trying to push one up into his pads. Maybe the Yorker. Just not quite getting it right. And Latham's shot was immaculate.
Yeah, no, it was a very good shot off a good length ball. I think Siraj, opening bowlers, won't be too unhappy with that. You've got to throw the ball up and get it around the kneecaps, which is usually a good length. Hitting the bails, which is that awkward length. You're going to win some, you're going to lose some. It's a bit like going to the poker tables or betting on horses. You're okay if some of them don't win.
Short ball, Latham ducks underneath it. Here's a comment from John, who's been sending in some interesting message. Mitchell will go at the ball. Someone needs to lead the way. That's a fair comment. We saw players in the first test not really knowing how to score runs, and I think I agree with you, John. That's a difference that Mitchell offers. And so, absolutely, the ball's hard. I'd rather, I think, as a batsman, be opening or getting out in there at 3 with the ball hard and fast bowlers on than coming out at 6 or 7 when you're 3 or 4 or 5 down and the spinners are in charge. Here's Latham. Oh, he's caught. What a disaster. He's pulled the ball from Siraj. It was short. And Latham has hit it down square legs, throat about 15 metres off the boundary. Unbelievably poor shot from Tom Latham. Uncharacteristic. New Zealand 15 for 2.
Gee, that is uncharacteristic. Very surprising to see him hold out to a man. There's a man back at deep square leg. He's banged it in short. Pretty obvious strategy. He's got a man back 3/4. Shreyas Iyer. And it's gone straight to him. Kohli and his bowler Siraj are absolutely delighted. Look at them looking at each other, laughing. It's like this is what it feels like when a plan comes off. It's quite unbelievable. I mean, Latham normally so controlled. You would have expected him just to duck under it or sway away, especially with a man back. So we are seeing now. Very strange. Taylor coming across the boundary, and he is going to now have to stop this rot. New Zealand 15 for 2 in the 14th over, chasing India's reasonably imposing score, 325 New Zealand chasing. New Zealand 15 for 2 in the 4th over, two new batsmen at the crease. Taylor about to face his first ball. Mitchell has only played one ball.
Well, it was nice while it lasted, Peaches. Back to reality.
Well, that's right. Cometh the hour, cometh the man. Taylor not in great form in the first test. Out a couple of times looking like he'd just come out of sort of self-imposed isolation or MIQ or something. He spent too long in there, and we've got a Mitchell who didn't play the first test. So these two are going to have to fight. There's no danger. I mean, Taylor is as tough as nails, and he's seen it all. He's just not in great form. Mitchell will fight. There's no danger there. Siraj moves in.
Right arm over the wicket. Yorker into leg stump. It's missing the stumps. Good pace. 38k or just a tick below. Their tails are certainly up. The crowd has energy on this historic day. 15 for 2. New Zealand having lost Will Young, caught it second slip by Kohli off the bowling of Siraj, and Latham, Woodaya. Siraj for 10. Wickets falling at 10 and 15. We're just tuning in. India all out for 325, all 10 wickets taken by Ajaz Patel. It's the third time that has happened in Test cricket history. Yadav. Oh, big shot for LBW, and the finger is up. Mitchell goes. It's carnage in the New Zealand top order. He's going to challenge. He was squared right up. It's hit the back pad quite high. Is it height?
For LBW, you have given him out.
So this is hit pretty high on Mitchell.
We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. I have checked the front foot and it's fair delivery. Move on to front on spin vision, please.
Well, let's start off. It's a very good ball. It's hit the seam. It's moved away. He's played square. He's missed it, and it's high, in fact, on the
ball passes the bat.
Above the knee roll on the front pad, halfway up.
The ball is close to the bat.
That flap.
I'll try it here, please.
Well, I'm not sure if this is going over, Richard.
Oh, we're soon going to see.
Keep rolling.
He hasn't hit it.
Keep rolling all the way to the pad.
There is definite gap between bat and ball, so it's all about the height. Struck him in line, middle stump. It's not missing the stumps. Or his line. It's all about the height. There is more bounce in this pitch. It is a fresh new ball.
Waiting for ball tracking, please.
He is batting a foot outside his crease, so that might be a factor that just helps him, because there's no distance for that ball to keep climbing.
Please stand by.
So we're going to see ball tracking. It all comes down to whether the ball's hitting the stumps or not.
Well, this will take the air right out of the New Zealand tyres, won't it?
Okay. Pitching in line, it's back in line. And wicket missing.
Oh, it's going over the top.
To Anil on field. Anil.
Great review by Daryl Mitchell.
On-screen signal not out.
Maybe he knew, because he was batting outside of his crease, that where it's hit him. He's a reasonably tall man as well, with the new ball only being in the 5th over. So the error is overturned, and Mitchell celebrates like he's just taken a 10th wicket. Almost more emotion than Ajaz Patel.
Well, he gives it everything, doesn't he? I mean, he fights. He's a fighter. He fights every ball. He's not one of these players who's a relaxed, glamorous, natural, everything comes easy to him guy. He is a fighter. He'll fight ball after ball after ball. So I think he's had a whole career of having to fight his way through the ranks.
He wasn't ready, as Yadav was 3/4 of the way into his delivery stride, and he looks a little bit frustrated as Mitchell pulls out. You boos ring around Heedy Stadium. Small crowd in. We talked about the COVID restrictions limiting capacity to about 25. They're finding good voice now.
Well, I tell you what, it hasn't been a test match that's lacked action. Watching spinners bowl consistently and the ball spinning and hissing.
Stifled appeal, was full, it was sliding down leg, and I think he's also got an inside edge. But Yadav is bowling full and quick. This is a testing period for Mitchell, and it will be for Taylor, who's yet to face.
Yeah, let's hit him on the back pad as well. You be a little bit careful there. His head falling over. Just hold your balance, Mitchell.
He's actually hit his own pad, isn't he?
Hold your balance. Don't go falling over. Just watch the ball through the air. Stay where you are. Trust yourself. Great opening spell from both these bowlers.
Don't go anywhere. Gripping stuff on SENZ. Shorter this time into the hip of Mitchell, who turns him through square leg and gets a run. He will go to 2. 16 for the loss of 2. Our coverage with Rosine, the Paint Kiwis Trust. Big barrel, big range, biggest deals.
Well, I hate to say it, from Yadav and Siraj, we're seeing some fast bowling that is far more incisive and aggressive and effective than anything we saw from Southee and Jameson so far in this test. So we've certainly out-bowled them in the first few overs. So it's all go. They're making it look very difficult for the New Zealand players. Taylor and Mitchell both new to the crease. Taylor's about to face his first ball. Mitchell has just survived the big LBW shout.
Only after review, 3 slips in place. Taylor's going to get underway with a single down towards long leg. Flicking one from middle and leg. From about knee roll height. Down towards Siraj in the deep. Straight off the middle of the bat. 117 for 2. 325. India's first innings total.
Gee, we're only in the 4th over or 5th over. Seems like so much has happened. We've seen everything. 2 wickets, LBW shouts, reviews, catches.
Test cricket's dying, they say.
Not here, it's not in Mumbai.
17 for 2. Yadav bowling full, nipping back into the right-hander, but straight out of the middle of the bat. Mitchell presses forward. The end of the over, a demanding one. One that saw Mitchell given out LBW, but he reviewed. It was overturned. He survives. He's 2. Taylor 1, 17 for 2 in reply to 325.
Great over. We're going to see Siraj, who's picked up 2 wickets, come in 2 for 10. No maidens. 5 runs and over. That hardly matters, does it? 2 for 10. The big number there is the 2. So both wickets bowling to Taylor. Chance for Taylor. I mean, Taylor's been around for a long time. He's got thousands of test runs. Hasn't been in the greatest of form, but we know he's a class player. And one of the all-time great batsmen, I think you'd say, or one of the all-time top batsmen New Zealand's ever had. So cometh the hour, cometh the man.
Well, his last night before the first test was the World Test Championship final. On his bowl, what a beauty, Siraj. As good as you will see anywhere. Taylor squared up, played around it, and he's hit the top of off. Disaster for New Zealand. Siraj has swept away the top order. 17 for 3. Taylor gone for 1.
Wow. This has all happened so fast. It's almost hard to believe. As you said, Daniel, that was an absolute gaffer. Angling in slightly. Seam pointed towards leg slip. Taylor's played inside it again like he did in the first test. Knocked his off stump out of the ground. Siraj is jumping in there, punching. Kohli's running around. Mouth open. I mean, sensational piece of bowling from Siraj. It really is. Very different to what we saw from New Zealand. I don't know if it's colder and there's less heat in the air, but New Zealand are absolutely on the ropes and taking it. They are taking a pummeling here. Henry Nicholls.
Yeah, one player out of touch, replaced by another one who looked out of touch in the first test. Henry Nicholls did not expect to be padded up in the 5th over, the 6th over. let alone be out in the middle. The scores of 2 and 1 in the first test. One, like Ross Taylor, at least he had a first-class game, or a couple in the lead-up to this tour. And he looked overmatched by the spinners. But he's got Mohammad Siraj on a hat-trick. On a hat-trick. You wouldn't put it past him. Not on a day like this. We've already seen.
The crowd, they're absolutely loving it.
Hat-trick ball, Mohammad Siraj bowling to Henry Nicholls. Disastrous start for New Zealand. Listen to the roar inside this arena in Mumbai. 3 slips, 3 catching on the onside. Siraj just adds to the drama as he runs through the crease. Doesn't release. Nicholls goes down and does some gardening. A silver chain glistening in this Mumbai sun around the neck of Mohammad Siraj. He's got his hometown fans on their feet. Not even on the edge of their seat anymore. They're standing up. They're leaning over the rails. They can't wait for this one. There's a big shot for LBW. Turned down. It's high. Might have also pitched outside leg. Are they going to review? Siraj had fallen over in his delivery stride. I'm not sure if he's the best guy to talk to. Plus, it's him on a hat-trick. Well, and they've got to go have a look.
Well, it is a hat-trick.
They've got to go have a look. I think it's maybe height, but Nicholls has missed it by a long way again, which is not a good sign for future balls if he survives this. Can you believe this, Richard?
Well, I can because I've been watching the New Zealand batters play inside the line of the ball constantly.
And it's fair delivery.
Quite amusing watching Siraj as he's...
I'm not sure if he's seen the ball hit the pads.
Well, he fell on the ground, he bowled it, he fell on the ground, was rolling and had his arms out as he's rolling. We'll watch him here. Oh, it's kneecap height. I mean...
Pitched outside leg?
Yeah, because he pitched outside leg. That's the only thing. I don't think it's going to be short.
Oh, imagine if this is only 50% of the ball hitting. Imagine umpire's call for a hat-trick.
Keep rolling, keep rolling.
Nowhere.
Big gap between bat and ball. Flat line. Bat first.
I actually wonder if this is pitched outside leg.
I would say it has pitched outside leg.
And it has.
Leg. Going back to Nitin on field.
I'm a little bit deflated by that.
Well,
I was excited to see a hat-trick.
Well, can you imagine a hat-trick after a 10-for?
No, I couldn't have imagined it before today, but I have seen it with my own eyes.
Look at Kohli. Kohli not one to hide his emotions, is he?
No.
Talk about wear his heart on his sleeve.
He looked devastated for Siraj.
Henry Nicholls, keep your head still.
They lose a review. Back to the action. 3 slips and just 1 catch on the onside. Siraj challenging the off stump of Nicholls. He's right in behind this one, out of the middle of the bat, up towards mid-off. But he's an all-action bowler that the arms go and sort of leans back, whips in from a little bizarre angle. Whippy bowler.
He's whippy, he's slippery, skiddy.
Deadly. Here's 3 for 10.
3 for 10. No maidens, though.
The way this game is tracking, Richard, I don't think we're going to day 5.
No, we're not going to go to day 5. Who knows?
Moves past the umpire. Full and wide of off-stump, no stroke. Might have to get you out of the commentary chair with the crowbar.
Is it my turn to exit stage left?
Well, I think technically yes, but the listeners, all the drama that you've brought. Just getting a replay of the Taylor dismissal. It's just wonderful bowling. Slight error with technique. He's played it inside the line, tried to turn it on the onside. There is a bouncer that's flicked up and over the slip cord and down at the fence for 4. It's very close to his left shoulder as he's played this one. He got it over the cord and the heavily packed cord and down to the third man rope for 4. Nicholls off the mark, 21 for 3.
Yeah, just a ramp, really. An unusual shot to play at this stage of the game. I would have thought just leaving it would have been probably better, but still. So it's all action here. 21 for 3. We're in the sixth over. We've seen it all.
Nichols waiting for Siraj. And squaring him up. Sly seeing the ball to point. Pitching outside leg, but threatening that front pad again. Another very good demanding over from Siraj. He got rid of Ross Taylor with a beauty, the first ball of the sixth over. New Zealand, 21 for the loss of 3. Richard Petrie will make way. Jeremy Coney, who's seen a lot of Test cricket over the years. Jerry, what a special day we have seen here.
Yeah, Daniel, you're right. I mean, it's Laker Kumble and now Patel. You know, they're all about 1,000 tests apart. I suppose you hear that phrase, don't you, in your mind, going, carrying the attack on his own. You kind of know what it means. Since New Zealand have started their innings, I'm just wondering when the power play's over. Because it has a feel of a one-day game. We've seen some ramps, we've seen hooks picking out a one-man back, we've seen some no footwork, and now at last you feel that the threat was going to be spin. It's introduced.
And it's Axar Patel who drifts into the pads of Mitchell from around the wicket. Turned wide of mid-on, and a run for Mitchell. He will go to 3, so 22 for the loss of 3. So Axar Patel running around the wicket. Tall man, bowls different arm slots. He'll go high, three-quarter, and almost sidearm at times. He presents lots of different angles, variations, without being a prodigious turner of the ball, Jeremy.
No, absolutely. But he's very accurate. Gets a good length once he decides and finds that out. He does, I think he's quite smart too, in the sense that he works out for himself what is working today in these conditions. What angle do I need?
Goes over the wicket to Nichols, where he had success against him in Kampur. Nichols defends to the onside. In this session, Jeremy, 18.1 overs, 7 for 62. 7 wickets have fallen in this session alone.
Now you see the bottom hand of Nichols. Very, very round. I mean, that's a grip.
And pushing
that
outside
is
of
very good for cutting, and very good for ramping, and very good for pulling the ball, but it's very difficult to control your forward defensive strokes and your drives. So that's the issue that Nichols, I think, has. He was LBW. Was he twice in the Kanpur Test? My memory is going.
He comes down the wicket, doesn't get there, inside edge, goes to short leg. Shubman Gill flicks it back, but he gets home. He was out sweeping to a full delivery, went under the bat into the pads, and we just played all around one in the second innings.
Yeah.
He did.
That's what I say, it's quite hard.
He sort of jabs at it, doesn't he, with the front foot and the hands.
Bit of a thruster, you're right. That one's got an inside edge because he's late on the ball.
Comes forward, plays that one well in front of his front pad, right out of the middle of his grain entrance.
You've got to get that front position and get the bat stationary when the ball's hitting. Not that you don't want it to be moving.
Seems very tall. Comes forward, wide of off stump, playing it to backward point. Just slid on with the arm. It is the end of the over. 22 for the loss of 3.
The feeling I've had watching this very interesting start to the New Zealand innings is that New Zealand, as well as everybody, knows that the major threat you would think would lie with the Indians, with the spinners. And it's almost therefore a feeling that they want to attack the faster bowlers before the spinners arrive and the major threat arrives, in a different vehicle. And they want to get runs away and get some on the board. That's that is the sense that I have about the way I've seen New Zealand go about this. Siraj has looked interesting, hasn't he? I mean, he is. You've mentioned how lively he is as a bowler. He runs in quite hard. It's a busy action and skiddy.
And again into the thigh pad, beating the inside edge of Mitchell as it balloons into the gully region.
It's beating the strokes, isn't it? That the ball is beating the stroke of the New Zealanders. It's into the pads and so on. So you've got to be ready. You've got to be, urgent about your cricket in terms of a batsman to get your bat out there.
.22 for the loss of 3. Siraj has all of them. He bowls to Mitchell. Nice drive up towards mid-off. Sweetly struck, picks out the field. Mitchell 2, middle order play. He likes bat on ball. He likes scoring. Just going through the highlights. Plays and misses. And Young got a good one. Edging to second slip. The Latham owns a strange dismissal with square leg back, taking on the hook stroke. And there was the LBW turn down only after review. And then, Taylor gone with the beauty as Mitchell jabs it into the cover region, sets off the throw, comes to the non-striker's end, but he is home. And is there overthrows? There are 4 more. Come 5.
Yep, they crossed. That's all right at this stage.
27
for 3, you can do that.
Suresh Iyer coming in from point. He fired. There was a man at mid-on who, Jeremy, I'm not sure if he was paying a lot of attention. Throw came in. He wasn't in the right position, and 5 runs to the New Zealand total. Mitchell now to 8. It's 27 for the loss of 3. 3 balls remaining in the over. 2 slips in a gully and a catcher at mid-wicket. Square leg's gone back. So Nichols plays a ball pitching outside of the leg stump with a straight bat to the aforementioned short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, so Young beaten, I think you're right. Certainly it was leg stump-ish, and he just really needed to be looking to either let it hit him on the pad or on the thigh pad and so on, or turn it down to fine leg. He just pushed the bat too far and exposed the outside edge. Taylor, no footwork whatsoever, I'm afraid, and playing across it, hit quite high up on off stump.
Beating the left-handed Nichols. Trying to play a drive to a very full ball. The natural angle across the left-hander defeats him. 27 for 3 it remains.
It's all very nervy, Daniel, isn't it? Even that single was very tight, really, and it's part of that. We want to score. We want to keep scoring. We don't want to be trapped just defending all the time. But there are points at which you don't want to be taking exaggerated and wild risks.
Siraj bowls a short one, and it's brilliantly taken by Saha, who's leapt as high as he possibly can, and at the top of his jump has just grabbed it. 144k. Siraj really does have his tail up. The end of the over, it's 27 for 3. Mitchell is 8, Nichols on 4. More from Jeremy Coney, then Garth Galloway joins.
G'day, Cameron Smith here. Make sure you download the SENZ app and subscribe to the Matty and Mates podcast. It's Matty Johns chatting to his mates, talking rugby league.
Tommy Turbo, he scores. It was Cleary. It was Teddy. It was Turbo.
Plus a lot of things that have nothing to do with sport.
Randy,
Matty,
what is that type of champagne you're drinking at the moment?
I know that. Let's not get carried away. And while you're there, subscribe to the Captain's Run. Get them both by downloading the SENZ app.
Rosine, the paint that Kiwis trust, and Big Barrel, Big Range, the biggest viewers as we watch Mitchell.
Peel for LBW. This will be close. Given out. Yeah, not enough stretch in that front foot for me. And is Mitchell going to review his second LBW? He was successful last time. I'm not sure that he will be this time. He's reviewing it. My impression, Jerry, is he's in trouble. 27 for 4, subject to the review.
I agree. I think this is while he's coming forward again, it's just slid on with that arm. And I'm afraid that's beaten the bat. The bat's not quite down in the line of the ball. You've got to be... I think the New Zealanders are actually showing Axar Patel too much of their stumps. They're square. They're square on. Beaten the inside edge and gone into the pad.
Show me Aldridge here.
He hasn't got the bat down on the right line. He's playing slightly across the ball. And the bat is there a little bit late.
No edge.
Okay. Flat line at the
but I just feel they should just close their stance a little bit. He gets so wide out on the return crease. You've got to almost turn around a little bit to face him.
Pitching outside off.
That's hitting him in line. It's going through and it's out.
Going back to Anil on field.
Well, it's hitting middle and left, 3/4 of the way up. So review born of desperation. 27 for 4 it is. And again, well, we talked about this in the last test, and you talked about Axar Patel getting out wide, or right out by the return crease when he bowls, and so you
and a low slung arm as well.
So which gets out over the return crease sometimes. So you're talking about when a batsman is facing down the pitch, the New Zealand players are playing him like he's bowling from an orthodox position.
Correct.
Soon as they
are setting their stumps, they are setting their stance out.
Yeah.
As if he was bowling very close, and then they're aiming still at the other 3 stumps.
So
you've got to turn yourself around to the left, so your left shoulder comes around if you're a right-hander, so you're facing the bowler where the ball is coming from. Exactly the same as you do when someone is bowling from the other side, like a left armour. You open up, the left shoulder goes round, and you face more square on to him. You've got to close off to Axar Patel.
Yeah, I agree.
And you're giving him also... the way you set up, he's seeing 3 stumps. He sees the target. It's too easy. It's not thinking about the angles that you need as a batsman.
And the angles are the keys. And as you say, and that's what I was about to comment on, is as soon as a bowler goes over the wicket, you change. You must open up your stance to allow for it. You don't simply stay in the same position that you do to a right-hander.
Same thing, but the opposite, if you know what I mean.
Yes, I do.
And therefore, that stride that he got in wouldn't be going straight down the pitch and still being inside off. It would go outside the off stump.
That's the problem.
And would hit him out there.
That would be fine, yeah? But the problem is the New Zealanders, notwithstanding your protestations, they've continued...
Well, they're not really... I'm not really too worked up about it, to be honest.
No,
but I like to think that the New Zealanders have an intelligence about the way that they play. I've always felt we've only got 5 million. We have to use our intelligence to compete with the larger nations. But we can, and we do. But I haven't quite seen it here.
No, and the issue is, listeners, angle. It's all about angles, and that's what Jerry's talking about. Gets wide outside that, almost out on that return crease. So when Mitchell is playing him as he would someone who's bowling closer into the umpire, the bat is coming down, and the bat is really coming across the front pad,
exactly.
And that's the problem.
And that's why it's missing as well.
Yeah.
Rather than coming into the line of the ball.
Exactly. So Nicholls is 4. And he hasn't been without worry. Blundell is yet to score. And Mitchell, LBW to Axar for 8. And I think we'll probably see it's 27 for 4. 325 is the first innings total from India. Long way away.
Well, 75 actually is the first target for New Zealand, because that's the follow-on number as far as New Zealand are concerned.
They're just going to show us the wickets again. And a terrific spell by Siraj, picking up the first 3 New Zealand wickets. Young just playing at a ball, just throwing his hands at it, really a defensive shot. But it was a ball that he could have let hit him in the thigh. Instead, he threw his hands at it. Latham, inexplicably, really, by his standards, he's been so disciplined in the last test. And we saw him being set up for a trap, a ball that was being bowled by Siraj over the wicket to the left-hander, leaving Latham short of a length. He pulled it, and Iyer picked up the ball just behind square, about 15 metres off the boundary. Taylor out, just completely undone by a lovely delivery from Siraj, which left him it took the top of off stump, and then last man out, as you've just heard, was Mitchell. I suppose one of the other things now I start to think about as Blundell is about to face up is Taylor's future. And 14 runs from 3 innings here, and he just looks, the feet aren't going, things are happening. And I wonder, people say that a player like Taylor should be allowed to leave on his own terms, and that's I understand that. Of course I do. He's been a wonderful servant for New Zealand cricket. Here's Patel bowling to Blundell outside, or just on a middle stump, and Blundell plays it down in front of him. Again, just concerns with Blundell and his technique at times. That one's bouncing up and hitting just under the gloves. His bat a long way out in front of his pad. Here he is again facing Axar, and again that line is just very similar to the Mitchell dismissal, with Blundell's pad going just inside the line of the ball, but again playing across it, getting an inside edge. He's going to have to be very careful here. No change to the setup at all. No, in fact he's got quite an open stance to Axar Patel, and by that I mean his left shoulder is almost open, like a bowler's bowling around the wicket to him. Next one is outside the off stump, no shot. Blundell showed a bit of pluck in the first innings. He was able to bat for a long period of time in the first innings, but scoring runs was the issue. Here's Axar bowling, lovely delivery, and again Blundell squares up a little bit. Just doesn't, you just don't feel he's made that adjustment, Jerry. You can tell us about that afterwards, and we'll come back to the issue of Taylor. I'm just quite fascinated really about what's happening in the middle. It's a player at short leg, silly point, gully and first slip as Blundell drives, and it's an inside edge into the pads. Every ball is like a grenade at the moment. 27 for 4.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the similar kind of thing, isn't it, at the moment? The thing with the New Zealanders, first of all, you've got to stay in. You can't score runs if you're out, obviously, and so that's the first thing. You've got to be able to have a level of safety and being able to handle, the deliveries as they come to you with some safety. I mean, this is not going to be an easy pitch, as we mentioned almost right from day one when the ball started to turn from the straight. And so that's always going to be a slight issue for New Zealand. And you might get a ball with your number on it, I'm afraid.
Yep.
So you also then have to work out for yourself, how can I score? I've got to move from just staying in. That's one job. The next job is, how do I score? What areas can I actually score from and get runs?
Umesh is bowling, replacing Suraj, just fishing at a ball outside the off stump. Oh, Nichols doesn't play that well. He's almost giving Saha catching practice. Didn't get the edge, and now it's Kohli bringing in another slip.
Well, he's pushing basically to cover there, and the angles don't match up. If a ball's coming just away from you, you really have got to be playing it where it's the same issue really as the spinners. Play it back from where the ball comes, and that's really pushing. The angles don't match, as I say, pushing it out in one area.
Umesh bowls and Nichols plays a bit into that offside, playing with an angled bat, not playing. Latham is better at that, at playing the ball back towards the bowler.
Well, he had the on drive that he played was probably the stroke of the innings.
Yeah.
There haven't been too many of them, but I mean he actually played that and straight down past the bowler.
Yeah. And
with a very full blade to confront the ball.
That's what you'd like to see now from Nichols to Umesh. Bowls, and it's a bit better as he comes across and plays that one towards mid-on. So that's exactly what Jerry Coney's talking about. We see it from Nichols, and it looks so much more solid. 27 for 4. Gee, what a day. Ajaz Patel, 10 for 119, feels like a year ago.
Ajaz might have the pads on. So he might have to move away from looking at the ball in his hand.
Or two balls. He's probably got both of them, it might be. What he'd be saying, I imagine Latham would be saying to him, we might need 100 from you with the bat as well. If you don't mind, Ajaz.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. Round the wicket is Umesh. Hits Nichols in the pads. He is annoyed with himself for not catching up with that, because it was just drifting into the pads a bit. He thought, I think he could turn it round. Yeah, look, AJs, you bowled well. You did, nearly 50 overs or so. Give us 100 now, and I think we'll call that a day. Yeah, so tough over there in India. Always knew it would be, but 27 for 4 makes a pretty grim reading. You always hope that the openers will get through the quick bowlers over there, and then the spin's coming in. But the first 3 had gone by the time Axar Patel came to the crease to bowl as Nicholls drives to cover.
That's kind of why I felt we could say that Blundell would quite enjoy going up to the top order, because you do get the seamers, and New Zealand are much more comfortable playing against the faster bowlers. Therefore they know which areas they can score from, and the ball moves. Everyone's in. There are 3 slips in the gully and bat pad, so therefore there are less fielders out.
Round the wicket, Umesh, no shot from Nicholls, just getting his line awry there, and Nicholls starting to just judge his line outside off stump a bit better, with Umesh going round the wicket. Interesting to see him doing that after he beat him earlier in the over. 10 overs gone, 27 for 4.
We've enjoyed quite the spell, but now's the time to get back to the track. Grab your friends and whānau and soak up the summer sun trackside as the country's top horses and jockeys battle for some of the most sought-after races on the thoroughbred calendar. Beaches, barbecues and black type racing. Get set for the ultimate Kiwi summer. Whether it's the party, the punt or the ponies you love, summer racing is for you. Don't miss the kick. Find an event at summer.loveracing.nz.
27 for 4. Blundell will be on strike, and it's going to be Axar Patel bowling out wide. There's that line again, and Blundell comes forward and plays that the defensive shot into the offside. 27 for 4 New Zealand. Catastrophic, really. They need a miracle in the form of Blundell as he comes forward and plays with that back leg, picks out to the right a lot. He does kind of square up a little bit to Patel. Just feel that Patel's going to squeeze one through.
Well, he might. He doesn't want to get too offside of the ball.
Got bowled around his legs, didn't he? And
well, he actually played it. It came off the full face of the bat and went onto leg stump.
Here's Blundell. It's a better shot. It's excellent, as he might have just closed his stance a fraction. It'll be interesting to have a look at it, but he got his right shoulder across then, and that meant that bat and pad nicely together, and the ball going back on that angle towards the bowler you're talking about. Here he is driving. Good shot. Straight back to Ravindra. Again, a couple of good shots going in the right direction.
Now that's one of the strokes I think you can play. You can play a drive if you are close enough to the ball. That's certainly a chance. If it's outside off stump, you can play a punch. You can cut the ball, late cut the ball.
Axar bowls, Patel defends.
Come on to, as soon as you go back, I think you can look to attack. If it's leg side, you're looking to tuck it into the leg side. That's runs for you. Or you can slash and flat bat the ball to sort of square.
Axar bowls. Oh, this ball drops just in front of Coley at gully. Blundell rather going at it with quite hard hands, and the bat still moving as he struck the ball. 27 for 4 it is. 11 overs gone. It just feels like, well, New Zealand, no real foot movement in terms of trying to get down the pitch. And if New Zealand continue to play in this way, I know they're in real trouble, but Blundell just looks crease bound, and I worry about that.
Well, the other thing I think that you do, if you can, once you've got the line of the ball right and you've lined that up and it does turn, which is what happened to that last one, if you then follow the ball and you adjust with your hands to follow it, then you run the risk of nicking it.
Yeah.
You've got to then, I think, hold the initial line of your bat and let it go past.
Umesh is going around the wicket to Nicholls, who drives straight to cover. Well fielded there. I'm interested that Umesh is going around the wicket to Nicholls when he beat him a couple of times, earlier in his spell. Doesn't really make sense to me. I think Nicholls will prefer this.
But maybe, he feels that he can get in amongst the pads as well. I don't know.
Bring it back into the left-hander a bit.
He was out, as we mentioned, out twice LBW in the first test.
For the spinners. Here's Umish bowling outside the off stump, no shot. The other thing that I suppose comes out of the spell that we've watched from Siraj is the future of Ishant Sharma. And just I thought it was an interesting selection to see Sharma picked ahead of Siraj. And I just wonder now if, Sharma missing out with injury here, so Siraj coming in because of that. But I think Siraj now, as we see Ishant, a big man and not moving as well as he used to. He's played 107 tests or something incredible as Nicholls comes forward. I just wonder again if it's the swan song of a terrific career.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I think he probably has. He's come up and threatening Ishant.
Yeah.
And certainly in England, while Ishant played, I think, in one of the tests that I did, Siraj was, pretty much go-to man, and that's, I think, how India are seeing this.
Here's Umish, another go-to man outside the off-stump.
And what a great story that is.
Yeah.
I mentioned Ajaz Patel recently, but Siraj going to Australia recently and really being a net bowler, and then suddenly everyone getting injured and so on. His dad died and he said, no, I'm going to stay here in Australia.
Yeah.
And what a performance that was by an understrength Indian side over against the Australians to beat them over there. Fantastic.
Kohli was at home,
what a
wasn't he?
series. Fantastic.
Kohli
had come home.
Incredible. Umish bowls to Nicholls and the whole cricketing world, I think, bar the Australians loving it. Nicholls may have a leg by as he's just turned the ball yet to leg by, so it's 28 for 4. Interesting comment here coming from Richard, feeling our top order have left Ajaz's beautiful day with quite dark clouds, and another listener saying such a high to such a low, and I'm sure we understand that. We'll just take a break in a minute, but nothing takes away from what Ajaz Patel has achieved today. Just incredible. 10 for 119, the third bowler in Test history, joining Jim Laker and Anil Kumble to take 10 wickets in an innings. Laker, of course, took 9 in the first innings.
Yeah, to go with it. Well, we haven't got to the second innings yet, so you just don't know, do you?
We haven't. Maybe you'll be the first to take 20. Oh, here's a beautiful delivery which has Blundell in trouble. There's an appeal. Umpire Menti just said not out, and we're just seeing what Kohli's doing. This ball nipped back. Lovely delivery from Umish. Blundell played all around it, and I thought there was a thought of an inside edge. Let's see.
I think that's what they're appealing for. Was there an edge? It certainly went through, and it was taken by the keeper. It looks like they're not going to appeal and review this one at all.
28 for 4, 12 overs gone. We'll take a break.
At Kennards Hire, we only hire those who've taken the Ken Oath. By taking, each team member goes above and beyond to help any citizen in need. The Ken Oath is a commitment that means more than the sanctity of marriage. It means you'll never miss smoko or beer o'clock. So, if you want someone who can tackle whatever, whenever, wherever, talk to someone who's taken the Ken Oath.
Kennards make your job easy.
28 for 4 with cricket from Razine, the paint that Kiwis trust in. Big barrel, the big range, the biggest deals. And of course cricket on SENZ. And we've got listeners all around the place, and we're enjoying getting some feedback from Australia as Ajaz bowls over the wicket. Axar rather. Ajaz Patel in my thoughts all day. 28 for 4 New Zealand score, and we're just looking at that replay off Umish's delivery. I think the appeal was for LBW. He's been hit outside the line, but technically we're watching Blundell again bringing that bat down from second slip across himself. It's not good. And here's Saha taking a ball down the leg side. You'll hear there's a little bit of interest. Umpire Chaudhry has not moved at all. Nicholls trying to get bat on ball and turn the ball through the onside. Nicely taken by Saha. Down the legs. Beautifully taken off the pad. Just brushing the pad, so that was the reason for the excitement. XR bowls and Nicholls comes forward, plays the ball into the onside. So the test for New Zealand, well, if they can survive quite a lot of time against these spinners, how are they going to score runs? That's the test. 12 and a half overs gone, 28 for 4. And it's just brutal, really, as XR bowls. And this is, Nichols has gone for a sweep shot. It's gone up in the air. He's going to be lucky. It just top-edged it. And it lands about 30 metres from the bat. And now, with Nichols running two, they're going to have a look at a run-out opportunity. I think he's okay. I'm going to call that. But there's no shortage of action, Richard Petrie. New Zealand doing their best. And that was a very poor shot by Nichols and a slightly dubious second run. If you can't catch me, I'm going to give you a chance being run out. Oh, he's well home.
Batsman is inside the popping crease.
He's well home. There's a lot of action, all right. Maybe too much action, if that's possible. Certainly, it's all happening here. So I'm seeing not out on the screen. Nichols 4 off 27 ball blunders, none off 20. He did right. I mean, they are not getting bowled out, but they're in no danger of scoring many runs either at the moment.
And in fairness to Nichols, that was well run, that second run. Here he is coming down the pitch, and he's struck the fieldsman in close there. Quite a blow. Gill it is, who's down on the ground. Struck him in the wrist, I think. And he looks a bit uncomfortable. That's the absolute joy of fielding in there. Nichols coming down the pitch, deciding, I think, well, I'm going to get into trouble if I sit there and defend all day. So he's had a strike. That was a much better strike, playing across the line. And Gill looks in a lot of trouble, Richard. He looks sore.
He does. He's got the physio come on, who he was walking off, it looked like. The physio stopped him and said, hang on. They are now going to put some ice on it. Pretty painful blow. He went down immediately. It was a full-blooded sweep shot straight into his elbow. So it's like hit right on the bone. He's immediately gone down, protecting it. Ouch. It is hard ball on bone. Terrible place to stand. I don't know about you, Garth. I don't think you stood there too often. You were normally captain, standing at first slip or mid-off, weren't you?
Yeah, you'd be right about that. I'll tell you one place I wouldn't like to be, and that's at short leg. I can remember having to do it in an Otago B game at Seddon Park. We had a spinner called Graham Jones. Jonesy was bowling, and I got hit a number of times. And Jeff Blakely was our captain from memory. Played a few games for Otago, quite a few for Otago, Jeff. And Ian Rutherford, you'll remember there as well. Tough as teak, and it was just suck it up and get in there. And I was very much looking for a way to get out. Didn't enjoy it at all. And nor will Shubman Gill. That might be the end of his career at short leg. Damaged goods.
Well, for now anyway. Yeah, you weren't really that Otago scene at the time was as tough as teak. They were hard men who played their cricket hard. They drank hard. They played hard. It didn't really seem like you, really. You were sort of from the other side of the tracks.
You think Wellington would have been my place?
I think you'd have fitted in nicely into Wellington. Yeah.
Well, Coney's ruling that out. I don't think I fitted in anywhere. That was my problem.
Well,
you're right.
That's why you were captain.
Sides.
I was going to say, the only time I played with you, you were captain, and you seemed quite comfortable there, steering the ship.
Well, I was also steering a van because we were... the tour you're talking about is New Zealand University's one around the west coast of the South Island. And it wasn't a ship I was driving, it was a van with 7 or 8 students who were usually over the limit.
That's true, and their windscreen wipers pointing to squirt local passerbys.
It's all coming back to me. What's the limitation period for criminal offences? 31 for 4 it is. Daniel McCarty, you can pick this nonsense up with Richard Petrie.
Well, that was the fact. I mean, I don't think we should be telling the story when there's so much action going on, but Garth did lead a team of university students around the West Coast, if you can believe it. New Zealand University's team, and one of the great gags was to turn the windscreen wipers to face, and then while Garth's slowly driving up to a couple of would-be ladies with their babies in a cot out the squirters would come on, and the look of shock as to where this water's come that's doused them, and then the foot would go on the accelerator, and a team of laughing students would buzz off into the distance looking for the next victim. Garth was the captain, organiser, driver,
ringleader.
Well, I don't know if he was actually the ringleader, to be fair, but anyway, it's irrelevant. I think there's...
Yeah, change of bowling, 31 for 4, and on comes the man with over 400 test wickets. Ravi Ashwin from around the wicket, bowling to Nicholls, and he's bowled straight through the gate between back and pad, smashing in the middle and leg, or middle and off, in fact. This is a tough watch in the commentary position, and I'm sure for New Zealand fans listening, very hard on the ears. 31 for 5.
Oh, quite unbelievable. Ashwin's bowled this ball off spinner, just angled in, it skidded through and gone straight through the gap between bat and pad. Henry Nicholls is playing a full-blooded forward defensive shot. He's got everything behind it, other than the fact that it's sneaked through, and Ashwin is not jumping for joy. He just kind of expects wickets in India.
Well, he lasted one ball whilst batting, Ravi Ashwin, and he's squared the ledger. His first ball, getting rid of Henry Nicholls, bowled for 7, 31 for the loss of 5. We've had 9 wickets fall in this session. Spare a thought for Jacob, our producer. I think he's cutting down the highlights, which might run 35 minutes at this rate. The tea break's only 20. Kane Williamson looking on, and there's nothing he can do about it. Out injured. 31 for 5 in reply to 325. 325 now looks like 825.
Oh, it does, because not only are they losing wickets, but they don't even look like scoring runs on this wicket. I mean, it's just all-out defence, unsuccessfully. But any hope of scoring runs or working the ball around, it's not even on their minds at the moment. It's just survive the over.
Brilliant stuff by the Indian attack. First it was the seamers, Siraj especially. 4 overs, 3 for 19. Axar Patel, 1 for 4 off 4 overs. Ashwin has a wicket, first ball. He flights one up on off stump, and Ravindra just pushes back towards the offside. This one did not spin, it just went on with a natural angle from around the wicket between bat and pad. Technique not good enough as Ravindra defends once more.
It's remarkable, really. I mean, Henry Nicholls just missed a straight one. I think that's about all we can say.
It's quicker through the air, turned into the onside. Far enough past the short leg, shot after it, so there will be no run as Ravindra has to go back. A nonchalant sort of celebration from Ravi Ashwin. So, only Henry Nicholls keeps missing straight ones. Leaning forward is Ravindra, he defends. The slip, gully, catches under the helmet on both the off and the onside, all surrounding Rachin Ravindra. Comes forward, gets a thick inside edge. The end of another successful over for India, this time for Ravi Ashwin, a wicket maiden to start. It's 31 for the loss of 5. New Zealand trailing by a mere 294 runs. 94 getting past the follow-ons, the first thing. That doesn't look realistic right now, Richard.
No. What is the follow-on? 150 behind. 200 behind. Wow.
126.
Remarkable scenes we've seen today. Just remarkable. I mean, it looked so flat for the first day, really. I mean, there was a bit of spin from Patel, the New Zealand bowler, who took all 10 wickets earlier today. But apart from that, the wicket looked pretty benign to most of the other New Zealand bowlers. And they come out with India bowling. India bowled absolutely magnificently. Their fast bowlers have bowled well. Their spinners have bowled well. New Zealand scrambling.
Axar Patel starting the new over to Blundell. Drags the length down. A run. Maybe two as it's whipped through the mid-wicket region. It's almost a bad ball by the Indian standards, what we have seen. And it's only a fraction short, allowing Blundell to go back and work to mid-wicket. He gets two and he's off the mark finally. 13 balls.
What about 6% of New Zealand's total runs with that shot? So, I mean, look, situations like this, it is a chance for guys to dig in and make a name for themselves.
Going forward, playing outside of off stump, there is no run. Now we've got two men catching under the helmet on the offside. It's quite straight, one's square. Right in the eye line of Blundell. Now he looks up and sees Axar Patel bowling to him. He goes back into the crease. Turns now through the vacant onside. Gets a run. He's 3. 34 for the loss of 5. Still Jameson, Southey, Patel, Somerville to come. But that's it. Latham gone for 10, Young for 4, Mitchell for 8, Taylor for 1, Nichols for 7. How good is Mayank Agarwal's 150 looking now, Richard?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Back over the wicket. Grips and turns into the front pad. That's going to go down the leg side. Some more polite asking of the question by the Indian field.
The only thing you could say is Agarwal didn't have to face his own bowlers. His bowlers have looked lethal.
Right across the stumps is Richard Ravindra playing the ball from well outside of off stump as both his legs are outside of off as he glides it to the backward point region. We'll get a run with it, so he's now off the mark too. He's 1, Blundell 3. It's 35 for the loss of 5. Over the wicket of the right-hander. Blundell plays with very soft hands and the ball, guess what, bobbles out on the onside and looks like it's going to spin back towards the stumps. Exactly how he got out in Kampor. But he's alert to it, keeps it out. That is the end of the over. New Zealand 35 for 5.
If you're a Kiwi racing fan, the New Zealand Racing Podcast channel by SENZ is for you. Whether it's hearing from legends of the industry on Racing Tales of the Turf or keeping up with the current landscape on Breakfast with the Kiwis, you'll never leave without a gem to take away. Wherever you get your podcast and of course in the SENZ app, make the New Zealand Racing Podcast channel priority listening today. By Kiwi racing fans, for Kiwi racing fans, with SENZ.
Test match cricket on SENZ, and quite amazing day we've witnessed. Ravi Ashwin continues bowling to Richard Ravindra. It is a half volley. He just defends back to the bowler. Our coverage with Big Barrel. Be our mate and join Big Barrel Mates Club. And Resine, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand for the past 10 years. 35 for 5. Continuing around the wicket. It's a big off break. Spinning from wide of off stump. Jumping high to the ball. Well taken by Saha. So much pressure on the New Zealanders out in the middle. It's going to be a very loud time out there. Those surrounding the bat, peeling at everything. Leg side, Ashwin goes and just turned around the corner. There's no leg slip, so a very safe shot. Jant Yadav, a long way to collect just inside the rope. 2 runs to Ravindra. 37 for 5. Does enjoy bowling to left-handers. Over the last 5 years, his test wickets against left-handers at 19. In comparison to 27 against right-handers for Ravi Ashwin.
Well, I guess the difference is he can bowl into the foot marks. That's the big difference.
Gully has come out to leg slip now. Very quick through the air. Oh, there's a mix-up. Chance for a run out. The throw is high. If it hits, he's gone. But the throw, in fairness from the short leg running back, sliding pick up and throw, he did well to get rid of it quickly. But the throw was high. So that's the last thing New Zealand need. And to be frank, probably the final act in a quite amazing session. It would have been fitting for this session. Calamitous run out.
Yes. Yeah, it's been quite something. You never know. You just hold on. You just bat. Sometimes it never gets harder batting. The longer you bat, the easier it gets. You just got to get through that initial period. A lot of batsmen, even the Indians, found it difficult early on, but once they got in, it was playable. And we saw this for New Zealand as well. Once the New Zealanders got in that first test, they're okay.
38 for 5 back over the wicket. Ashwin to the bowl to London, turning from just outside of off stump, a full ball, 2 short leg, no run.
They really do know their own conditions in India, don't they, these Indian spinners?
Wider of off stump, slower through the air, again turned very gently by Blundell round the corner. That is the end of the Ashwin over. He now has 1 for 3 off 2. 38 for the loss of 5. In reply to India's 325. Young gone for 4. Latham for 10. Taylor for 1. Mitchell for 8. Nichols the last to go for 7. Wickets falling at 10, 15, 17, 27 and 31. Time for 1, maybe 2 more overs. Tea break at 10 past 10 New Zealand time. It is 4 minutes away from that. That's Patel maybe speeding through this over. They could get Ashwin on last one, but 9 wickets in this session, 11 wickets overall. Day's play. Going to see Jan Yadav into the attack. Right arm off spinner. 11 test wickets at 33. Starts with a beauty first up, a hand grenade. Just outside of off stump and spinning a long way from the prone bat of Rachin Ravindra.
Spinning first ball. That has gone miles. What a beauty.
Round the wicket he continues. Fuller this time. Jamming the ground as he attempts to drive as Rachin Ravindra, so no timing, takes a little divot out. Sort of a gentle looking action, isn't it?
Very different from Ashwin. Very different.
So I guess it's rolling, but the first one,
more of a rhythm bowler, whereas Ashwin's more of an arm bowler. There's a real run-up to...
Oh, it's right on a good length, and that's the key. It's so accurate. Just on off stump, defending the point, no run.
So there's a lot of footmarks there from the right-arm bowlers. And when the ball lands in those footmarks, it really grips and spins and bounces. When it doesn't, it tends to go skid on a little bit, turns a little bit, but not really near it.
There's a chance, taken at first slip, is it? The edge may have just brushed the gloves of Saha, and brilliant adjustment by Virat Kohli to take a catch low and to his right. 6 down. 38 for 6. Ravindra goes for 4. And that, I think, will be tea.
Big battle, you local liquor store.
Yeah, mates, Club exclusives. Tui Export Gold Low Carb, or DB Draft Swapper Crate $36.99. Line Red, Waikato, Spades Gold Swapper Crate $37.99. And Steinlager Pure or Stella Artois 24-pack bottles $37.99.
Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big battle, you local liquor store.
10 wickets have fallen in the second session on day number 2. 4 for India, 6 New Zealanders have been and gone. 38 for the loss of 6. And we've seen Rachin Ravindra caught at first slip off the bowling of Jan Yadav. New Zealand's top order marmalised. Destroyed. An epic session, Richard Petrie. Find the right words to sum that up.
Unbelievable, spectacular, irresistible. I mean, it's hard to believe what we've seen today. It's been a remarkable day of Test cricket. You know, we've seen one man take 10 wickets in an innings, which is kind of a once-in-a-lifetime thing to see. We've now seen New Zealand 36 for 6, which is also, you know, it doesn't happen that often. So, absolute chaos for New Zealand. It's they're so far behind on this Test match that their chances of even saving it have gone massively down. The bowling from India has been fantastic. The fast bowlers came on and bowled with fire and pace, accurately. As soon as the spinners came, they knocked the top off the New Zealand batting order, knocked the stuffing out of them. And the spinners came on immediately, didn't let up at all. Just had the foot on the throat, and they have held New Zealand down. They bowled beautifully. They are getting purchase on the ball. They are watching some New Zealand batters who really don't have a clue as to how to, not only how to play it, but they don't have a clue how to score off this type of bowling. And New Zealand are just looking like absolute fish out of water.
Here is Ajaz Patel.
Heartiest congratulations on a day which will remain etched in your memory for the rest of your lives.
Yeah, thank you very much. Obviously quite a special occasion for me, but not only me, my wife, my mum and dad, my family, so it's a very special day for me, for sure.
Are they here?
Unfortunately, due to COVID, no.
So when did you believe that you could get all 10?
To be honest, it's pretty surreal. I don't think you ever believe that you're going to, achieve something like that. So to be able to do it in my career, it's pretty special.
Someone like you who's born in Mumbai, does it feel all the more special that you've done it here?
Yeah, I think by the grace of God, I think I'm very fortunate. And I guess, the stars have aligned for me to have an occasion like that here in Mumbai, to be born here and then come back here and achieve something like that. It's pretty special.
Did you know that the first man who did it was Jim Laker, who played for Yorkshire?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you played for Yorkshire too?
Yeah. So, I'm in very illustrious company there with Kumble Sir as well.
And what does it feel now, 38 for 6, the way Nugent, and do you feel that you might have to come out and bowl again?
Yeah, obviously it hasn't been a great start for us with the bat, but, we've still got a few boys in the shed, so hopefully we put our best foot forward and, put a few runs on the board, and then if we have to get back out here, we have to get back out here as part of our job, and, we enjoy the challenges.
Out of those 10, which one was your most special wicket?
I don't really have anyone in particular, to be honest with you. It's just about finding some good rhythm and, just being repetitive and really, asking good questions of the batters.
Really well bowled, and as I said, heartiest congratulations once again.
Thank you very much.
Ajaz Patel speaking with the BCCI television crew at the end of a quite startling session, for which he's been right at the heart of it. We will listen back to the highlights of this session shortly. Richard, before we go to our first break though, Ajaz Patel, 10 wickets, fantastic. Where would New Zealand be without him? Because he didn't get much support as far as wicket-taking threats.
Well, I'll tell you,
especially now when you compare it to what you've seen from the Indian attack.
I'll tell you where New Zealand would be. They'd be none for 150 by now. That's where they'd be. Maybe the opening batsman would have got so exhausted from batting from long periods of time without getting out that they would have run themselves out. But we said quite a number of times that it didn't really look like any other bowler was going to take a wicket. At times Southee bowled tidily and Jamieson bowled tidily, but they both lacked a bit of punch and a bit of edge, especially when you compare it to the way the Indian fast bowlers ran in, and they bowled fantastically with that new ball. So just a remarkable day. I mean, it's I think anyone who was watching or listening to this day, I think we'll all remember it for the rest of our lives. Just remember, Test cricket's been played since 1876. 1876. there have been 2,438 test matches. In those test matches, many of those test matches, there have been 4 innings played in each of those. So you could probably times that 2,438 by maybe 3, and you'll get the number of times that a bowler has had a chance. Maybe 6,000 or 7,000 times a bowler's had a chance to take all 10 wickets. It's happened 3 times in history. 3 times since 1876.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to finish your summary. Do appreciate it, Richard. It is 10:15. You are with SENZ in coverage of this second test. We'll gather our thoughts over the next few minutes as we throw to a break. When we return, we will relive a session no one will forget. Stay with us here on SENZ in association with Resene, the Paint Kiwis Trust, and Big Barrel. Big range, biggest deals. India 325, New Zealand's top order shot to pieces at tea, 38 for 6.
If you're into cars, now's the time to get into Repco. Because we're bringing the masters! Yep, that's right. We're kicking it up a notch with high-octane deals on the best gear from all your favourite brands. So you can get into the spirit of masters just like we are. Repco, bringing the masters!
For the last 10 years, Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint. Why? It's New Zealand designed and made, has superb quality valued by professionals and homeowners. Plus, it comes with expert help and advice. Trust starts at your local Resene colour shop.
As you navigate your way through the SENZ app, click on TAB Trackside TV. It's where you can check out all things New Zealand chasing, pacing and racing. Plus on TAB Trackside TV, you can watch all New Zealand racing and races from around the world. Just go to SEN TV or your Today screen to start watching now. TAB Trackside TV. It's off and racing on the SENZ app. Your one-stop app for all sport, audio, video and catch-up. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
Imagine landing the catch of the day right on your front doorstep. Well, with Taki Timu Seafoods, you can. Head to takitimuseafoods.co.nz and order the freshest, most delicious seafood that Hawke's Bay has to offer. Chill pack and delivered overnight. We're talking John Dory fillets, kawai, or how about some salmon, even oysters. Just so good. Fresh, frozen or ready to eat. You choose with Taki Timu Seafoods. Check takitimuseafoods.co.nz.
Need a hand? Cryptocurrency, it can sound quite complicated, which is why having someone you can depend on to help is great, like Crossgate Capital, a specialist investor in cryptocurrencies. Crossgate Capital takes care of which cryptocurrencies to buy, storage reporting, and keeping track of this fast-moving market. A Kiwi company providing a familiar way to invest in crypto through shares. Think of them as the smart way to invest. Find out more, visit crossgatecapital.co.nz. The PDS is available at crossgatecapital.co.nz and on request. Crossgate Capital Limited is the issuer of the product.
Imagine winning the Group 1 New Zealand Derby. Or a Group 1 at Royal Randwick.
The Shark's coming for the kill. Tiako Shark right over the top. Good up to win it.
Tiako Racing, New Zealand's #1 stable, bought those horses from the Ready to Run sale. After winning more races, group races and prize money than any other stable last season, it's action time again. Shares are available in exciting young horses and winning is a way of life at Tiako. Check out tiakoracing.com.
Never again go to the pharmacy for your parents. Get prescription medicines delivered to their door in organised, easy-to-open daily sachets with zoompharmacy.co.nz. And they get a visitor. Easy, fast, simple. Prescription medicine delivered New Zealand-wide. zoompharmacy.co.nz.
Investing in property? Know the facts. At Property Apprentice, we surround our clients with the professional help they need to get the right financial advice for their individual situation. Don't get sucked in by slick sales pitches from anyone who just wants to sell you a property. Learn from a company that's been helping Kiwis to achieve their financial goals since 2010. Come to a free event. Text ticket to 268 or go to propertyapprentice.co.nz.
TasRacing.com.au's Form Plus Pro gives you even more data on all Tasmanian harness racing. Your Form Plus Pro account gives you access to free live streaming of every harness race in Tasmania, replays and photo finish photos at all angles. You'll also get rated markets, pro form guides, speed maps and more. Subscribe to the ultimate Tasmanian form source today. Form Plus Pro by TasRacing.com.au.
Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
You're listening to the second test between India and the Black Caps, thanks to Resene, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand for the past 10 years, and Big Barrel Mates Club, where mates look after mates. Live on SENZ.
20 minutes after 10 o'clock, this is SENZ and coverage of the second test between New Zealand and India in association with Resene, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand for the past 10 years. And Big Barrel, be our mate and join Big Barrel Mates Club. An amazing second session we have witnessed. If you're just tuning in, we can revisit many a highlight. Play started after lunch. India, 285 for the loss of 6. Agarwal was 146 and Patel on 32.
This is Test Cricket on SENZ. Let's check out the highlights from the second session.
Dragged on. Excellent length. A little bit of
This one short wide of off stump and dispatched to the backward point, fence for 4. And that will bring up 150 to Mayank Agarwal of 310 balls.
A lot of conjecture about who would make the side.
This one beats the outside edge of the bat, or does it? No, it's taken the edge. Agarwal going back, thin edge, well taken from Blundell. And a sensational innings comes to an end.
We're going to get it.
One is well flighted, but hit high over long off. Is that going to go all the way? Oh, you betcha.
Jayant faces Patel, short outside the off stump. Cut away to the third man for 4. Patel again, and this is a good ball. And there is an appeal here, as no shot is played by Axar, and I wonder if they'll be tempted to review this after the last one. Or are they? No, they are.
Oh, they have.
So they've waited down. They got it right. They thought they might have gone too long again, but no, that should be out in my view.
Please reverse your decision to out. You're on screen.
Yes, it's going to be out.
Down the wicket, Yadav hitting towards long, off and is caught. 9 for Patel. You have company, Sir Richard. Standing. Here is a towering blow up in the air towards mid-wicket. Can someone get under and take the catch? It is indeed taken. Rachin Ravindra, and quite amazingly, Ajaz Patel becomes just the 3rd player in Test match cricket history to take all 10 wickets in an innings. Yes, amazing stuff from Ajaz Patel. 10 wickets for New Zealand, all 10 wickets to fall. 10 for 119 as India finished 325. New Zealand then went out to bat in this second session, and fair to say, utter disaster followed.
This is Test Cricket on SENZ. Let's check out the highlights from the second session.
dragged on. Excellent length. A little bit of
Suraj bowls, wickets fallen, Young is out, caught at second slip, Pujara I think, Kohli. Disaster for New Zealand, 10 for 1.
Play it deeper.
Suraj bowls, Latham drives, beautiful shot, stands tall and plays that lovely on drive. You're 3 or 4 or 5 down and the spinners are in charge. Here's Latham. Oh, he's caught. What a disaster. He's pulled the ball from Suraj. It was short.
His championship final. On his ball, what a beauty, Siraj. As good as you will see anywhere. Taylor squared up, played around it, and he's hit the top of off. There is a bouncer that's flicked up and over the slipcourt and down at the fence for 4.
Big range, the biggest deals as we watch Mitchell. Appeal for LBW, this will be close, given out. He was successful last time. I'm not sure that he will be this time. He's reviewing it.
Pitching outside off.
It's hitting him in line, it's going through and it's out.
Going back to
Ravi Ashwin from around the wicket bowling to Nichols, and he's bowled! It's flicked up and over the slipcourt and down at the fence for 4. And Adam, there was a wicket, the last wicket to fall in the session. That was of Rachin Ravindra, dismissed off the last ball of the session. So, yeah, it was probably bad enough hearing 5 wickets fall. We decided to leave out the 6th. Rachin Ravindra gone, caught the last ball of the session. So, Latham 10, Young 4, Mitchell 8, Taylor 1, Nichols 7, Ravindra 4, the sorry tale of the New Zealand top order. Blundell 3 not out, and Jameson will be batting after tea in the 17th over. 38 for the loss of 6 in reply to 325. Back after the break with a third session. Surely it can't rival what we have just witnessed. Stay with us here on SENZ in association with our partners, Resene, Paint Kiwis Trust, and Big Barrel. Big range, biggest deals.
Kubota's range of agricultural, construction, mowing and implement machinery are helping to shape and build New Zealand. Kubota's new and improved models continue to deliver outstanding quality, performance, reliability and value. Always ready to get the job done. Visit kubota.co.nz or contact your local Kubota dealer to find out more. Kubota, shaping New Zealand.
Little Avondale, home of Purincanto, Hong Kong's champion sire 2020-21. Purincanto, sire of Lost and Running, John O'Shea, and the Tabs Everest runner. Little Avondale, home of Time Test, Europe's most exciting first season sire. Both Purincanto and Time Test proudly book full.
You can secure your LA Red or Red at all Australasian major sales.
Little Avondale, big on winning.
Always read the label and take as directed. Sleep Drops Auckland.
It's Christmas already, but don't give socks again. Give sleep with the Sleep Drops Gift to a Friend Christmas campaign. Grab yourself your favourite Sleep Drops and nominate a friend, and the elves at Sleep Drops will send it to them free. That's right, free. It's the season for giving, taking care of loved ones. So we give the sleep gifts and you get the kudos. Thanks to the sleepdrops.co.nz Gift to a Friend Christmas campaign. T's and C's apply.
Being at the greatest events on the sporting calendar is what makes sports fans tick. And to witness the biggest sporting moments in New Zealand, Ballpark Entertainment can get you there. All Blacks, horse racing, cricket, NRL, Super Rugby and more. Ticketing, corporate suites and money can't buy experiences. Get the best access to the best sporting events with Ballpark Entertainment, making memories. Search Ballpark Entertainment on the SENZ website.
Stop paying too much on big brand fragrances. Chemist Warehouse is the real house of fragrances this Christmas. Find Jimmy Choo 100ml for $79.99 or Yves Saint Laurent Black Opium 50ml now $129.99. Get Versace Pour Homme 100ml for only $64.99 and David Off Cool Water for Men 125ml now just $32.99. Shop in store 7 days a week or online for home delivery or click and collect. Chemist Warehouse, the real house of fragrances.
3 weeks, 4 locations, 5 events, 1 overall prize. This is Crankworx Summer Series NZ. This summer, the world-famous event will be unleashed Kiwi style. Crankworx is going on the ultimate mountain bike roadie to Queenstown, Wanaka and Alexandra. See the world's best compete with a grassroots vibe at 4 destinations around New Zealand's South Island. Don't miss Crankworx Summer Series NZ. Stop 3, Cadrona, December 8th to the 9th. Tickets and info from crankworx.com.
It was back around the time Ethereal was winning the Melbourne and Caulfield Cups that Garrard's Horse and Hound served their first customer. Now, after 20 plus years supplying specialty products to the equine and canine industries in New Zealand and Australia, Garrard's is a household name. Garrard's Horse and Hound guarantees expert advice, stocks the largest range, and promises great monthly specials. Equine, canine, feline. Garrard's in Christchurch, Pukekohe, Cambridge or horseandhound.com.au.
If you're into cars, now's the time to get into Repco. Because we're bringing the masters! Yep, that's right. We're kicking it up a notch with high-octane deals on the best gear from all your favourite brands. So you can get into the spirit of Bathurst just like we are.
You're listening to the second test between India and the Black Caps, thanks to Resene, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand for the past 10 years, and Big Barrel Mates Club, where mates look after mates. Live on SENZ.
Here we have play resuming after tea with Jameson on strike to Jayan Yadav, and he gets off the mark, bowling around the wicket to the right-hander into his hip, and he tucks it forward of square. So a run, 39 for the loss of 6 New Zealand. Daniel McCarty, Jeremy Coney alongside me in commentary. That was the end of the over. Of course, Rachin Ravindra dismissed just before tea, the 6th wicket to fall, very late in Yadav's first over. He has a wicket. Ashwin has a wicket. XR Patel has a wicket, and 3 wickets to Siraj with the new ball. Jeremy. Lord, talk about ups and downs of sport in that last session alone.
Yes, that's right. Well, I think first of all, just to stay in, New Zealand play from where the ball's coming from. I thought actually Jamieson looked probably one of our second best defenders of the ball that we had in the first Test match. He gets a decent stride in, he hits it back from where it comes from, he gets out there early and gets the bat stationary.
It's a very quick one from Ashwin first up.
I think a decent stride in if you can, get the bat out there and be stationary.
This one spins a long way back between bat and pad, looking to play a drive against the spin, and it's gone past the inside edge and bounced over the top of off stump. But I was about to say that the follow-on of about 87, they need to get 87 more runs. Looks a long way off. Jeremy looks even a longer way off when you see one bite like that.
Yeah, I did find out actually it's changed.
There is one that hits the pad and is taken by leg slip.
Used to be 250, Daniel. Now it's down to 200. Follow on.
Oh, it's easy these days, you know.
Yeah, well, it might have been with Indian pitchers in mind.
29 for 6. Very full delivery outside of off stump, gently pushed into a gap at cover. So Jamieson's got 2. 40 for the loss of 6. Is defence the way to go, though, Jeremy? Would you like to see a counter-attack from a Jamieson, a good hitter?
Oh, look, I mean, it's just selecting the ball to hit. I don't think you need... Are you suggesting that when you say attack...
This one ballooning off the pad, backward is square. So a gap, no run.
Are you suggesting for one moment that you just may as well go out there and hit at anything? Is that what you're saying? Without taking any cognizance of where the ball is? You can't do that, can you?
Ashwin, wide of off stump, right across the stumps, Blundell, defending to the offside. I'm not saying that's what I would do. I'm saying, from what I have seen, I'm not sure.
Well, no, but your sister is
up to it.
Oh, well, I think their attack will be less up to it, actually. So it needs good judgment. It's just one of those pitches that needs good judgment and knowing which ones you can attack. I think when you go back, you look to score runs. So you defend off the front foot. When it's short enough that you've got time to see it, you tuck it off there, off into the leg side, as we saw Blundell do a couple of times just before tea. If it's full, you can play a drive. There's nothing wrong with that outside off stump, but you've got to get there. Or you can flat bat it, or you can cut it, or you can punch it. So there are shots that you can play. Look, I mean, it's, you know, we're not used to these sort of conditions turning quite quickly like this. So, you know, we tend to be exposed a bit.
12 wickets have fallen today. Yadav is one of those. He continues around the wicket. This is hit to mid-wicket and dropped. Should have been taken. Shubman Gill, who's back on the field after leaving after taking a nasty blow under the helmet, he's got one around. So it's a little awkward height around shoulder height, but he should take that. New Zealand escape. 41 for 6. And a no ball.
Well, it was a no ball. Perhaps they heard. Well, there wasn't a call. There's never a call, is there now? Yeah.
Never planting anything behind the line. He's one of those spinners who bowls on his tippy toes, never really gets his foot down. It's his leg side and flick uppishly through square leg, beats in the inner circle. That's going to roll away for 4, is it? Indeed, Siraj bails out of a sliding attempt right at the last second. With 4 runs to Blundell, 46 for 6.
That's right. That's off the back foot. He's moved back into position and he's looked to attack it. So did Jamieson. Okay, he got one near a catcher, and it probably should have been caught whether it was no ball or not. But you know, that's the way that you can start to score runs.
John Yadav in his second over, round the wicket, 1 for 7. It's too short, allowing Blundell to go back and work the ball through square leg out towards and fielding in the deep. Another run, 47 for the loss of 6 wickets. Blundell on 8, Jamieson on 3. Stands chewing the gum calmly. Almost looks home out in the middle with the bat in hand. Change of the field. What have we got here? Other men coming out. Shubman Gill's left the field again. After dropping that catch, which was off a no ball. Looks like maybe with a finger. A bit of blood. He comes off. These players running everywhere. Finally, we might have cricket breaking out again. Indeed we do. Bowling to Jamieson, who clips him over mid-wicket, out to the boundary for 4 runs. 48. 51 for the loss of 6.
Good stroke, Jamieson. So a tall man, he can get a bit closer to the ball. Expected the ball to turn that way and has just gone with the tide.
1 for 6. Jamieson quickly onto 7. Back over the wicket. Bowling to him. Turns from middle stump straight to the mid-wicket region. There will be no run.
Come on, boy.
Slip, a leg slip man catching under the helmet and short mid-wicket. Push up towards mid-on. There's a shout of a call of catch it, Jeremy. Isn't it? Right out of the middle of the bat, straight onto the ground and up to mid-on. That is the height of optimism. For 6. Blundell again playing from the back foot, turning round the corner. There will be no run as square leg fields. The end of the over, 52 for the loss of 6.
Get ready for summer. Cub Cadet is New Zealand's leading ride-on mower. Experience a new kind of zero turn that's built with strength, redefines comfort, and delivers the best-in-class Cub Cadet signature cut. It's the best ride-on for year-round versatility and utility. Not just an average ride-on. Drive it. We dare you. Steelfort, your only New Zealand owned and operated power and garden specialist. Visit steelfort.co.nz to find your local dealer.
52 for the loss of 6. New Zealand struggling in their first innings in reply to 325. SENZ's coverage of this Test series with Razine Paint Kiwis Trust. Ravi Ashwin bowling to Jamieson, who defends on leg stump, pushing into the onside, and there's going to be no run. Need to remind the listeners that throughout this series, or throughout this test, a wonderful prize to give away. Karcher pressure washer, spinning from outside of off stump into the front pad of Jamieson. To get in, we're looking for the best text of this test match. So text our Karcher text machine, 8833. The best message, as far as our commentary team is concerned, will win the Karcher pressure washer. Ashwin, quicker outside of off stump, sliding off the outside edge of Jameson's bat, down towards third man. They'll just get one though, so the score goes to 53 for the loss of 6. 73 runs away from avoiding the follow-on.
Come on, lads! Come on, lads! Hit the bag! Come on, Arjun!
There's a bat pad to leg slip, is it? I think the 7 wicket has fallen off the inside edge, clipping the pad and ballooning to Pujara at leg slip, and Blundell now goes. He's gone for 8. 53 for the loss of 7 wickets. Ravi Ashwin has his second.
Yeah, a ball that's coming back in always that you've got to look to play. It's pitching outside off, and just following it round with half a bat is tricky, because you do bring that sort of inside edge into play. If anything, you don't want to go to the offside and be playing around your pad too much. You've got to be sort of middle and leg and letting the ball come into you a little bit more from outside that off stump. Then you can actually hit the ball onto the offside rather than bring that leg sort of slip into play. So just a wee mistake there from Blundell. It's not a huge one, but it's cost him his wicket. And so another one for New Zealand and Tim Southee. If there is going to be some attacking that you were suggesting, probably it would come from someone like Southee. Is a quick 15 going to make him a difference? No. A quick 60, more like it. And so it just depends on how accurate their attack is going to be. Tricky for New Zealand. They're not accustomed to these conditions quite so much. And some good bowling, which is quite demanding. Absolutely. New Zealand also just lost too many wickets up front, didn't they, to the fast bowlers?
They're losing both openers, Siraj and also Taylor. The new ball partnership did the job. Shadaf bowled quite well too, Shadaf, without success. Remember, New Zealand's opening stand in the first innings of the first test was with 151. More than the rest of the order got combined. Southee onto the front foot, turning from outside of off stump to the onside, where there are 3 men catching. A straight or square short leg on the 45-degree angle and a leg slip. Pujara has taken a neat catch. Get rid of Blundell. There's another bat pad chance, is it? Finger is up. Southee goes. Oh, they're all falling over. Southee's last hit 2 balls. Inside edge into the front pad. It's ballooned up. And an easy catch on the edge of the pitch. Southee gone without scoring. Ashwin has 3. 53 for 8.
Similar dismissal, actually, pitching outside off and really playing around the pad, looking to turn it. And that just gives you the chance of getting that inside edge. And so he's got one inside edge and it's gone. It's actually not it's a reasonable catch, but it's just sat up in the air after taking the pad as well. So Southee goes without scoring, troubling the scorers, 53 for 8.
Shirokuma was the substitute fielder. Yeah, it was. Was it the inside edge or the glove? I'd like to see a replay.
Inside edge of the bat.
William Somerville. William Somerville. Wonderful cricketing name.
Sounds like a writer.
In the... Well, could he write a script where he gets a couple hundred?
Wow.
53 for 8. The follow-on is miles away. 73 more runs required to avoid the follow-on. Ajaz Patel picked up 10 wickets. He could be bowling in the next session of the test after picking up 10 wickets.
Do you think he will? You think he will, even over after only 20 overs bowling? You think they'll be tired? I don't know.
I'm saying New Zealand will be bowled out and India might not enforce the follow-on.
They might not, but I wouldn't see a reason. I couldn't see a reason why they wouldn't.
Back on To the action, back into the action with Axar Patel, who's in with his 6th over. He is 1 for 8. Defending into the offside is Jameson.
Depends how long they want the game to last, really, Daniel, because they can get 600 ahead if they want.
Jameson will get a run here as he works the ball from middle stump through square leg. He's 10. I think it was the back glove, in fact, Jeremy. Just rubbing the glove. Right. Southies will get a replay. It was. Into the pad. He didn't hesitate. He wanted off. He knew he was a good. The umpiring has been significantly better. Somerville comes forward and defends. And he did a brilliant job as a night watchman in the last test. He'll be up for the fight. .54 for 8. Anderson comes forward and defends. Angled in from very wide from around the wicket by Patel. Somerville defends, no run. Back onto his stumps, defending with the straight bat is Somerville, so he survives the 4 balls to see out the end of the over. 54 for the loss of 8 wickets. Latham 10, Young 4, Mitchell 8, Taylor 1, Nichols 7, Blundell 4, Ravindra 4. Southey gone without scoring. 3 wickets for 19 to Shiraj. Ravi Ashwin has 3 for 5. Axar Patel 1 for 9 and Jayant Yadav 1 for 13. The wicket takers for India.
I don't really know what to say. I can see you suggesting that I should say something, Daniel. There's not too much to say, is there? It's Jared said it all here. Great performance by Mr. Patel. Very disappointing batting. I'm off to bed.
Sleep well. Here is Jameson chipping up towards mid-off. Oh, and then there's a misfield from Umesh Yadav, so they'll get 1, but only 1. 55 for the loss of 8. Maybe I can narrow it down for you, Jeremy. You're a wordsmith. There's one word to sum up what we have seen post-lunch. You don't need to answer it the second. You can take the rest of the over. And in fact, I'll throw that to the audience too. The listeners, and maybe on the Karcher text machine, they can throw their word of the day to sum up what we've seen after lunch. This one into the pads again on the leg stump line. No bat. Doesn't carry to short leg with Shreyas Iyer. Very square one. Very erudite. Garth Galloway's going to join you after this over too, so I'm sure he'll contribute mightily to this. One word, listeners. How would you describe it? Somerville coming down the wicket, beaten through the air. Lucky for him, it spun back, hit the pad and went to slip. And no stumping chance. Three balls remaining in the over. Somerville onto the front foot and assuredly pushes the ball to mid-off and there will be no run. As Coney grabs the dictionary, thumbs through it.
I'm just thinking it's highs to lows. What do you mean is highs to lows, really, isn't it? Soaring highs to denizens of the deep.
This one ballooning off the pad, but no bat on this occasion. It's taken by Shreyas Iyer. Maybe the Indian field. I feel there was a touch of bad. Well, Virat Kohli certainly did. Went an arse, but it was turned down. So no review. Last ball of the Ashwin over. Goes wider of the crease. Somerville takes half a stride down, gets the front leg out and defends with his pad. The end of the over. 55 for the loss of 8 in reply to 325. Ashwin has 3 for 6. The first one that's come through on 8833 on the Karcher text line, Jeremy. Abysmal.
Yeah, that's from Brad. But are you wanting to also have the moment of the 10 wickets from from Ajaz Patel. Is that right? Is that what you're including?
I just want a word that sums up what we have seen. You're so right. We went incredibly high with Patel. So now there's desperate scenarios. So if there's one word
that includes that, the word includes that.
Yes, from after lunch.
Right.
Where India were 285 for the loss of 6. Garth Galloway, take it away with Jeremy Coney.
Nice.
Thank you very much, Daniel. 55 for 8 it is. Jamieson is 11. A towering figure and a towering score. 11 for Jamieson. Somerville yet to score, and XR is he's runs for Jamieson. Might pick up 4 as he's clipped the ball in front of point, and that's a very bad piece of fielding by Aya, who goes to dive, and Siraj is it, and he picks up shapes to pick up the ball and flick it behind him, ends up just falling on his face and carrying the ball across with him. Very poor piece of fielding. There's Pete. What did Pete have to say? The security guard's got his views.
Pete came in. He's made the effort to come out of the cafeteria where he sits and watches the game. The word for us.
He's had his fish dinner.
His fish meal, yes.
Over in Littleton. 59 for 8 it is. Quagmire is a word. Deplorable.
Is a word.
We've got one from Apocalyptic from Dean of Christchurch. I wonder if that's the Anglican Dean or the Catholic
Exactly.
Dean.
It is, yes. Pete's word was excruciating.
That's fair. 59 for 8 as Jamieson plays just exactly as you'd like to see everyone playing.
But all these are about the batting only, really, aren't they?
Yeah.
Ryan's given us a broader term. Cricket.
Man of few words,
cricket.
Ryan.
Yes.
Ryan Bradley.
Just cricket.
Yeah, true. Wouldn't have changed a thing from Patel's bowling. Unbelievable. Here is next ball pushed into the offside, as you show me. Thank you, Brendan of Masterton.
Got that one.
Poor batting performance. I'll say it that way. And a total embarrassment. Well, it continues. Here's XR bowling, and Jamieson comes forward. Will pick up another run. No, he won't. He's sent back by Somerville as the ball goes fine on the offside. Titanic from KJ. 23 overs gone. We'll take a break. We need one.
In sport, if it happens locally, nationally or overseas, SENZ is there. And it's all on the SENZ app.
Brendan McCullum is on 298.
Subscribe to SENZ's podcast channel and catch up on all of SENZ's shows, plus shows from across the ditch, including Matty Johns, Cam Smith, Andrew Voss, Adam Gilchrist, Ian Healy and Brian Fletcher. Download the SENZ app now and listen anywhere, anytime.
Welcome back. Some more words coming in. 59 for 8 as Somerville goes back and across and gets lucky not to get a top edge. 59 for 8, Jamieson 15, Somerville out with... Somerville on North. He's not out yet. He's close to being out that ball. Here's Ashwin bowling. Oh, he stumped, is he? This will be close. I'll go and have a look. A brilliant piece of work from Saha. I think Somerville might be okay. He went down the pitch. The ball turned sharply from Ashwin's bowling down the leg side, and Saha's done well to get this ball out wide and bring it back and take the bails off. Jerry Coney can have a look at this.
Yeah, 0. Copy that.
Very good piece of keeping by the Indian keeper. He's looked good for a man who had a sore neck.
I've checked the front foot and it's fair delivery. Please give me best side on angle for stumping.
So we'll just let you listen to those comments that you can hear from the third umpire. Front arm spin vision being looked at the moment. Not a bad piece of keeping. So no suggestion that it's a catch down the leg side. You don't need ultra edge there, do you?
Keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. Flat line as the ball passes the bat. No bat involved. Please go to stumping and give me the side on angle.
He's back.
Bat is well grounded inside the popping crease. I'm ready with my decision.
Well, that's good. New Zealand have got a decision in their favour. Mysterious. There's a Nelson deflating. Unbelievable.
Yes, well, that's a wider term.
I quite like Paul's one from Parapara Umu.
Yes,
Mixed.
that's perplexing.
Well, but Jared said he was off to bed and he's still awake.
Oh, he's having another go.
You're perplexing, Jared. You said you were in bed. Sport is such a cruel mistress, and Andy, you acknowledge that that's not one word.
Surreal.
Oh,
surreal. Now you might like that.
Don't do that to me.
Hey?
Here's Ashwin bowling, and Somerville pushes into the offside.
It's not a bad word.
The reason that Coney's excited is, as we see, that was a brilliant piece of stumping by Saha. Really was not out, but brilliant piece of keeping, driven by Somerville. So Simon says surrealism, and technically, Simon, I think you're absolutely right. The reason that Coney's having a go at me is that I heard an athlete earlier in the day. Here's a waist-high full toss, which Somerville hits into the short leg fieldsman, 59 for 8. And I heard the athlete saying that the experience was surreal, and I just thought. Just hear it from so many athletes. Every experience, it's good. They say, so what was it like? Oh, it was surreal. And I get very sick of it, Jeremy. I think people should be, the cliches and things that come out of athletes' mouths. I wish that they could be taught to speak in a way that is them, not just in ways that they hear everyone else speaking. Like, here's a ball that's pushed back from Somerville. Jared, you guys are worth listening to. I mean that sincerely. Thank you, Jared. And we're keeping you awake, which is what's worrying me. But you're worth having around, Jared, too. We appreciate all of these messages coming in. As the next ball's driven down to mid-on. 60 for 8 it is. Jamieson is 15. Somerville is yet to score. And
well, surreal kind of means really
unreal.
Yes, it means mixed too, doesn't it? Which is sort of a little bit strange and difficult to understand.
Yes, so it's fair. Yes.
Bizarre.
Yeah. Mark says piss poor.
We've had several. That's been several.
You're not
times.
the first, no. Yeah. Thought I should read one of them. So India scored 325 as Axar bowls, and Jamieson is onto the back foot playing to silly mid-off. And
well, bizarre actually isn't the bad one, is it?
Absolutely. Well, most of these words are very good.
They do apply,
highly intelligent
don't they?
listeners.
Yes.
Piss poor. It's two words.
Well, you couldn't say that for the 10 wickets, though, could you?
No. Onto the. Are we talking about the whole day? Onto the.
Well, no, we're talking since lunch, and I think that's
right.
when it's happened. He's got the 10 wickets, and New Zealand have fallen very quickly since.
Yeah, well, unbelievable, exhilarating, surreal. It's a great use as the next ball's outside the off stump, no shot from Jamieson. I think it's absolutely the right context to use that word.
Simon says.
Surreal. Simon says.
Yes.
What Simon says must go, and we should. Yeah, driven by Jamieson here. We're just losing a bit of thread here with all these words, but it's hard. You just have to forgive us because we're
kind of a little bit like hard. We feel a little bit
like you do.
Yeah,
exactly.
like the guys out listening who have been listening and following the Test match ball by ball, hoping that things would go well. And they've seen something a little bit special from one of our players, very special from one of our players, and then to go from that to this and 60 for 8, to handle the disappointment of that as well. It's hard to know how to feel.
Yeah, look, I agree as Somerville comes forward and plays back down the pitch. 25 overs gone, New Zealand, believe it or not, 60 for 8.
When it comes to painting, you want to get it right the first time. Resene Paint is quality through and through and trusted by professionals. It's your assurance you'll get a great job and a finish that will last. See your local Resene colour shop today.
G'day, Adam Gilchrist here. I used to love playing against New Zealand. They'd always step up. What a rivalry. Subscribe to the In Focus with Adam Gilchrist podcast and you can hear some of me chatting with some of the biggest names in sport. Make sure you download the SENZ app.
Beautiful day in Mumbai and a beautiful day in Christchurch. It's cricket from Resene, the paint that Kiwis trust. Big barrel, big range, the biggest deals. They're our partners. Karcher can handle great pressure. Can New Zealand?
There you go.
Well
That's
done.
fitting it in nicely.
You didn't say your name and where you're from. Could you follow through with that, please? Because this match might be over very quickly.
Yeah.
Ashwin around the wicket, Somerville back and across and clips it, but no real timing to backward point. That was a chance to free the arms a little bit. It was a gift from Ashwin. Somerville 17 balls and yet to get off the mark. Can't say it really matters as this time he looks to play into the onside. It ends up going straight back down the pitch. Just turning those hands.
Yes, you've just got to watch that turn to go with it. In New Zealand, you get away with that because you don't. It's not as if the ball catches up with your bat and you run a risk of being caught.
Ashwin bowls in the field. There are 3 men in close as Somerville plays to the middle of those men at short leg.
And they're all in the game, aren't they? Those 3 men know they're in the game. It could be any ball. As soon as you see the bat out in front of the pad.
Yep. Well, as you said off air, you're seeing the batsman as here is a short ball outside the off stump, and that's one that should have gone for 4. He's missed it completely into the gloves of Saha.
And you can see the areas New Zealand are starting to learn as they go, and that's what you'd like to see. Where to possibly score on a pitch like this.
Don't worry, our hero Ajaz Patel has padded up. I see him. He'll be thinking, goodness, what a day. I bowled 47 and a half overs. Here's Somerville. Good shot as he comes down the pitch, drives to mid-on.
And sitting beside who? Ronke,
batting coach. He'll be saying, right, we've got some work to do. Wayne from Timaru. Thank you, Wayne. You're the Karcher, can handle great pressure. I like that. As down the pitch comes Somerville, just using his feet, freeing up a bit. Another over flies past with Somerville 22 balls, no runs. Jameson 15 from 28. New Zealand 60 for 8. Still needing 66 to avoid the follow-on. And Jared's coming straight back.
Jared's here.
Well, fellas,
let's watch the tail wag. I was actually just about to suggest that. Look, I mean, Somerville's okay. He hasn't scored errors. He's been in for 22 balls now, and okay, there's been a few nasty little moments.
Yeah,
he's missed out on a couple, perhaps that he might have got away. Jameson is looking all right, actually. As I said, I think he looks one of our better players.
Bat 3 in the next innings as he goes back and plays defensively, does Jameson. I agree. I think Jameson looks fantastic compared to
I just think he has the ability to bat at 7 for New Zealand.
I agree.
Obviously, he's going to be a bowling all-rounder.
Is XR bowling and driven by Jameson, but he looks the most comfortable of New Zealand batsmen in this innings.
Yeah. Not rushed and suddenly caught, as if taken by surprise.
Round the wicket is XR, and again, he's playing back down the pitch to the bowler. The word is crackers. From sparklers and skyrockets with Patel to fizzes with batting. Murray from Wellington. Good on you, Murray. That's not bad. Bit late. Guy Fawkes is gone, but still not bad as this next ball is played by Jameson to mid-wicket. He picks up another run, 61 for 8.
Well, good. It's nice to see a few people are still watching and they're heading a few things in.
Might be
which is terrific.
Bruce Murray.
Oh, that's the bags.
Here's the next one onto the back foot and turns into the onside and taken by Iyer at short leg, but it's off the pads. Here's the next ball. It's driven by Somerville outside the off stump, goes past the outside edge.
See, that's
61
a ball
for 8.
For me, that you attack.
Yes.
And I think that's the one that you slash more to sort of to point.
Yep.
Anything that's wide outside that, it's outside your right eye. It's going to miss the stumps. Have a crack at it. You know what I mean? So that's another area that New Zealand could possibly score from.
Yep.
So there's the shorter ball that you see. You can knock it onside or punch it out through the offside, as we've seen Jamieson do. Or anything that's full outside the off and out. It's not going to threaten the stumps. Have a slash.
Yep. Opportunities, few and far between. Ashwin bowling. Oh, lovely delivery, which just drops a little bit too straight to bring the LBW into it as it hits him in the pad. Just looking up to see Richard Petrie coming into the comments position. Ashwin bowls, and this is turning down the leg side. It hits Jamieson in the pads, and a little bit of a thought of an appeal, but turning away. Hey fellas, I'm excited with Patel to come, but what's he going to do? Well, who knows? Jared, as Ashwin bowls again, and this is turned again. Jamieson just showing his technique is good, comfortable, waiting for the ball to land, and then at the last minute just turning the ball to mid-wicket for one. He's looked very good indeed. And here's an interesting one here from someone. Why are we hitting our team when they're so down? Jeremy tried to broaden the word game from 1 to 2 to reflect the entire match so far. As here's Jamieson, here's Somerville rather, turning the ball into the onside. Sublime to the ridiculous will do it. Yeah, that's good. I don't think people are hitting the team when they're down. I think it's 62 for 8. It's just an extraordinary day, and people are just bemused by the contrast. Here's Somerville hitting the ball straight to mid-on. He's out. Caught by Siraj. So Somerville's 25 ball resistance without scoring a run comes to an end. He tees off at a delivery from Ashwin. 62 for 9. And Richard Petrie, the pain should be over very quickly, with no disrespect to Jamieson and Ajaz Patel. I think your microphone might be off there, Richard, as we'll just get you to turn that on. I'm sure what you were saying was good. Come on in now.
All right, I'm in. Come in, spinner. I was just saying, we're none off 26 balls. Ashwin floated one up to give him a chance to go back over his head, and he took the bait. He wasn't on balance, and he did nothing more than lob the ball to mid-on. But we see Patel, and I must admit, in the previous test, and I was listening to you guys talking about how well Jamieson's been playing, and he hasn't looked troubled at all, really. He's either well forward and smothering it, or he's well back in the crease. So, but the other one that played it very well, I thought, in the drawn test was Ajaz Patel, who didn't look troubled at all either. So these are the two players who both look really surprisingly comfortable. Jamieson continues 17 off 35. AJ is about to take strike. What a day he's had.
Absolutely. So, Richard, follow on or not? So, assuming that the wicket falls reasonably soon. India, I would have thought there's one ball remaining in the 28th over. Surely they're going to enforce the follow on. Here's Ashwin running in and bowling to Ashwin down the leg side. Beautifully taken by Saha.
Oh, they'll absolutely enforce it. The only time you consider not enforcing it usually is if your bowlers are tired, and putting them out in the field again is just going to be, you're going to burn them out. But in this situation, how many overs have New Zealand's faced? Not many.
28.
28 overs, so I don't think there'll be any issues there. New Zealand will be straight back in, and India will be looking to pick up a couple in the second innings tonight. 62 for 9. Just really, I guess it's a general ineptitude on this type of surface against high quality bowling.
Oh, here's and this is the innings is over. Jamieson has teed off, and fair enough. I think he's got an inside edge into his pad. It's ballooned up. He's been well caught at Silly Point. He's thinking about reviewing it. He's asking Ajaz Patel what he should do. He might as well, I suppose.
Review for court.
But if it's unsuccessful, New Zealand all out for 62.
On-field decision is out.
And the review's taking place, but the players are leaving the field. Richard, take us through the review.
Yeah, it was a big swing by Jamieson. If anything, he's got an outside edge. The ball's gone into the keeper's gloves and bounced off the keeper's gloves.
Okay, ultra-edge here, please. Keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. And freeze it. One frame back. Freeze it, yes. There is a clear spike as the ball passes the bat. Going back to Anil on field.
Yeah, he's definitely hit it. And I'll be sticking with this decision. New Zealand will be all out. Umpire just waiting for a call to reconfirm his decision. And Latham and Young will get the pads.
Stand by, Anil, stand by.
So he's got the edge, all right. It's gone into Saha, and a very good piece of
going back to Anil
opportunist reaction by the silly point, diving away to his left. It's a terrific effort. The decision's given Exar's figures 2 for 14 at the end. And so just to give you some context, that total 62 New Zealand all out. They hold the lowest test score, of course, 26 against England in March 1955, and that's probably a record that was very difficult to see it being beaten. 42 against Australia in 1946 is the second lowest total. 45 against South Africa under Brendan McCullum's captaincy on the 2nd of January 2013. That game finished. 47 against England at Lords 1958 was the fourth lowest total by a New Zealand side. And then the fifth lowest total, 54 against Australia in 1946 at Wellington. And that then takes us down to, that means we've the fifth lowest total by a New Zealand side. So 62 all out. Latham 10, Young 4, Mitchell 8, Taylor 1, Nichols 7, Blundell 8, Ravindra 4, Jamieson 17, Southey out without scoring, and the last man out was, I think I've said Somerville, haven't I, out without scoring. So we'll take a couple of ads and then come back.
At Kennards Hire, we only hire those who've taken the Ken Oath. By taking it, each team member goes above and beyond to help any citizen in need. The Ken Oath is a commitment that means more than the sanctity of marriage. It means you'll never miss smoko or beer o'clock. So, if you want someone who can tackle whatever, whenever, wherever, talk to someone who's taken the Ken Oath.
Kennards make your job easy. Being at the greatest events on the sporting calendar is what makes sports fans tick. And to witness the biggest sporting moments in New Zealand, Ballpark Entertainment can get you there. All Blacks, horse racing, cricket, NRL, Super Rugby, and more. Ticketing, corporate suites, and money can't buy experiences. Get the best access to the best sporting events with Ballpark Entertainment, making memories. Search Ballpark Entertainment on the SENZ website.
Dark paint colours and stains on exteriors can get unbearably hot in summer. Keep your dark colours cooler with Resene Cool Colour paints and wood stains. Check them out online or at your nearest Resene colour shop and enjoy a cooler finish.
Smirnoff or Gordon's Generational 1 litre or Pinnacle Citrus.
That's enough for BK's $5 meal. Like a creamy mayo cheeseburger meal, barbecue rodeo meal, or a crispy chicken meal. For just $5, get a burger, small fries, and small drink. Part of BK's Flamin' Good Deals range.
Big battle, you local liquor store.
Get Mates Club exclusives. Batched espresso coffee liqueur, $36.99. Jim Beam White Label or Canadian Club 700ml, $27.99. And Shivers Regal 12-year-old 1 litre or Glenlivet 12-year-old single malt whiskey 700ml, $59.99. Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big battle, you local liquor store.
13 minutes after 11 o'clock at night, New Zealand time. New Zealand have been utterly destroyed for their first innings by the Indian attack. A relentless Indian attack, and New Zealand is not able to cope. You've got to pay huge credit to the Indian attack, and unfortunately New Zealand just not up to handling that pressure. Our coverage with Resine, the Paint, Kiwis Trust, and Big Barrel, big range, biggest deals. India making 325. New Zealand all out for just 62. All out for just 62. So New Zealand trailing by 263 runs. In India, you would expect to enforce the follow-on. As Garth told you, the sixth lowest score in Test cricket for New Zealand, the lowest score in a Test against India. And this is the lowest total by any team against India in Tests. All out for 62 in just 28 overs. In just 28 overs. India 325. Let's run through their full scorecard. Well, Agarwal 150, Richard. 150. That is just looking better and better by the second. A brilliant knock by the opener, 150. Shubman Gill made 44. Pujara no score. Kohli no score. Suresh Iyer made 18. Sahar 27. Ravi Ashwin got a first baller. Axar Patel, a fine hand by him, coming in at number 8, making 52. Those runs also crucial in the context of this test. Jayant Yadav made 12. Mohammad Siraj, the last to go. All 10 wickets falling to one Ajaz Patel, just the third time in Test match cricket history. Someone has taken all 10 wickets in an innings. 47.5 overs, 12 maidens, 10 for 119. You compare that to his record in New Zealand, where he's only bowled 49 overs in Test cricket and has not yet taken a wicket at home. That is quite amazing when you think of it. But despite that effort, New Zealand just no match, as I say. Latham gone for 10, Young for 2, Mitchell for 8, Taylor for 1, Nichols for 7, Blundell for 8, Ravindra for 4, all falling before tea. And in this final session we've seen... Blundell went out after tea, I should say. Southey, no score. Somerville, no score. And Kyle Jamieson gone for 17. And sort of summing up the black comedy of this innings, the last wicket, as Jamieson tried to smash one down the ground. He got a thin edge and it hit the keeper and ricocheted into the path of Silly Point. You don't often see that. New Zealand all out for 62. The bowling figures, Umesh Yadav, 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 7. Mohammad Siraj, let's not ignore his fine effort with the new ball. 4 overs, 3 for 19. He bowled with great energy, pace, accuracy. He bowled full and short, tried all the tricks. He picked up 3. Well, Axar Patel, 9.1 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 14. Jayant Yadav, 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 13. And Ravi Ashwin, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 8. I know we've been asking the listeners for their word to sum up what we have seen after lunch. I've been thinking long and hard, Richard. I'm really struggling to find a word to accurately depict what we have seen. Just extraordinaire, might say.
Well, certainly you won't see too many days of Test cricket like we've had today. We've had the agony or the ecstasy and the agony. Hats off to India. They've bowled magnificently on their conditions. All of their bowlers have bowled sensationally. They've bowled some amazing balls.
Before you go any further, Richard, sorry to cut you off. I'm seeing on Cricinfo reports that looks like India will be batting again. Looks like India will not be enforcing the follow-on. Which I'm not surprised by. I know everyone else thought, hey, only 28 overs bowled. But why not bat another day, make this pitch even more worn, spin even more, make it torturous for New Zealand. So... mention Jazz Patel picked up his 10th wicket in the middle session of the day, and bizarrely will be bowling in the next session.
Unusual. I guess the only thing I can think is we're so early in the test match. This test match is still so much time to play out that they feel they want to see some more bat. Maybe it's kind of like an open wicket. They're pretty confident they're going to bowl New Zealand out. They don't need all the amount of time that there is available left. And the captain, Kohli, maybe wants to go out and get 100 himself. He doesn't want to be chasing 5. In fact, the rate New Zealand scored in the first innings, he wouldn't even get another bat. Maybe he wants his batters to have another bat.
Well, there's a couple of players who will be desperate for hundreds. Pujara, the amount of innings he has played in Test cricket without 100 has been brought up ad nauseum, especially on cricket Twitter. Virat Kohli's had a long time reaching 3 fingers. So Mayank Agarwal is out there, and Shubman Gill too. Oh, he did take a nasty blow on the finger. So he's not there. That's Pujara, isn't it? So no Shubman Gill. India not enforcing the follow-on. They lead by 263. Southee bowls the first ball wide of off stump and swinging away. Some of the words that are coming through are quite colourful. I've asked you your word to summarise what we have seen after lunch. With India 285 for 6 at that stage, it seemed so long ago. Bowled out for 325, New Zealand scuttled for just 62. From Southee, just past the umpire. Bowls wide of off stump again, no stroke from Agarwal, repeating how he started in the first innings. Very good with his discipline outside the off. So keep your messages rolling into 8833 to our Can't You text machine.
See one of the messages from Jared. Absolute rubbish. What do you think of it so far? Rubbish!
It's technically 2 words, but we understand where you're coming from. So Shubman Gill took a nasty blow from Nichols, wasn't it, under the helmet. Very full from Southee, driven up towards mid-off. Just stroke it, finding mid-off, and there's no run.
One thing's for sure, you're never going to see a day of Test cricket like this again, as long as we live. So you might as well sit back and enjoy it. We're seeing one bowler take 10 wickets. We've seen some outstanding bowling from India. We've seen some reasonably inept batting in parts from New Zealand. Some of the wickets were absolute jaffers. There was a good ball. Young got a very good ball. Taylor got a very good ball.
Now the bowling getting the inside edge of the bat. Agarwal comes forward and plays the ball from off stump into the onside.
We also saw some other shots that weren't so good, but we saw a lot of bat pads as well from balls which were bouncing and spinning. The amount of spin that Ashwin was getting on the ball, he picked up figures of 4 for 8 off 8 overs, outstanding figures. But the amount of spin he was able to impart on the ball, and he just phenomenal bowling.
Southee again full and straight, made by Agarwal into the coverage. Well, Brendan has given his judgment on the day on our Can't You text machine. Stuff the cricket. Bring on Bathurst tomorrow.
Yep.
A long day on the couch for so many. A bit of a petrol head?
No, not at all. I don't consider it sport.
Oh, you drive like you're Mount Panorama.
When the car's doing all the work, it's not sport.
The disdain from Petrie. Leg side and a leg glance will bring 4 runs. The first runs to India. So Southee wayward to nearly around the corner. 4 runs to end the over. Agarwal for Pujara opening with Shubman Gill absent, injured at the moment. 4 without loss after that first over. Saying he took a nasty blow while fielding under the helmet when Nichols swept a ball, and then He was taken out of short leg as a result of that. That blow was sort of in the, I think, around the knee. Then went to mid-wicket and dropped a catch. It was a no ball, so it wouldn't have been a wicket. He split his finger. So no Shubman Gill. So Pujara on strike, and Pujara will be facing up to Ajaz Patel.
Ajaz Patel, wow. Here we go. So I'm just trying to think about what the psyche is of Kohli for making New Zealand bat again. Normally you would just put the team back in. They'd only bowled 28 overs. You're on a bit of a roll. No one's particularly tired. All the bowlers are lining up and wanting to bowl. There's plenty of spin and turn and bounce in the wicket. So it's not like conditions don't favour you already. It's not like they have to wait another 2 days before they get conditions to their liking. The conditions are to their liking now.
Ajaz Patel bowling to the right-hander. Breaks this one short of Pujara. It's off the dreaded pair. Might get 4 straight away because he's got nicely inside the line and hit that very fine. Will race to the boundary. Pujara to 4. It is 8 without loss. Ajaz Patel. Loosener to start. Wild sort of year he has had. Let's not forget Ajaz Patel, I think it was in May when the central contracts came out. He lost his central contract with New Zealand Cricket. Wasn't ranked in the top 20 players. He dropped out, one of 2 players in, BJ Watt, retiring. He's been spinning from wide of off stump. Short again, and Pujara goes back, but can't find the gap. He lost his central contract. Knew that he wasn't going to be playing much at home. He would have to make the most of his opportunity away from home. He's done that. 10 wickets. Oh, gets down. It was a bad chance, almost nearly carrying to Nicholls. That's the length he will want to hit regularly. Inside edge, almost carrying to Nicholls under the helmet. Around the wicket he continues. Shorter, and it's cut away nicely through point. That should be 4 more. Anders. 12 without loss. Pujara quickly up and running. He is 8.
So just going back to the rationale of why Kohli would not enforce the follow-on, I think he's got enough time to bowl New Zealand out. He's got conditions how he would like them already. I just think he wants to see his batters have a bat.
Maybe he wants to hear more from you.
I doubt that. I don't think he's listening. I can only imagine that he wants to see his batters get out there, score some runs while they can. It's valuable time, and know that they've still got plenty of time to bowl a New Zealand side out who, on a bouncing, spinning wicket.
Fuller, straighter, defended by Pujara. And I have not crunched the numbers, I've not done any research on it, but it does seem to be more of a modern day fad. Maybe over the last 10 years where a lot of captains don't enforce the follow-on.
Oh, Jazzy, good Jazzy.
Bowling from Patel, pitching an off stump, hitting the outside edge, but Pujara is defending. And it's the end of the over, it's 12 without loss.
Success isn't guaranteed, but sometimes it is written in the pedigree as a brother to a Group 1 winning sprinter. Written in physical prowess as a $600,000 yearling. Written in performance, being able to foot it with the fastest sprinters in Australia. And written in the sire line as son of a champion sire, one of the greatest stallion success stories. Banquo, the first son of written tycoon to stand in New Zealand. Now at Waikato Stud.
SENZ's coverage of the Test Series between New Zealand and India with our partners, Resene, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand for the past 10 years, and Big Barrel. Be our mates and join the Barrel Mates Club. India 12 without loss in their second innings. They lead by 275 runs on this rather oscillating day. He was full and straight, and it's quickly back to him and actually hits his foot as he reacts, gets the right foot out and prevents any runs down the ground.
Remarkable, isn't it, how different conditions can suit different teams. India losing a test series to New Zealand on New Zealand conditions. And New Zealand really struggling in India, managing to just hold on the first test, but getting absolutely worked over in the second.
Now the ball's a good bouncer here. Ducking out of the way is Agarwal. So does every batsman have to buy Ajaz Patel dinner after he's picked up all 10 wickets? And then the batsmen crumble and bowled out for 28 overs? Need to shout at something, don't they?
Well, they don't need to. I think it's not normally a standard thing. Nothing's standard for getting 10 wickets because it never happens.
Fuller from Southie pushed up towards mid-on. I'm talking more about the side being bowled out for 62.
Well, they don't need to. No, I don't know of any ritual on that. I'm not sure what the team of bowled out for 26 or 27 did. They would have set the benchmark for what was required, but I think probably what they did was go back to the hotel with their towels between their legs.
Not make eye contact with the bowlers.
And deny they ever played in that game.
2 slips in a gully as Southie goes wider of off stump, bowls cross seam. It's through to the keeper.
Yes, you don't hear about too many players from that team. But look, a real wake-up call for New Zealand. It's a bit of a shock to the system. But these things happen in cricket. Like, you go to strange lands that you're not used to playing on. India struggle in New Zealand. New Zealand struggle in India because the conditions are so different. It's kind of like being the difference between playing at Wimbledon and Roland Garros from tennis.
Southie moving in again. Short of a leg on off stump. Played into the cover edge and there is no run. For those who might not be listening or watching and might log in a few hours at the end of the day and check the scorecard, they'll go, holy heck, 16 wickets falling on day 2. It must be a disaster of a test wicket.
Well, it's probably what you'd think. Yeah. Well, it was a disaster for New Zealand. I mean, there is enough in this wicket. If you give it a really big turn like the Indians do, and Ajaz Patel does to a lesser degree.
Southie full into leg stump, turned wide of mid-on. Round comes Somerville, but can't prevent a single being taken. 13 without loss. The lead is 276.
You've got the perfect thing for the spinners, because what spinners want is they want turn and they want bounce. And that doesn't just bring the ball going between bat and pad and the edge. What it also brings in is the bat pads, because the ball is jumping up into the gloves, jumping off the pad, and the Indian spinners know these type of wickets inside out.
Thoughts of Richard Petrie. Richard, I'm going to Scarpa, and Garth Galloway will pick it up with India 13 without loss, 3 overs into their second innings, having not enforced the follow-on.
Thanks, Daniel. And 13 without loss, as you say. We're just looking at that, Jerry Coney and I just looking at that team that made the 26 in 1955 at Eden Park. All gone now, unfortunately, as this ball from Patel is pitched up nicely, and Agarwal is playing into the offside. He's at 5, 13 without loss. My word is New Zealand Warriors. Good on you, Josh. We're not going to argue about whether that's 1, 2, 3 words. 13 without loss it remains as Patel drifts the ball up to Agarwal. Just the shadow starting to lengthen a little bit now, as you can imagine. And it's a very subdued New Zealand team in the field. Patel bowls now and he comes forward, and Agarwal is just playing the ball back to the batsman. So an hour remaining in the day's play, if we get through that long, and New Zealand really just playing for respect now. It's difficult because you really do feel sorry for Ajaz Patel. But the thing about his extraordinary achievement is here's a lovely delivery. Appeal for LBW, but going down the leg side, and they withdraw the appeal, basically. The score remains 13 without loss. The thing is, you can never take away that achievement. And when you look at the record books and see the 3 players in Test history who have taken 10 wickets, one of them is Ajaz Patel in Mumbai. Extraordinary achievement. And good, Jerry, you've just worked out that you're on, so it's nice to have you here. Not at all. I was going to do comments as well. 13 without loss. It is 1 ball remaining in the 4th over. Agarwal is 5, Pujara is 8, and Kohli deciding not to enforce the follow-on. Something's happened here with Jerry's cord, so... No, can you hear him, Jacob? No, okay, thank you. So 13 without loss, so we've just got a little technical issue. So we'll get Richard Petrie, get him back on for comments, please, Daniel. 13 without loss it is. 4 overs have been bowled. Agarwal 5, Pujara is 8. This session, 15 overs and 3 balls, 37 runs and 4 wickets. So what a day of Test cricket it's been. And no matter what happens with the New Zealand batting, nothing in my view detracts from Ajaz Patel's extraordinary achievement. 47 overs and 5 balls, 12 maidens, 10 for 119. And I'm just seeing down here, Jerry, there's something's popped out. I think we might be able to fix that, get you on. And the listeners are missing you. There we are. How's that?
Yeah, you've kicked it out.
Oh, no.
You've had your feet up around there. No one else able to do it except you.
Yes. 14 without loss.
We've found the snitch, everybody.
Turning him into the leg side. Well, I've got a text from
New Zealand Warriors.
A couple of texts from some listeners saying, look, we've had enough of Coney, just pull his cord out.
Yeah, exactly. It's a nasty trick.
I wish I was so clever that I'd done it deliberately, but I'm not, and I wouldn't do that to you, Jeremy. I'm far too fond of you. 15 without loss it is with that shot. So, well, it's a matter of playing for respect, isn't it? Now, and I mean, who knows?
There's no real reason, is there? About why Kohli made the decision after just 28 overs. 28, something like that, wasn't it? To then turn around and say that my bowlers are tired.
Yeah.
When they've used 5 bowlers during those 28 overs. So it's roughly 5, just a bit over 5 overs on average each, which is about a T20 game, isn't it?
Yeah.
So no more than that. So you can't say that they're tired.
Southey bowls to Pujara, short ball. He pulls the ball down to long leg along the ground. So Pujara is 11.
It allows perhaps the Indian batsman to free up a little bit. Already we've seen Pujara playing much more freely than he did in the first innings, and that'll be good for them. And that's what they're feeling is going to be good for them. So. And they're having a lead of 263 on the first innings. Well, you can't see New Zealand really threatening that at the moment.
No, it's Southey bowls, and this ball is played quite late by Agarwal to cover. 16 without loss.
So another day's play would be the end of day 3, and they might be 400. They'll be 200 themselves, so 463, getting up to 500 ahead. Well, I suppose one thing that could intervene is the weather.
Doesn't look
and
like
there has been rain around.
Yep.
I don't know. That would be unusual.
Forecast is good.
Yep. Okay. So that seems to be ruled out. Who knows?
Southey to Agarwal, driven, beautiful shot, but straight to mid-off.
Yeah. Certainly you would expect the pitch to deteriorate a little bit more with players running up and down and those kinds of things. But, that gives New Zealand, well, they can go out there and maybe they can, play a little bit better. That's really what you would like to see. The chances of them saving the Test match are pretty hard to get through 2 days batting. Pretty tough from what we've seen, because a lot of them are in bad form.
1 ball remaining in the over, 16 without loss, with India not enforcing the follow-on. Agarwal plays back to Southee. 5 for Agarwal. Pujara 11, 16 without loss. We'll take a quick break.
Escape the everyday at Millbrook Resort. Offering a vast range of resort activities for your next Queenstown holiday, Millbrook Resort boasts a variety of experiences for everyone to enjoy. Explore 2 of the most beautiful 18-hole golf courses in the world, home of the New Zealand Open and set in a natural alpine amphitheatre. Opening to the public on January 3rd, 2022. They are a feast for the senses and a golfer's paradise. Visit millbrook.co.nz. A variety of experiences for everyone to enjoy.
Beautiful scenes on the TV looking over the city of Mumbai. Plenty of high-rise buildings. Amazing city, really. Beautiful by the sea as Patel bowls and Pujara is defending. So let's just look at it, Jerry. So another 50 minutes or so tonight.
Yes.
So say 30 runs, 48, 50 or so in total for India. The lead will be as this next ball is pushed down into the pitch. So 300, a bit more. It's just going to be a tough grind for the New Zealand team. And
that's right.
It is, I guess you look at it and say, well, it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to improve, to learn. We're playing in the subcontinent. Here's a nice delivery from Patel, who forces another forward defensive shot from Pujara.
If I was Somerville, I haven't taken a wicket in the series. Here's my chance. Now, I don't want to... the option is to run away.
Yep.
And I don't think that as a competitor you want to do that. You want to confront it and to say, now I get another chance.
Patel again, Pujara using his feet. That's a glorious shot. Gee, that's a good shot. It was overpitched by Patel, but Pujara got to it quickly and drove the ball wide of Latham, who's in quite close at cover. Just split the field magnificently. Pujara's 15, 20 without loss.
Yeah, and that's just continuing, as I say, that much more aggressive approach. He uses his feet pretty well, actually. He doesn't normally make a mistake in that way. He's regarded as a very good player of slow bowling and coming down to them.
Stays back this time and turns a ball to short leg.
So it was a little bit of a surprise, in fact, but when he got out in that way in the first innings, coming down the pitch to Patel, naturally enough, that makes it easy for us. We don't have to look at the scoreboard.
No, we don't.
Patel got the lot.
He got tangled up, didn't he? Beaten in the air a little bit. Here he is staying back again and playing to Nichols at short leg again, 20 without loss.
But I think he was deceived actually by the drift of Patel. So it suddenly came in and at his toes and at his feet. And so he couldn't get the bat at it, and it came off the pad in the end and went onto the off stump. So he was trying to get inside out it, but it actually sort of drifted a little bit more than he thought. So well bowled. He was deceived by the bowler.
Agarwal and Pujara punch gloves in the middle of the pitch and return to their respective positions. So 283 runs ahead, India. 325 they made earlier today. Patel 10 for 119. And New Zealand all out for 62 in just 28 overs.
I think the thing we've seen already, though, in the 6 overs, that the New Zealanders give the Indian players more opportunities to score. And I think that's one of the things that the spinners, that they can go back.
Southee bowls and the good delivery, just looking to angle into the pads there. Agarwal is equal to it, driving to cover.
To New Zealand, and they can say to themselves, right, look, next time I go there, I'm going to be much more controlled, and I must be able to bowl a little faster and turn the ball a bit harder. And those, if that's just the 3 things they learn, then they can start, I think, to put some plans into action so that they will be able to do those things, and they will become better bowlers because of it.
Absolutely.
They've got to leave with some.
Southey bowls outside the off stump, and Agarwal is clipping the ball to point.
Some plans.
Yep.
To be better, and that's going to be the thing for New Zealand now.
Well, they're going to suffer a little bit in the field, it looks like, so they're going to be made to stay out there for certainly the best part of tomorrow, and if India are good enough, possibly all of tomorrow and maybe a little bit more. It's just once you decide to bat again, last chance in the game, can't give the other side a sniff, and not that I think New Zealand, there's nothing that could happen that could give them a sniff in this game now, but India will want to really ram this advantage home and punish them, as this is played awkwardly by Agarwal, just getting his pad, his bat around his front foot, playing into the onside. 20 without loss.
Yeah, well, they've earned the right to make the decision. There's no doubt about that. 300 playing 62, and they're going to bury New Zealand.
Yeah,
and it's not the first side that's happened to in history. As you look through the games that New Zealand have played over in India, New Zealand have never found it easy over there. So that's their right. You can't complain about it.
Absolutely not. Southey bowls as the pitch is getting covered in the shadows from this Coliseum-type stadium. 20 without loss. Oh, no, India are absolutely entitled to do what they're doing. And the only thing you think is if, wow, imagine if New Zealand could bat out for a draw.
Wouldn't that be fantastic?
Oh, it'd be incredible.
And if suddenly two of their batsmen got together, had a little bit of luck and good fortune, but they played and they made great judgments and were able to bat and bat and bat.
Someone got 100.
Wouldn't that be good?
Oh, yeah.
So that's the chance New Zealand have got to. That's how they've got to start to turn this around and look at it.
Yeah. Everything's an opportunity. Southey bowls, and Agarwal just a little bit uncomfortable playing around that pad on the leg side. He's 5 now. He walks down out towards square leg, and he's just practicing that shot again. He's got beads of sweat dripping off him. The Indian opener, his back of his neck absolutely drenched. So it's hot over there.
So no Shubman Gill to open with Agarwal. It's Pujara that's come out. Batted number 3, so whether Gill's injury or that little hit that he has sustained in close.
Next ball is pitched up, driven, and Harbour Bridge by Jamieson, I think it is, at mid-off. Yep, just dived over the top of that ball, and unfortunately Pujara brings up yet another boundary. His 4th in the innings. He's 15, 24 without loss.
If you're a Kiwi racing fan, the New Zealand Racing Podcast channel by SENZ is for you. Whether it's hearing from legends of the industry on racing tales of the turf or keeping up with the current landscape on Breakfast with the Kiwis, you'll never leave without a gem to take away. Wherever you get your podcast, and of course in the SENZ app, make the New Zealand Racing Podcast channel priority listening today. By Kiwi racing fans, for Kiwi racing fans, with SENZ.
24 without loss it is. Welcome back, and cricket being brought to you by Resene, the paint that Kiwis trust. Big barrel, big range, and the biggest of deals. 24 without loss, so it's going to be Patel again. Gee, what a day. 47 overs and 5 ball in the first innings, and here he is opening the bowling for New Zealand into his 4th over, so 24 without loss. I wonder if Gill is injured. He got hit in close, didn't he, and then had that fielding mishap when Jamieson hit a ball to mid-wicket, and he seemed to do something to one of his fingers. Here's Patel bowling, and Pujara is playing just out in front of his pad. It just looks like a different game with the New Zealand spinners. Even Patel.
It is. They're just not quite up there in terms of the pace that they bowl, or in terms of the accuracy that they have. They don't use the angles quite so well.
Patel again down the leg side, turned by Pujara for 1. Nichols chases from short leg. Pujara is 16.
Alex has another viewpoint about it. He says that there are bigger forces involved here than just the match itself. He's suggesting that the Indians want to take the game longer because of the money. He says it's the ICB. I guess he means the Indian Cricket Board. BCCR, they're called, and the NZC board will generate significantly more revenue. So it's a money decision. Suggesting.
Coley might want 100 too, someone suggested. Here's Agarwal onto the back foot, clipping that ball to backward point. 25 without loss. The thing about cricket is, it's death by 1,000 cuts in a way, isn't it? That when you are down and out, as the New Zealand side will be, they'll be thrilled for Patel, their teammate. Unbelievable achievement. And let's make no mistake, what happened with the batting does, it flattens things a bit for the team as the next ball is played defensively. But then you've got to really pick yourself up. Suddenly you're back in here in the field, going to bat again. It's a slow, you've got a lot of time to think, haven't you? Unlike a rugby game where things go wrong and it's over 80 minutes, or a football game's 90. Here's Patel dropping a catch as Agarwal came back, drove the ball firmly, and it made great pace towards the left-arm spinner. Could have been wicket number 11 in the match, and Patel looks very frustrated indeed. 26 without loss, 8 overs gone.
Yeah, it is. It's, again, advancing but not getting the loft on it, so that he just misjudges the length. It gets a little bit too close to him, Agarwal, so he can't get it up and over. The thing that I think to avoid in these kinds of situations as a touring side is that you make sure that it's not homeitis that is starting to infect the team, that you start thinking, oh, the heat, oh, I haven't got any runs, oh, we're getting beaten, oh, it's disappointing, oh, I want to be home, I want to get away from this. I think you really have to work hard around those kinds of issues, that you work to say, now I've got an extra chance. I'll take advantage of it.
India are 26 without loss. 9th over, started by Tim Southee. He goes short and he's pulled away to deep backward square leg, where there will be 1 run. Achin Ravindra in the deep, 27 without loss now. Is that type of problem, that mindset, quite easy to slide into, Jeremy?
Very. At the end of a tour New Zealand it hasn't been an easy tour when you put into the 3 T20s that they had to go right across India in 5 days. They lost the toss in all of them, were competitive for one of them, and then it sort of each progressively became more India winning those matches.
Full and straight.
Then they had to come into the first test, and they hung on there when perhaps it was looking as if they were going to get beaten. That was good, and they probably held that feeling of a bit more confidence about the tour when they came to this match, and this will hit them. But they've now got to fight hard as experienced players. This is quite an experienced team, Daniel. Most of these guys have played a lot of tests, and they're in their 30s. They should be able to handle that.
Southee in again to Pujara, leaning forward, defending into the offside, no run.
And every one of them, Latham included, and so on, and Young particularly, they've all got reasons to play well in this last innings. So when it does arrive, make sure they're ready for it.
Seeing a highlight of the Indian bowling effort, and it really was a fine effort at that. And we can get a little bit preoccupied with the New Zealand perspective, but India have bowled very, very well.
Very tidy. Very tidy.
Southee bowling in the shadows, wider of off stump. There's going to be no stroke.
I just think even in the short little spell we've seen in the nearly 9 overs New Zealand have been bowling, just many more opportunities than their Indian counterparts they provide, where batsmen can score on what is quite a difficult pitch. If you get it right at your end, batsmen are going to have to fight hard to do well. Yeah. They're just dragging it down a bit. Maybe that's the fatigue. Maybe that's skill. And those are the things we've got to get better at.
Short delivery. Pujara pivoting on his heels as he falls to forward square leg. Will only get one run. And it's been a joyous day for Ajaz Patel. Not his side, though. Well out of this game now. India not enforcing the follow-on. Indian bowlers wrapping up New Zealand in just 28 overs. Back, Jeremy. It's been a very good test for Indian-born bowlers, shall we say.
Yes, it has.
I think combined, the Indian-born bowlers have taken 20 wickets for about 180. And the New Zealand, or the rest of the New Zealand attack, none for 201. Southee bowls full and straight, pushed into the cover region, and there's no run. The end of 9 overs, 28 without loss. Indeed. The lead is 291. Agarwal 11, Pujara on 17. Pujara's been such a fine player, 6,500 test runs. Jerry's approaching 100 test matches. He's in the low 90s. But he's in the rather unusual position where he's looking for a big score. He hasn't scored a test 100 since January 2019.
That's right. And Kohli hasn't scored one for a while either. And nor is Rahane. Rahane's, those three who have been the heart of Indian run scoring for about a decade. They haven't scored 100 between the three of them. Other than the Melbourne.
Ajaz Patel continuing. It's an outside edge, Pujara, as he leans forward, plays with soft enough hands to keep it down. Mitchell charges after it, dives on the ball as if he's at the breakdown like his old man. It's up, throws it back. Just one run to Pujara. He's 18, it's 29 without loss.
Come on, Jazzy!
There's a lot of test matches for anyone batting at number 3 to not get 100. The opening in this innings with Shubman Gill injured as Agarwal pushes to point. There's no run.
Especially, of course, when a lot of those will have been played at home.
Come on, Jazzy boy! Go, Jazzy! 2 tonight, boys. Come on, Jazz!
Almost getting through the defences of Agarwal, who was back deep to the crease, clamping down on it, playing to short leg when Nichols fields.
Go, Jazzy! Again, boy!
In full of length around middle and leg. There's no run as Agarwal fields, and for Pujara, strange because he was in such good form. September 2018 through to that 193 New Year's Test at Sydney against Australia. Banged out 400s in just a few months. Shorter this time, wider of off stump, has played through the point region. Another run gathered, this time by Agarwal. He's 12, it's 30 without loss. The lead is 293.
It just shows you, though, I mean, I guess every innings, if you're an Indian player, there are so many other players who are pushing for spots in this team. Everyone counts.
Oh, toe.
Inside edge into the pad, but it goes too straight. Nowhere near the short leg. Pujara spins around. He's not happy with something. An issue with his gloves. Signal to the changing sheds. 30 without loss at the end of the 10th over. Pujara 18 and Agarwal 12. The lead is 293.
Investing in property? Know the facts. At Property Apprentice, we surround our clients with the professional help they need to get the right financial advice for their individual situation. Don't get sucked in by slick sales pitches from anyone who just wants to sell you a property. Learn from a company that's been helping Kiwis to achieve their financial goals since 2010. Come to a free event. Text ticket to 268 or go to propertyapprentice.co.nz.
.nz.
situation.
30 without loss. You are listening to SENZ and coverage of the second test between New Zealand and India in association with Big Barrel, Big Range, Biggest Deals and Resene, the paint Kiwis trust. Jamieson's going to come into the attack. The 11th over of the innings.
Well, see, Jamieson is a case in point, really, Daniel, don't you think? That he's got a lot to bowl for here because his stock in trade of that kind of line and length that he bowls when he's in New Zealand, which is outside off and testing a batsman. Okay, he won't quite get the movement that he gets.
He bowls a brute first up, leaping high around armpit height, and Agarwal tried to get over the top. He couldn't. Luckily for him, it's just spooned right in front of him, not into the gully region.
That's right. That's very good. That's a good start. He's about just wider than middle crease, and again, looking uncomfortable. I'd get a man in there straight away, to say, look, if you do that again, we're going to catch you out. So what are you going to do now? Are you going to play it with your hands like that? Are you going to duck out of the way? It looks as if to me he wants to play it. Wasn't looking to attack it.
Jamieson goes a fraction fuller. Flipped up towards mid-on. There'll be no run. No sign of that short leg in immediately as Jeremy Coney is called for.
Well, I think even on the offside too, it would be fine if he can get his line right. Because if he can run wider and angle it in at the player, so it'll end up on the offside of him.
Shadows really taking over. Rolling in on those shadows is Jamieson again, back of a length, very straight, played with a straight bat on the onside, and there's no run. Of all the messages we received, Jeremy, was there any word that stood out? Yep. You impressed with the array of options that came through via our Can't You text line?
Well, a lot of people were encouraged by the word that what's a word, and there were some quite good ones there, really, I thought. It's worth going through some of those.
This one stoops a little bit lower as Jamieson again targeting that off-stump line, but Agarwal, as he's been throughout this test match, up to the task, keeps the ball out. He's 12 not out, 30 without loss.
So I hope they do come back and listen tomorrow. I know Bathurst, and there will be some other things on that people who follow their sport will want to be doing, but there's still things to play for here. This game is not over yet. We're only in the third of fourth innings. Let's see what can happen. Let's see if the New Zealanders can change the course a little bit, can do something about it.
Nice and straight from Jamieson, demanding first over. Ending once more as Agarwal. I've got to read this one. I'm not sure if you and Garth have, so my apologies if I'm going over this, but it's from Tama, who's been texting profusely. Not sure why I keep texting. I don't know why I've given it that tone. Maybe I'll just read it normally. Not sure why I'm texting, as my previous texts don't seem to be reach you, rather. But Wagner should have been in the team.
Yeah.
That wouldn't have helped with the pathetic batting display, though.
No.
Yeah, I'm not sure the biggest point of this game right now is Neil Wagner not playing. Besides being bowled out for 62, wide of off-stump, Jamieson bowls and through to the keeper. It's the end of the over. 11 overs in the innings. Well, Richard Petrie wants to chime in because he's pro-Wagner.
Oh, no, not necessarily on that. No, just don't know what to say, really. I mean, it's just been one of those days, hasn't it? You go to a different country, which is conditions very different to yours, and you sort of turn up very quickly, and you're straight into the test matches. No warm-up games or anything, and you play a few T20 games, but it's just a case of adapting to different conditions and I guess nowadays people tend to play, the Indians tend to play in Western countries a bit more than...
Patel starting a new over, dancing down the wicket as Pujara, and hitting forcefully, but Patel goes down Fields.
That said, a lot of these players will come to India to play the IPL, don't they? So they should have some sort of coverage of the conditions.
And around the corner. 1 run to Pujara. Slightly different though, isn't it, Jeremy, when fielders all around the bat. Exceptional spin bowlers coming at you. Unfortunately, they don't get dragged off after 4 overs.
And I think for players, say like someone like a Taylor who hasn't played for a long time.
Oh, Desi! And defending once more.
No run. Yeah, and who hasn't played for 5 or 6 months now. It would be nice to get him and Wagner perhaps into a game if it was possible over there before. I mean, to join a side, to arrange it.
Good fielding in the cover region from Latham, diving to his left. Outstretched left hand. Hurries it down. The run will be taken as Agarwal moves to 13. It's 32 without loss.
Because they look just a little bit, not a little bit, they're quite well out of form, some of these players. And maybe a few club games even, in conditions that are similar to this, so that you prepare them a little bit better. And because you're not going to get these players at this level to play lead-up games now. It just doesn't happen.
Bat pad call from the New Zealand field, but clearly straight off the pad on the leg stump line, ballooning to short leg, and there is a catch. Kohli Cam is working overtime, peering into the Indian changing rooms. He's gathered up, he's got the helmet on, he's standing up. He's going to be exhausted, Peaches, before he gets out to the middle. Here is a short one, pulled away high over mid-wicket, out to the boundary for 4 from Pujara's bat. Or has it gone all the way? Just waiting for the umpire. Palmenon is struggling. Still no signals officially been made. I think they'll go upstairs. Whatever the case, the Indian lead will advance over 300 as Patel just dragged this one short. Dispatched by Pujara. Yep, that's over the rope, isn't it? Well over the rope.
Yep,
6 runs.
It is. Yep.
You got to ask, how many runs do you think India think they need? Is that a question? I mean,
no, not really.
They probably think 301 is they've already got enough. So now
that's right.
Really, it's batting practice, isn't it?
Well, maybe Alex is onto something when he writes to our Karcher text machine. Hi team, not enforcing the follow-on is a money call. The Indians could dig in and take the test into the 5th day. Both the BCCI and New Zealand Cricket will generate significantly more revenue. India can work up their batting average and flog our bowlers.
You might have a point there.
Yeah, it could, whether there are larger forces at play. We've read that one out to people, and it might be one of the factors. But in terms of the cricket factors, they've got enough runs now. But they'll extend this on for at least another day.
Slight issue. I don't know how New Zealand make money out of this. Jamieson goes short. Played around throat height. Played very well. Better than we saw in the previous over. Discussing with Jerry as he takes his leave. Fine spell for Coney, as always, over the course of this day. It's quite an extraordinary day on SENZ, in association with the supporters, including Rosine, Kiwis Trust. Jamieson, right arm over the wicket. Oh, short, fizzing through to bundle behind the stumps. Just talking about Pujara's record. Brilliant record. 6,500 test runs, 18 test hundreds, 92 test matches, Since that 190 odd against Australia in early 2019, and 24 tests he's played. He's played 24 tests since the start of 2019.
Yeah, it's a lot.
And he has not got 100 in that time.
Yeah, it's remarkable.
It's a lot of test cricket.
Well, it is. I mean, compared to the number of tests New Zealand play, and this is another fact, you know, India, England, Australia play a lot more test cricket.
Wider of off stump, and that allows Agarwal to punch it through the cover point region. There's an almighty shout from Pujara to get back and get ground. There's no second run there. Wasn't sure if he'd tore a hamstring or turning down a second.
It wasn't overly dignified, was it?
No, 39 without loss.
Holdy's laughing. Not sure if he heard it. He certainly was in no doubt as to where he stood with Agarwal. He wanted him back. India 39 for no wicket in the 13th over.
Jamieson goes short, but underneath goes Pujara through to Jamieson, through to Blundell behind the wicket. In fairness, in that same time period, I think New Zealand's played roughly around 20 tests too. But most of those in Australia, England and New Zealand. At least 2/3 of those. So that's that switching from grass to clay comparison that you like to use.
I do.
Who slips behind the wicket now is Jamieson. Oh, short down the leg side. A different approach here from Jamieson. Bracing is in a Neil Wagner, it would seem. There's a leg gully in place. There's a gully on the offside still there. Hasn't got that accuracy. It is such a brilliant skill that Neil Wagner has, that ability to bowl short and at the body consistently.
He does. Yes, certainly does, but not required in these two tests. A good holiday around India is Neil Wagner.
Short going under it once more is Pujara. That is the end of the over. India are 39 without loss, and they lead this test match by 302 runs after the break. Garth Galloway with Richard Petrie.
Baz and Izzy sure do love their morning coffee, and now they get to start their day with Simply Good Coffee. Thanks to McCafe, their official coffee partner. Listen to Baz and Izzy chat to Kiwi sporting legends during the McCafe Coffee Catch-Up every Monday, Wednesday and Friday morning. Make sure you're listening live right here on SENZ or catch up later on the app. The McCafe Coffee Catch-Up every Monday, Wednesday and Friday with Baz and Izzy. Thanks to McCafe. Simply Good Coffee.
39 without loss. Cricket brought to you by Resene, the paint that Kiwis trust, in big barrel, big range, the biggest deals. And we're just looking at a beautiful image of the sea outside Mumbai there. And here's Agarwal coming down the pitch. We saw him do this in the first innings a few times. He's doing it again. And it's Patel who suffers. Just not quite to the pitch of the ball, but swung through it. And it bounced a couple of times before going over the cover point boundaries. So Agarwal is 18, 43 without loss. And already, I think the thing you see with this is that you've got a side that's mentally so far ahead of New Zealand now in the game. And as a result, we saw some of these shots in the first innings, but they just look, they're so confident. It's very comfortable. And New Zealand are really being put to the sword here. I was just thinking and talking to Jerry off air, Richard, about that suggestion that players go to countries that they're about to visit and try and get some cricket in those countries. It's a great idea, especially for some of those specialist test players. As here's a run being picked up as the ball just faintly off the face of the bat from Agarwal down to point, 44 without loss. I remember the Indians when they came here in 2008, 2009, they came to New Zealand, and Rahul Dravid played a few games for Canterbury, scored 100. and went on then to have a very good series. India won that series 1-0, and it was just fantastic to have him, playing. We were commentating first-class cricket ball by ball in those days on Radio Sport, and it was just fabulous for him to be in that Canterbury side and to be playing around those players as the next ball is played defensively by Pujara. Good for players to play with a player like Dravid and to see him. Here's a ball that turns from Patel and turns quite sharply. It was short of a length. Pujara went back. He's picked up a single. So it goes behind square, 45 without loss. I remember Dravid came into what I could loosely call the commentary box. It was a table outside the pavilion upstairs at Rangiora, the main power oval, and I was sitting up there by myself commentating with the table. He came in and he didn't see my 40-kilogram black Labrador called Bacchus, who was just sitting down beside me, and Bacchus was delighted to see the Indian visitor as next ball is driven down the ground by Pujara. One more run to his total. He's 26-46 without loss, but I have to say that his reaction, he was lovely and warm and very friendly, but once the dog got up, he was very much ill at ease, I'd have to say. So we had to do some introductions, and I assured him that my boy was not going to attack. Here's an appeal for LBW, which is by the keeper only, 46 without loss.
Yes, often not keen on dogs, Indians, for some reason. Maybe they don't have too many over there. They certainly have enough cows walking around the streets, but you often get the Indian courier or the New Zealand Post who refuses to deliver a parcel if the dog is in the front yard. No, maybe dogs aren't so much pets in India. Maybe someone knows.
Well, you see certainly a lot on the streets over there, and of course, Coney and I were talking about Matt Poore in 1955-56, who was bitten by a dog and then had to have 12 rabies injections over 12 days, which his teammates were responsible for administering, some gleefully, the family say. And you can imagine where they were being injected.
I can imagine.
So that might have something to do with Mr. Dravid's reaction to my beautiful purebred Labrador onto the back foot. Is Agarwal ducking underneath the ball, 46 without loss. But again, so good to have Dravid. And I think there were some other Indian players who came out and played, I seem to recall, during that series. Can't remember who they were. But this is something that we should explore.
Well, it's great if you can get it. I remember England were touring New Zealand, and they started slotting some of their bowlers into the New Zealand provincial teams. Oh dear. What are we looking at here, Gar?
Take us through it, Richard. Tell us what you're seeing.
Well, I'm seeing the ball hitting the stumps. Now, I can't remember what happened in this, so was this a ball earlier on that I must have missed?
Yep. Jameson is bowling, and Agarwal is hopping inside the line, playing into the onside. Yeah, it looks like another failure to bring an appeal using DRS by New Zealand. It would have brought about the wicket. It would have been Pujara, LBW.
Absolutely, hitting Pujara on the back leg, going through, hitting top of leg stump. No doubt.
Second one for the day.
Reviewed. Well, second one for the day for Patel. So.
Yeah, Richard, it's hard enough, isn't it, over there without giving away things like this. Here's a good ball from Jameson, squares up Agarwal. I have to say, Agarwal does not look particularly comfortable under against the short pitch delivery. We've seen a couple where he's been hurried up. That time he squared up and got a thick outside edge. The ball, intending to go through the onside, ended up on the off.
Yeah, you're right. They're certainly more comfortable with the full stuff. as that previous caller, I can hear him texting now saying, well, all the more reason to have Wagner in there because he'd get short stuff all day long. Mind you, Jamieson certainly can deliver the short stuff at 6'8".
Here's Agarwal who says, well, I'm actually okay off the back foot if you're going to keep doing it to me. And Jamieson does, bowls short, and it's a really good shot. Gets underneath it and just smacks it away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. 50 up, and that is Agarwal's answer. I think Jamieson just getting his line a little bit wrong there, a little bit too wide outside off stump, and that gave Agarwal the opportunity to pull the ball with a bit of space.
He shot it right. It was well in front of square. Yes, he was pretty comfortable with it. So it's just remarkable, really. It's India coming up for 50 for none.
Jamieson bowls short, and Agarwal a little uncomfortable, pulls out in the end.
Yeah, India 50 for none. It's looking a very different pitch than we saw this afternoon when New Zealand batting. It really did look with the Indian quicks. They were bowling faster. They were slippery. They were jagging it around a little bit. They were, just lethal in those early overs. And then the spinners were outrageously good. And now India sort of very reasonably, relatively speaking, 15 for none, batting reasonably comfortably. So really showing New Zealand up in this test match. New Zealand, of course,
they are. It looks like
for 60 to do.
Looks like a different game as Jamieson bowls and it's defended onto the back foot. Yeah, it does look very different, Richard. And here's the end of the 15th over. India 50 without loss. And Agarwal 24, Pujara 26, the lead 313. We've got 10 minutes remaining in the day's play. Some drinks coming on for the Indian batsmen. So if you're in the New Zealand camp, Richard, and you're trying to inspire the bowlers, just looking at Jamieson, I just wonder if he's a bit under the weather. Latham's gone across to him and given him a pat on the back, and now he's going to go and have a drink, is he? But he just doesn't look quite right. I wonder if he's just suffering a little bit from a stomach upset or something like that. But back to where I was going. So, in terms of the bowlers, what are you going to be saying to them, Richard, to keep them? Actually, we'll take a break here and then we can consider that. Let's quick break.
G'day, Adam Gilchrist here. I used to love playing against New Zealand. They'd always step up. Stephen Fleming, Baz McCullum, all those boys always produced a good. Shane Bond, God, he used to terrorise me. But used to love it. What a rivalry. Off the field these days, I'm starting to go through my contact list and you can hear some of me chatting with some of the biggest names in sport. Make sure you download the SENZ app and subscribe to the In Focused with Adam Gilchrist podcast. It's on the SENZ app.
Look good, feel good and thrive with New Zest Good Green Vitality. More than a multi and more than just greens, Good Green Vitality is a complex multi-nutrient formula based on the latest scientific research and formulated for maximum vitality. Good Green Vitality is an all-in-one nutritional support that's delicious, easy and perfect for the whole family. So boost your vitality with Good Green Vitality. Check newzest.co.nz. New Zest. Healthy habits start here.
Stop paying too much on big brand fragrances. Chemist Warehouse is the real house of fragrances this Christmas. Find Jimmy Choo 100ml for $79.99 or Yves Saint Laurent Black Opium 50ml now $129.99. Get Versace Pour Homme 100ml for only $64.99 and David Off Cool Water for Men 125ml now just $32.99. Shop in store 7 days a week or online for home delivery or click and collect. Chemist Warehouse, the real house of fragrances.
Man, we just got a Christmas call from the folk at Kogan Mobile. Every day in the lead up to Christmas, Kogan Mobile's advent calendar means there's daily prizes up for grabs for all existing and new Kogan Mobile customers. Get started with Kogan Mobile now for just $5 for 30 days with unlimited calls and texts and 15 gig of data and score some sweet swag. Make the call. Switch to Kogan Mobile today at koganmobile.co.nz/radio.
Oh, Merry Christmas.
Did
Baz and Izzy sure do love their morning coffee, and now they get to start their day with Simply Good Coffee. Thanks to McCafe, their official coffee partner. Listen to Baz and Izzy chat to Kiwi sporting legends during the McCafe Coffee Catch-Up every Monday, Wednesday and Friday morning. Make sure you're listening live right here on SENZ or catch up later on the app. The McCafe Coffee Catch-Up every Monday, Wednesday and Friday.
The doctors
with
at
Baz
Ashley and Martin could regrow your hair.
Simply Good Coffee.
Visit ashleyandmartin.co.nz today.
And welcome back to Mumbai, where the cricket is brought to you by Resene, the paint that Kiwis trust, and Big Barrel, Big Range, the biggest deals. And we're just looking now at the TV images as drinks leave the field. And I gather there are actually 11 overs to be bowled in the day's play, or it will finish at 1 a.m. NZ time. So 12:23 now. 36 minutes remaining in the day, and gee, it must be tough. I can see Richard Petrie just having a gentle yawn up there in Wellington, but and I've had a couple off here as well, Richard, but it must be tough for those New Zealand players working away. And I was asking you just to think about, so coming out tomorrow, how are you going to inspire these New Zealand bowlers? What's the message to them?
Well, firstly, I've got to say you're a true professional having your yawn off here while I'm clearly doing it on air. So well done there. That is a professional. Yeah, what do you say? What was the question? What do you say to a yawning commentator, or was it something else?
No.
How do you bowl? How do you bowl?
Yeah, snap, focus. Yeah, absolutely. Well, no, what do you say? So how do you? You're Tom Latham, and you come and I don't know. 313's the lead now. Here's Patel bowling into Pujara defends, but say 330 is the lead tomorrow, and they've just about gone past you. They've gone past you for the same score that New Zealand got without losing a wicket. Plus their 325. And you want the bowlers to do a job. So here's the next ball, turn to square leg. What are you going to say to them? How are you going to get them working?
Yeah. Well, that's a very good question. Here's some ideas. Idea number one. We may not get a lot of time in between bowling here, because Patel gets through them so quickly.
Yeah, next ball is driven down the ground, so no run taken.
So what you can do is the old-fashioned. You can do the old-fashioned rev up, where come on guys, do you really want it? The old rugby coach sort of speech.
In India, that'll be the first rugby speech in India. Here's the next ball pushed into the offside. No change to the score.
Yeah, which I don't recommend. I think they're all trying. That's not the factor, right? They don't need to motivation. They're all trying. There's more tests coming up.
50 without loss as Pujara drives down to long off. 51 now, 27 for Pujara.
But what you do have to do is learn, right? So the focus has got to be on learning and trying to be smarter. And, probably I think one thing Latham or Williamson can do is call the bowlers in and say, right, I want each of you to look at how the Indians bowled, your counterpart in the Indians team, and I want you to learn.
Patel bowls, held back on that occasion. 16 overs completed. 51 without loss. Agarwal 24. Pujara 27. Richard.
So I'd say to each bowler, I want you to come back to me, and I want you to watch those Indian bowlers and what they did. Pick out the one who's closest to you, and I want you to come back to me with what you learned, what they're doing, and what you're not doing. And I want you to come up with some lessons, because you've got to improve. You may not bowl exactly like Ashwin, but what can you learn from Ashwin? What is something that you can take from the way he bowls, and what are you going to do tomorrow to be a better player? And I want you to come to me with a plan that you want. I don't guarantee I'll follow through on your plan, but I want you to come with a plan on how you're going to be a better bowler. And push it back to the bowlers, because quite frankly, I'm not sure that Tom Latham is capable of coming up with a bowling plan for all the different bowlers that New Zealand have. But he doesn't have to. Right? So it might be, listen, go away, speak to the bowling coach if you think that'll help. And I want you to sit down, come up with a plan, and come back to me, and I want you to suggest fields for me as well.
Jamieson bowls short down the leg side. No shot from Pujara. 51 without loss.
So one thing's for sure, that they've got to learn, right? And there are a lot of lessons on the table here for the New Zealand players to learn. And if you put the ball in their court, as opposed to just saying, all right, well, you know, that wasn't very good, don't do that again tomorrow, it's not particularly useful. But empower the bowlers, empower the players, put the responsibility for learning how to be a better player in their court, and see what they come back with.
Good thoughts as Jamieson bowls, and again short, and Pujara is just getting underneath the ball, so Jamieson just trying to dry up runs by bowling short. It takes a lot of energy from Kyle Jamieson. Southee's bowled 5 overs, no maidens, none for 14. Ajaz Patel has bowled throughout the innings, having bowled 47 overs and 5 balls in India's first innings of 325. 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 32 this time round. He did drop Pujara, who drove a ball back at him quite hard, and it went down towards the boundary. So he was, in fact, it was Agarwal smashing it at him. He looked so frustrated. It would have been wicket number 11 in this test match. Got 10 in the first innings. Here's Jamieson bowling around the wicket. That's a signal he might just carry on with short stuff. And I think Pujara, expecting it to be short, then realised that that ball wasn't quite as short as he thought it might be. Swung his head out of the way and the ball hit the bat. So no change to the score, 51 without loss. And then Jamieson's figures, 3 overs and just 3 overs and 2 balls, 1 maiden, none for 5. 3 balls in this over, I think. So we're getting towards stumps. Half an hour to go. War of attrition for New Zealand. Hard work getting them back into the mental game, as this time we see Pujara playing outside the off stump and the ball dropping in front of Nicholls in a third slip position. Don't think it was a chance. Jamieson looks excited, but he hasn't had a lot to be excited about during the day. I think probably the most comfortable player of spin in the New Zealand team today. Just have a look at this one. Yeah, drops in front of Nicholls, who's pretty comfortable in that position in the gully or third, fourth slip. New Zealand have gone, perhaps not surprisingly, into a very defensive mindset. 51 without loss. Jamieson around the wicket, short and flying up, and a little bit of extra pace there. It's only 130 kilometres now, but he is able to generate a little bit of bounce, and Pujara hurried up on that occasion, swinging around. Light seems to be okay. You'll recall that up in Kanpur, the game finishing around midday each day, half an hour early. And here, down south, it's quite a different story when already at 12:30, and no suggestion at all that the light is poor. The light detectors, the meters came on at the end of play yesterday, but it seems to be very different down south. Better conditions in terms of light. 51 without loss. Last ball of the over from Jamieson. It strikes Pujara, I think, up in the thigh pad. It's raced away down to the fine leg boundary, where a very good diving save is made by Patel. Gee whiz, what a day for him. Can't do anything wrong. 53 without loss as they run 2. And the over is completed. Just running, if they came off thigh pad. Just having a look now to see if it's gone over the boundary, and I think the answer will be in Patel's favour. So it's not easy after a long day like Ajaz Patel has had, and here he is diving, throwing himself at the ball and stopping it going over the boundary. So excellent stuff from him. Leg bias is the signal, so off the thigh pad. 17 overs bowled. And Daniel McCarty, I think it's time that you came in. Looking, are you ready for 15 minutes, Daniel? No, you want to stay there. Okay. Yeah. He's retired. Oh no, hang on. I've been sent some instructions. Here we are. Good stuff. Thanks, Daniel. Got that now. Texts are amazing things. They're working between Wellington and Christchurch. 53 without loss it is. 17 overs have gone. And just reflecting on the most extraordinary day. I suppose, Richard, the other thing is around the batsman, and here's Patel bowling and driven into the onside. They'll pick up just one run for Agarwal. He's 25. Just trying to think how the batsman can get into the game as well, Richard. Same thing, I suppose. Is it right?
Well, it is. I mean, they're playing in conditions they're not overly au fait with, I suppose, a lot of them. But, I mean, this game of cricket is just about learning, isn't it? It's about how fast can you learn, particularly when you come into foreign situations.
Patel bowls, and Pujara is just pushing the ball away with the pads. Here's Patel again bowling into the leg stump, turned to short leg. Absolutely. And, I mean, it is that ability to try and see everything as an opportunity, to try and see that, you know, someone could get 50, 75, 100. Wouldn't it be amazing to see someone in the fourth innings of a match against India get 100? Here's an appeal for LBW, but I'm sure it's pitched outside leg stump. Pujara just getting caught on the crease a little bit. No suggestion that it'll be reviewed. But, you know, a player could come in and score 100. It would be an amazing thing. Things are going to have to change a lot for that to happen.
Well, they're going to have to work out how to bat against good top quality spin bowling.
Pujara drives to mid-off.
I mean, we're seeing examples here of two guys who live in these conditions and are playing. Patel, who's taken 10 wickets, created a historic situation today, and just watching how they play him. LBW well down leg. But, I mean, watching these guys, Agarwal scored 150 in the first innings.
Down the pitch comes Agarwal, thrashing the ball to mid-off, and they run one, so Pujara is 28, Agarwal is 26, 56 without loss, and Patel, who's very long and diligent day for New Zealand, continues. 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 35. More comments from Richard Petrie and then Daniel McCarty in Wellington.
He's disappointed straight at me, so I think have you had enough of your own voice?
I think all the listeners have. Surprised we haven't had more texts. As Coney often says, you know, sometimes he says they're bored. I'm getting bored listening to myself sometimes. But, I mean, it's been an amazing day. I mean, what a day of cricket. And I know everyone in New Zealand will be disappointed with New Zealand being bowled out for 62. It's a remarkable thing. But I tell you what, not all the wickets were lost through poor batting. It's not like the New Zealand players are bad batters. I mean, New Zealand is the number one test team in the world, and they've got guys who are ranked right in the top 10. So it's not that. It's a combination of things. It's a combination of foreign conditions, outstanding pace bowling at the start, outstanding spin bowling. They're playing against guys, you know, who know how to set a field in close.
Here's Somerville with his right arm off breaks, pushing Agarwal onto the back foot. He plays straight back to the bowler. For those who might just be listening and haven't seen any, and they get a little highlights package, I think you're going to be pleasantly surprised from a cricketing perspective, just watching the opening blast from Mohammad Siraj. That little opening 4 overs from him was excellent. Here's a short ball that's pulled away around the corner, but straight to short fine leg where Ajaz Patel fields. You look at the ball that gets rid of Will Young. There's much more you can do with that. It's nicked off to second slip, quality bowling. Okay, the Latham shot is a disappointing one. Yep. Argue with square leg back, and he set it straight down his throat.
Yep.
And the ball Ross Taylor gets. Holy heck. Returns from outside of off stump towards leg stump, turn around the corner, but again there will be no run because short leg gets across, does the fielder.
That ball to Taylor is not a ball you want when you're not in good form. Right? You know, it's not a ball you want ever.
Well, if you're in good form, you get a nick and it goes for 4.
It's one of those ones where it knocks over your off stump, Summerall comes in.
Bounces around about the thigh high. Turn to the onside, no run.
I mean, most people who are listening to this who will have played cricket, you'll get 1 or 2 absolute jaffers every season. Some people think they get them every week, but you don't. You get 1 or 2 a season, and you've got to walk off and go, fair enough.
Once ball leg side, Somerville drifts, turn through square leg where there is a gap. 57 without loss. Oh, and there's an overthrow. Is there? Indeed, they'll come back for a second. So 58 without loss. The lead is 321. And just to rub salt into the wound, the Indian opening partnership on track to pass New Zealand's first innings total.
It is salt into the wound. But I mean, that ball to Taylor was one that if Taylor got that very ball, let's say it was a no ball, and he ran in and bowled it again, it would knock out the off stump again. We saw the lines where earlier in the over it sort of angled in, but this one just nipped away.
Wider of off stump, pushed through mid-off. There will be a run gathered. To end the 19th over of the Indian second innings, they lead by 322. India 59 without loss. Pujaras 28 and Agarwal 29.
Get your pulse racing with Harness Racing. hrnz.co.nz is the home of harness, with industry info, previews, tips, profiles, fields, expert analysis, and much more. You'll be able to keep up with every meeting, every race. And if you want the action, get to the trots. See the four-legged athletes and the flying sulkies. There's nothing quite like it, because Harness Racing is where excitement lives. So set the pace with NZ Harness Racing. For everything Harness Racing, visit hrnz.co.nz.
Who will struggle?
You're supposed to yawn off air, Richard.
I was saying Agarwal is struggling.
You're with SENZ.
Before I got cut off rudely.
SENZ in coverage of the Test series between New Zealand and India with Razeen, the Paint Kiwis Trust, big barrel, big range, biggest deals.
Biggest deals?
Big yawns. It is late on.
Oh,
and like you're finding good rhythm with your yawning. One coming quickly after the other, it tends to happen. But Agarwal's battling, you were saying.
Well, he's battling physically. I think we've all mentioned that Jameson is looking a bit listless and has not bowled that many overs, so he's looking a little listless. Agarwal, who scored 150 in the first innings, then went out and fielded, virtually batted through the whole innings. He was out towards the end. He spent most of this whole test match on the field so far. It's been pretty hot, but he looks like he's struggling for hydration, or the physical therapist has been out here giving him some calisthenics to keep him going. Most wickets for New Zealand in tests. Richard Hadley, 431. Daniel Vettori, 361. Tim Southey, 322. Tim Southey, number 3 on the all-time New Zealand hit list. India, 59 for naught. In the 19th over. They have a lead of 322 after bowling New Zealand out earlier today for a paltry 62 runs. And the other big news, if you missed it, the history. Ijaz Patel, 10 wickets in an innings. Only the third time in Test cricket history that's ever been done in over 3,248 tests.
Have you added an extra 800?
Oh, well.
You wrote it down right in front of you.
Yeah, but I couldn't see it. There's a lot of things on that page. 2,438 test matches in the history.
You can read it.
Hey, listen. Just get back into that lolly bowl and find another Milky Bar. I mean, we've got a lolly bowl here that was put here by Grant Elliott some weeks ago, and I've been, I'm sure all the good lollies were gone, and then, speaking of
Harshan Ravindra into the attack for the first time from the Tatar end, bowling to Agarwal, pushing into the cover region, and there's no run.
Speaking of Labradors and big barrels, old McCarty manages to pull out a...
Catching the outside edge this time. Going well wide of first slip, though, and down to the third man fence for 4. 63 without loss, without boundaries, so the Indian opening partnership goes past New Zealand's total. And Jeremy Coney has arrived just in time to save me from Richard Petrie tearing strips off me for finding the one Milky Bar at the bottom of the lolly bag that have been sitting there for 2 test matches. It's not my fault, is it?
It's just so disheartening. I feel, having sat here for days on end, first test, second test, I kind of feel like I've been bowled out for 62.
Wider of off stump spinning further away.
Do you know it was there, Peaches, and you had it marked out for yourself? Yeah, you might have had that marked out for yourself if you actually had found it and kept it quiet, and you knew. It is.
Well, I would have.
It's not like you.
And I tell you what, he's not a good sharer either. We're sitting here late at night, short on sugar.
Ravindra around the wicket, spinning from off stump, wider of off stump, chopped into the point. Richard, in fairness, Richard, I took one big bite and then did offer you some, and then retracted the offer almost immediately.
You told me to.
I know
you
exactly
offered him some out of your mouth.
But I hadn't fit.
He made an offer and made it clear it wasn't really an offer as he shoved it down his gullet.
63 without loss. Thank you to the Elliott family for providing.
Coney's come on for the last 15 minutes, so I'll depart.
You can
depart gracefully.
Yeah. He certainly seems to have... One of you have got a lot of energy. One of you have got loads of energy.
I'm just delighted that Rich is not dropping me home tonight, because I have a sneaking suspicion he's going to leave in about 30 seconds. Some cricket's happening in the background. I think it's 63 without loss. India. The lead is 326. You done?
Yeah.
Say good night.
Good night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yep.
Where New Zealand will take control of this test match and history will be made.
You've heard it here first on SENZ. Brilliant as always, Richard Petrie. Thank you very much. I was going to ask Peaches, Jerry, I'll put this one to you as Will Somerville's going to continue. Can you remember a day where it started off so brightly for you or your team and just crumbled away?
Not at the top of my head, Daniel, I have to say. I'd like to be able to answer it. Yes, I can.
Somerville's tucked.
I'm sure
the forward square leg region, a run.
Sure, there have been days like that. I mean, cricket does that to you, you know, that you start with, you know, full of a few hopes and those sorts of things, and inevitably they don't quite work out for you. And that's just part and parcel of the sort of things that the game provides for you. It's never always easy.
Short ball down the leg side, not picked up by Agarwal as he was trying to pull the ball almost past the wicket keeper. It flicked his pan and loomed up. Well, you would have been involved in the odd batting collapse as New Zealand went through today, or bowled out for 62. No. I'd imagine the kind of stressful, chaotic places, quicker through the air, turn to short leg.
I do remember a one-day game actually at the Basin Reserve. We were playing Australia and it was 1-1 in a three-match series, and the Basin was humming. You know, it was really going.
I mean, down the wicket and hitting high over long off. Actually, it's a traceable. I thought he got under it a lot more than he did. He's hit it sweetly travelling to within maybe a metre of the boundary rope. So one bounce, 4. He is good at that stroke, dancing down and hitting the spinners back over their head. 68 to India without the loss of a wicket, and Agarwal moves to 37 not out.
Yeah, he's played that several times, hasn't he? I mean, and with quite a bit of success. And he leaves. I've noticed he's been leaving before the bowler actually delivers the ball.
He goes back to a very full one, but rolls the wrists, turns it off middle and leg to square leg and gets another run, 69 without loss.
But yeah, so it was really humming. And we batted first. And it was Tomo, it was all those sort of players.
Pushed into the cover region. There is no run. I'm going to take a break so I can bring up the scorecard. Jeremy Coney will carry the story on after the break at 69 without loss.
Kubota's range of agricultural, construction, mowing and implement machinery are helping to shape and build New Zealand. Kubota's new and improved models continue to deliver outstanding quality, performance, reliability and value. Always ready to get the job done. Visit kubota.co.nz or contact your local Kubota dealer to find out more. Kubota, shaping New Zealand.
SENZ and coverage of the Test series between New Zealand and India, 69 without loss. From Southey took the hat off. Looked like he was going to bowl. The New Zealanders want to bowl their quicks. Does that mean bad light stopping play, Jeremy?
Yes, if they don't want to play the game along and just play their spinners, and they want to bowl their quicks, then yeah, you walk off. So that'll be the end of the day's play, as far as New Zealand are concerned. So disappointing one for New Zealand in terms of the overall match. At India back going quite nicely off 21 overs. They're 69 without loss, and they lead overall in the match by 332 runs. Pujara's come out and played quite aggressively and has got his score going, and Agarwal has just continued on. So they've gone well. Looks like Virat Kohli was padded up to come in at number 3. Yeah. And there is Ajaz Patel departing the field well ahead of his teammates, and this time he has a chance to enjoy that.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful day individually for Ajaz Patel, picking up 10 wickets. Hard to believe. Didn't think I'd ever see it with my own eyes, Jeremy. You've heard stories over the years of the amazing efforts of Laker back in the mid-50s, picking up 19 wickets in a test. Virat Kohli, Ravi Ashwin, and a lot of the Indian players, Rahul Dravid going over, shaking the hand of Ajaz Patel. They appreciate the rarity of the occasion and the fine effort to pick up 10 wickets. It's a really nice touch from the Indian leadership group, acknowledging him. And it's hard to imagine picking up 10 wickets in a test match. Jeremy, you were so close to seeing it yourself at the Gabba all those years ago, where the guy was absolutely roaring along, and Sir Richard Hadley, but unfortunately from New Zealand, and the fan base in particular, I guess, well, the players will feel it even more so, but there will be a sour taste in their mouth after what followed. To limit India to 325, you probably would have been happy with that, especially with that score at 285 for 6 at tea, or at lunch rather.
India rightly on top.
I don't know why we're getting the television commentary coming through on our international feed, so I might just get Jacob to pull that down. But 325 all out, Jeremy. Probably, more than an above average total. In fact, we can hear from Mark Agarwal. Let's listen into the efforts of the right-hander.
This innings was just all about grit and determination.
Yeah, chances, I guess, haven't been as frequent as you would have liked, but when you're getting them now, you're looking to take them. What did you change? Anything between Kanpur and here?
Well, honestly, nothing much. Just trying to stay a little more side on, but it's more of a mental battle than any technical thing.
You seem to relish the spin bowlers and charge down the wicket very quickly. Did you enjoy that?
Actually, if for my batting, I think if I don't do that, then I'm probably going to get stuck at the crease, and I think they're bowling exceedingly well, especially Ajaz. He's bowling really well, so if I can't put him under the pump, then he's just going to keep bowling good areas.
In talking in the commentary box in the last half hour about the role that domestic cricket plays, how important is your upbringing, your learning in domestic cricket when you bring it into Test match cricket?
The Indian domestic circuit is quite tough, I must say, and it is very important. And I think those years that anyone spends there really helps them. It just makes you more hungrier. It's just harder. It's just harder to score runs there, and you play in all different conditions. So the experiences and the learning you get playing the domestic circuit is phenomenal, and that's something that I've carried in international cricket as well.
What do you look forward to tomorrow then from 69 without loss?
Well, I think tomorrow we obviously have to start well in the first session, and then look to pile on as many runs as we can, and then see how we go from there.
It's been wonderful to watch you this Test match. Thanks very much for your time, mate.
Thank you, Simon. Thank
you. Speaking with Mayank Agarwal, who made 150 in the first innings, and he's still there at stumps with his total on 38. India's 69 without loss. They lead by 332. We'll take one last break. On the other side, final thoughts from Jeremy Coney before we wrap up at 1 a.m. It's 6 minutes away from 1.
We've all got good sides and bad sides, quiet sides and backsides. But our farm sides deserve a little attention too. Farmside is connecting rural New Zealand with unlimited broadband options. If you're Googling baby names for lambs, video calling Nan from the haystack, or making sure everything works out on the land, no matter where you are, how many you are, or what side you're showing, you can connect with your Farmside. Call 0800 Farmside. Farmside, connecting rural New Zealand.
Boys read them 3 weeks, 4 locations, 5 events, 1 overall prize. This is Crankworx Summer Series NZ. This summer, the world-famous event will be unleashed Kiwi style. Crankworx is going on the ultimate mountain bike roadie to Queenstown, Wanaka and Alexandra. See the world's best compete with a grassroots vibe at 4 destinations around New Zealand's South Island. Don't miss Crankworx Summer Series NZ. Stop 3, Cadrona, December 8th to the 9th. Tickets and info from Crankworx.com.
It is coming up to 4 minutes away from 1 o'clock. Final act on day number 2 here on SENZ in association with Resene at the Paint Kiwis Trust and Big Barrel, Big Range. Biggest deal is to reflect on the batting woes for New Zealand. And I'm not talking about the time Jeremy Coney's New Zealand side were bowled out for 74 against Australia at the Basin Reserve in 1982, for which he was about to tell us about. But I want to finish on Ajaz Patel, but before that, the batting. Exceptional bowling from India. Let's highlight that. And New Zealand just couldn't cope, Jeremy.
No, I mean, losing those 3 early wickets didn't help. I thought that Siraj just added a little component to the Indian fast bowling. He looked a little bit quicker. He looked as if he had enjoyed the rest that he had and looked fresh. He got the ball to move just a little bit, and he hurried the New Zealand batsmen up. I don't think there's any doubt about that. So to pick up those 3 quick wickets, and then in came the spinners, it was always going to be pretty tricky for the New Zealanders to play on a pitch that was bouncing just a little bit more, was certainly spinning a little bit more, and men around the bat. And so you had to have your defence well organised for a start so that you could stay in, and then you also, once you could stay in a little bit, you need to be very clear what shots you could play and how could you attack. And I think some of the New Zealand batsmen haven't quite worked out those 2 matters yet. And it would be nice at the end of this tour that they had a much clearer idea in their own heads that they've got some of those things sorted. And then the tour has been a little bit worthwhile from the batting point of view. It hasn't sorted out some bowling issues as well. But from a batting point of view, one to stay in, how to defend from when a bowler's coming wide out and all those kinds of things. How do you defend when the ball is turning and keep it down through those close-in fielders? Those kinds of issues, I think, are very important, because then we're playing spin a bit better. See, we don't play it, do we, in New Zealand, Daniel? We can get lazy. We can just play our forward defensive shot, and it doesn't turn past the edge. It runs into your bat, but it doesn't in India. So you've got to learn different ways when you're in different countries. And if we want to become a country that is good at in these areas all around the world, we're going to have to do that.
India 325 and 69 without loss. They lead New Zealand by 332 runs. New Zealand all out for 62. Jeremy, just a few words on Ajaz Patel. Got to finish with him shortly.
Well, I mean, it's just such an unusual thing to happen. The fact that, you're still there, and there'll be times, I don't know, how many overs did he bowl? 50, 49, something like that, somewhere around there, isn't it?
47.5.
Yeah. So that alone for a start is a long spells of bowling. He got the ball to move in the air, he got it to turn from the surface, and he got it to do it enough that he's in with a chance to pick up wickets. And so it's a most unusual thing to happen. Well done to him, and he must be thrilled, and I'm sure every New Zealand cricketer is thrilled for him.
Yeah, well said, Jeremy. Do appreciate that. The thoughts of Jeremy Coney, former Test captain for New Zealand. We wish you a speedy walk home, no doubt, unless Garth's got the limousine waiting outside. Richard Petrie will be with us again tomorrow. Yeah, walk home. 5 o'clock start tomorrow. That wraps up our coverage right here on day number 2. A huge thanks to our supporters, as always. Without you, this would not be possible, including Big Barrel. Be our mate and join Big Barrel's Mates Club, and Resene, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand for the past 10 years. It's all India after day number 2. New Zealand really fighting for survival, and that does seem unlikely. India 325, bowled out earlier today with Patel taking 10 wickets. New Zealand then scuttled in just 28 overs, all out for 62. India cruising through to 69 without loss at stumps. Pujara 29 not out, and Agarwal backing up his 150 in the first innings. He is 38 not out. They lead by 332. It's bang on 1 a.m. here on SENZ, but we are not only the home of cricket for this Test series, we're the home of English Premier League football. Stay with us. Coming up very shortly, it is Chelsea, top of the league Chelsea, up against the Hammers. Yeah, West Ham sort of lingering around the top 4, while a big test for the Hammers when they take on Chelsea. We will have live English Premier League football up next. On behalf of the commentary team, we look forward to your company from 5 o'clock this afternoon for the start of day number 3. But up next, the EPL, Chelsea up against West Ham.
On SENZ, this is Racing Tales of the Turf.
On behalf of the commentary team, we look forward to your company from 5 o'clock this afternoon for the start of day number 3. But up next, the EPL, Chelsea up against West Ham.
On SENZ, this is Racing Tales of the Turf.
On behalf of the commentary team, we look forward to your company from 5 o'clock this afternoon for the start of day number 3. But up next, the EPL, Chelsea up against West Ham.
On SENZ, this is Racing Tales of the Turf. On SENZ, this is Racing Tales of the Turf.
Welcome into our latest Racing Tales of the Turf episode on SENZ, and you've picked an absolute doozy to tune into today. You can catch up with all of these episodes, of course, on the SENZ podcast channels and, of course, the SENZ app, which is up and running. In this edition, we're catching up with one of the most respected racing identities the industry has to offer, an out-and-out Hall of Famer, the master trainer himself, Dave O'Sullivan. Dave's resume speaks for itself, an honour roll of some of New Zealand's most famous equine athletes and a list of races conquered that would turn any racing enthusiast's head. 12 premierships in total, most with his son Paul. Over 60 Group 1 winners, a lot of which his other son Lance rode. But there's more to it than that. He grafted his way to the top, and if you ask those close to him, they'll remind you that he actually worked in a menswear store before racing, and in the early days, allegedly used to ride in the horse float to the races before biking home. So I'm sure the stories are endless, and hopefully we can hear a few of those today on Racing Tales of the Turf. Hi, Dave. How are you doing? Thanks for giving up some time to chat to us.
Good to talk to you, Louis.
Chelsea, Edward Mendy in goal. Andreas Christensen, Thiago Silva, Antonio Rudiger are the back three. Then it's Reece James, Jorginho, who captains the side today, Ruben Loftus-Cheek and Marco Alonso up front. Mason Mount, the other scorer in the midweek win against Watford. Kai Havertz, who played really well in that game, and Hakim Ziyech, who, as I mentioned, got the winning goal in that game. Delighted to have Trevor Stephen alongside me today to add his expert analysis to the proceedings. I was at Vicarage Road in a supporter capacity, and I'd have to say that Chelsea weren't very good. That was the opinion of their manager. It was also the opinions of the fans I travelled back with. But as I said, sometimes you win titles by winning games when you're not playing well.
No, that's true, John. It is about the result at the end of the day, and it was going to be inevitable, wasn't it, that Chelsea just put out a mediocre performance, but they still get over the line, you know. And what Tuchel has built at Chelsea is a formidable group of players who are playing for him, playing for themselves, playing for the club, with a desperate desire to go and win the Premier League. And I fully expect them to get back to the kind of form that they've shown all season today. But West Ham have been great this year. They've been superb. Lost their mojo a little bit in the last 2 or 3 weeks as far as quality of performances is concerned, but I think this early start, the first game in the Saturday afternoon, they've got a good opportunity to go and catch Chelsea by surprise.
Absolutely. Chelsea's strength, and obviously Reece James has been absolutely fantastic this season, as has Jorginho. They're both back in. I mean, for me, the midfield central positions looked a little bit lacking in muscle and guile against Watford. I mean, that should sort it out, shouldn't it?
Yeah, well, they've really gone back to getting that solidity back in the middle of midfield by Jorginho coming back in, and I think he's been quoted up there, hasn't he, for the Ballon d'Or during the week, and a bit crazily so in my opinion, but he is one of those performers who gives 100%, great quality on the ball, and Chelsea love possession of the ball, don't they? And I think that's why we've seen the change as well in formation of West Ham today. I think they'll see themselves pinned back by Chelsea in the main because of possession, but also the West Ham have got capacity to break forward